His inner thoughts scream one terrifying truth: death doesn't creep in, it crashes down out of nowhere in a way you could never even dream up. His life rewinds like a movie. Friends, bosses, and even that forgotten college report all slam back into his mind in a heartbeat. As he crosses the street, memories crash in his days in that orphanage, and he can't help thinking, maybe my life wasn't so bad after all. His last thought is a desperate plea to stay alive, right as a massive truck barrels straight toward him. A spiky-haired kid jolts upright from sleep with a sharp gasp, eyes wide, totally stunned and lost. He snaps awake with his mind in a blur, stumbling into a dense, strange forest and slumping against a tree he doesn't recognize. A sudden jolt of pain rips through him, and he groans hard, hunching over on the forest floor. He grips his chest with shaking hands, and a brutal, unfamiliar pain tears through his brand-new body. He rose up, scanned every corner, and couldn't shake the feeling this wild place might be the underworld. Right when his deep philosophical thoughts start to roll, an intense, undeniable wave of hunger slams into him and shuts everything down. He looks down, and there's a leaf sitting in his hand. Confused, he can't shake this weird urge to eat it. That gnawing hunger crushes him so hard he's terrified he'll die again, right here, from starvation. Rage and hunger collide in his chest, and he vows, right now, to hunt down anything edible in that endless wilderness. His desperate hunt finally pays off. He spots a hulking armored beast crawling through the undergrowth. He stares at that unsettling, multi-legged creature, and the more he looks, the more its weird, unappetizing look makes his stomach turn. A wave of disgust hits him hard as he braces himself to finally reach the massive insect-like beast. Despite the disgust crawling up his spine, he hesitates, then reaches out and grabs that giant armored bug. He tells himself it's better to eat than to starve, and he daydreams the thing turning into a mouth-watering fried feast. Later that night, under a blazing full moon, he can't stop thinking about how disgusting it was to bite into that creature raw. He sprawled on his hands and knees by the stream, shaking hard. His meal hit him so violently he couldn't stand. He's gasping in the heat, soaked in sweat, but right when it feels unbearable, the sickness finally starts to loosen its grip. As that gnawing hunger finally fades, a small smile breaks across his face, and he feels instantly, wildly better. His mind rockets back to that truck crash, and he's so sure, so deadly sure, that he's already died. He bends over the stream for a drink, but his mind keeps racing, stuck on that impossible situation that won't let go. He snaps his eyes to the water and freezes. There's a stranger's face staring back at him. A shocking realization slams into him, and he crumples to the ground, stunned out of his mind. Panic rips through him, and his eyes go wide as his mind scrambles to understand the impossible truth of what he's really in. He presses his fingers to his own face and blurts out, "No way, I must have died and got reborn as somebody new." He stares up at that massive otherworldly moon, and it feels like his destiny just clicked into place with a manga everyone knows. His head spins with wild possibilities. Was he reborn, or did some spirit slide into his body? A gigantic, eerie moon looms in the sky, like the universe itself is confirming his wild conclusion. Reality hits him like a truck, and he crumples to his back, gasping at everything he just learned. He shuts his eyes tight, praying this is just a nightmare, because he wants to jolt awake in a hospital. He snaps his eyes open again, but that strange sky is still there, crushing his last shred of hope. Defeated, he drops to his knees beside the stream, and the brutal weight of this brand new reality crushes down on him. A grim, unshakable determination hardens across his face as he finally embraces this new life. He sinks into his seat, hatches a full-on survival plan, and can't help but smirk like he's drop-dead handsome. He steels himself to dig up answers, knowing deep down it might be the end of the road back to Japan. With fresh purpose blazing in him, he pops to his feet and vows to hunt for food first, praying he'll stumble onto other people. He tore through the thick, endless forest at first, but the search came up totally empty. He cranes his neck to the sky, frustration boiling over as he blurts out that this jungle has nothing to offer. He keeps trudging alone through the thick, dead-quiet wilderness, searching for food and finding nothing. Slumping down with a heavy sigh, he admits the brutal truth. So far, all he's managed to do is munch on bugs just to stay alive. A deep, thunderous voice suddenly rips through the shadows, calling him human boy like it already knows his fate. His face lights up in an instant, pure relief and joy, like he's finally nailed it and found the one person he was waiting for. His hope crumples into pure terror as a colossal, majestic griffin drops in above him from the trees. He stumbles backward, panic slamming into him because he just got crushed and now he's staring down a mythical beast. A razor-sharp, eagle-faced griffin glares down from on high, barking out that this is its land, no questions, no trespass. The moment the creature growls at him to leave, the boy's face snaps into a full-on mask of pure terror. He throws his hands up in pure panic, blurting that he's scrawny and nobody would want to taste him. He blurts that he's just been reborn, and he begs with everything in him not to die again. The griffin sneers down at him, practically laughing at his fear, and tells him point-blank it has its own rules, so it's not touching him. Staring at the creature's reply, he swallowed hard and scanned for any crack in this tense standoff that could let him break free. He blurts out a shaky apology and scrambles to get away, but the griffin just lazily swings a paw and swats him off like nothing. He drops to the ground, gapes in shock, and can't stop staring, trying to figure out what the hell just happened to him. He rips into pure, boiling frustration, because getting dumped in this world would have been bad enough, but now he's forced to chow down on centipedes. He shrieks at the sky, cursing the twisted, unfair world he got trapped in. Realizing this is his only shot, he bolts into a full sprint, but the griffin slides right in front of him and blocks his escape. The griffin explodes into a furious roar, driving the point home. This whole area is its territory, and it's not backing down. Even deep in the jungle, that old deal with humans still stands, rock solid and unbroken. The creature towers over him, snarling, "Why do you dare to hunt for food in my territory?" He blurts out another apology, swearing he was just wandering around and had no clue who owned the territory. The griffin unleashes a furious roar, calling him out as a liar for pretending he doesn't know about the pact. It says it's been making deals with humans for 200 straight years, so long even a kid could figure that out. The boy slumps and stares at the ground, defeated as he realizes his flimsy excuse won't fool a soul. Griffin's eyes squint shut with menace, and it's your final warning: talk your way out or face death. He's convinced death is minutes away, and his face drains of color as pure terror grips him. He finally grabs the only card he has left, telling the absolute truth, even if it sounds totally impossible. He finally admits he's inhabiting the body, and that jaw-dropping confession leaves the griffin utterly stunned. He hammers the truth home and declares, without a shadow of doubt, that he's not kind of dead, he's dead, fully, completely, and for real. He slams his forehead to the dirt, pleading with the creature to believe his wild, impossible tale. The griffin's rage drains away, and in its place blooms sharp, thoughtful curiosity as it starts to finally get what's going on. It apologizes, straight up admitting that if he's a wanderer, then his ignorance is totally understandable. The boy jerks his head up, totally baffled, like he's never heard that term in his life after the griffin just threw it at him. The griffin stares at him with cold pity and spits, "What a miserable soul you are, cast so far away." It tells him to stop fighting fate, swallow his fear, and start learning this brand new world. He demanded answers, pushing for a straight definition of what a wanderer really means. The griffin leans in and tells you straight up, it's what they call people who get reborn from other worlds. Now it all clicks, and the boy rushes to tell the magnificent creature his wild, impossible story, every last detail. Griffin straight up admits he has zero clue about what's going on with his wild, specific situation. It finally spills the truth. 500 years ago, it ran into other wanderers, yet none of them were even close to being like it. It lands on this: he's still a gentle drifter, an even stranger kind of reborn soul. It jumps right to the moment he's suddenly a kid, staring up like, "Wait, was I an adult before this?" He confirms it, then shoots back, asking if there's a problem with the fact that he's now trapped in a child's body. Griffin relents and steps back, just like that, but only if he agrees to carry out one condition first. It drags him straight into the forest, right toward the cave's shadowy, gaping mouth, huge, mysterious, and waiting to swallow the dark. Right at the doors, the griffin leans in and demands, "So now you get what's going on, because you can finally see it, can't you?" Inside the cave, he freezes when he spots a whole crowd of human kids, same race as him, just hanging there. Chapter title page flashes a hooded girl and a winking, spiky-haired boy who looks like he's up to something. The series title, Another World Nation Founding Chronicles, blasts onto the screen in glowing vertical letters. He grilled the griffin, demanding to know why a whole crowd of kids, about 30, all huddled together inside the cave, was packed in there. He rubs his stomach and panic hits. Was he left behind too, swallowed by a famine that wiped everything out? He stares the griffin down like, "So you're telling me I'm supposed to handle all of this now?" Griffin clocks the whole situation in a blink, and a knowing little smile flashes across its face. It lays the rules right on the table. He has to watch over them until they're strong enough to fend for themselves. He reflects, knowing their pain firsthand because he grew up in an orphanage too. Griffin booms that it'll feed them all for the next 3 years. He's totally caught off guard, thinking the Griffin is a good guy, then it casually tells him to start eating insects. Griffin pressed him with one sharp question, demanding to know why he'd risk everything to save the children. It throws a sharp rhetorical question at him, like, would he really just ditch them out in the wild to starve? The mighty Griffin swoops in and hammers out a stern lecture on the heavy, life-changing responsibility of saving someone. A spiky-haired kid leans in, eyes locked on the creature as he drinks in every word with intense focus. Then his eyes snap to a huge, fresh pile of fruit sitting right there, waiting to be noticed. He clocks the truth: this Griffin isn't reckless at all, it's clumsily shielding him out of pure worry. Right there in front of everyone, he steps up and vows to take full responsibility for the kids' safety and well-being. All the kids in the group stare back at him, eyes wide with curiosity, still unsure, still waiting for his next move. With a blazing, confident grin, he steps up and loudly proclaims, "I'm your new leader." The girl and the boy stare at him, completely baffled by every word he just said. They answer him in a language he's never heard before. Its symbols look totally alien. A sheepish, closed-eye smile blooms across his face as it hits him what he messed up. He staggers back in pure, ridiculous shock, blurting out, "What is this?" because the language barrier hit out of nowhere. He swivels to the Griffin and blurts out an apology, admitting he totally forgot about the language difference. Griffin snaps back, admitting he's wrong, and then warns that people from another world just don't get it. This sparks the boy's curiosity. Why can he actually talk to the Griffin? The creature proudly reveals it's been granted the divine blessing of the divine word. A detailed carving shows a robed figure, and you can practically feel the divine blessing pouring out of it. Spotting the danger, the Griffin swoops in and offers to hand him one of its divine blessings. The boy's left speechless, staring at the impossible like, wait, can someone really borrow power like that? Griffin grins and reveals its divine blessing, loaning that power out for temporary transfers. With real worry in his voice, he asked if handing over that power would feel like too much to carry. Griffin straight up tells him, "I'll lend you the divine blessing of language and nothing else." Another carving comes alive, showing a map and tools that stand for the language blessing. He's straight up stunned that it sounds exactly like some spell straight out of a fantasy book. A text box pops up and automatically translates every word you say, plus what you hear. A sharp, shadowy panel slashes through the moment, signaling a quick turn in their life-changing conversation. He leaned in and demanded the Griffin's total number of blessings, then it grinned and said, 12. In total shock, he yells the number as stone tablets slam past him. He can't stop wondering, are blessings like this something everyone gets in this new world? Griffin snaps that real, helpful blessings don't come easy, and this one, it's totally worthless to it. Once the transfer finished, the Griffin nudged him forward and urged him to finally speak. The boy lets out a shaky, hands trembling as he braces himself to finally test that brand new power. Then he switches into their language, introduces himself, and flat out begs them to treat him well. He's stunned, like the foreign language is slipping out of his mouth with perfect ease. The girl with a head covering leans in and asks, "Can I call you Oni-chan?" That sweet term of endearment hits him right in the chest, and a wave of warmth crashes over him. Suddenly, a spiky-haired kid jabs his finger like a weapon and snarls, demanding, "What's your name?" The leader snaps back that he should introduce himself first, but the boy fires back, "I'm Ron." Ron snapped with annoyance, firing off his demand again and again, "Tell me the leader's name," until it felt impossible to ignore. The leader stops dead in his tracks, realizing he needs a name that'll actually fit this new world. A tiny chibi panel locks in his face, eyes wide, mouth caught mid-breath, pure silent panic frozen like a snapshot. He whips his head toward the Griffin and murmurs, fast and urgent, as he begs for help, and for the right name. After a beat of thinking, the Griffin leans in and blurts out the name Almaz. Everyone keeps chanting Almaz, the new name they gave him, while he can barely contain his excitement as he demands, "What does it mean?" The Griffin deadpans that it means nothing at all, it's just a fancy-sounding word. He whips back to the kids and, with a proper bow, introduces himself Almaz. Ron blurts out his age the second the words land, and when Almaz says 20, it hits him like a punch to the chest. Griffin calmly tells a stunned Ron that Almaz really is telling the truth. Ron swallows his doubts and reluctantly gives in because the Griffin vouched for it. With the tension finally cooling, Alma's beams and cheerfully urges everyone to introduce themselves. Ron blurts out that he's 12 and Soyeon, this girl with a smile, steps in like, "Hey, I'm Soyeon, we're friends now." A serious-looking kid named Rosewood leans in and drops the bombshell. He's just 11 years old. Alma shifts his focus to a quiet girl cloaked in shadowy fabric. She pops in and says, "I'm Tetra," and then drops the bombshell. She's only 10 years old. And just when you think the story can't get any quieter, another 10-year-old girl, Graham, gets introduced too. An energetic girl named Lulu has her arms thrust high in the air, and yep, she's 10. Alma clocks it instantly. None of the kids are under 9. Ron whips his hand up and yells that he still doesn't recognize Alma's authority. No respect, not even a second. Alma smiles like she gets it, knowing exactly how hard it is for Ron to swallow the idea of a younger leader. He can't shake the feeling that this whole nightmare isn't much different from the orphanage he escaped long ago. Soyeon shoots off an apology for Ron, insisting he's not trying to hurt anyone, he's just stupid. Rage boiling, Ron snaps at Soyeon and yells that he's not stupid. She snaps back, calling out his insult as stupid, and the fight blows up fast. The camera yanks backward and boom, you see the whole crew of abandoned kids sprawled inside the cavern, every single one of them alone. Alma watches the whole riot of laughter and movement and thinks, man, this crew is absolutely wild. He scans the kids one by one, swearing he'll shield them from the pain that's eating them from the inside. Ron strides up to the self-proclaimed leader and demands to know if he's got any real good ideas. Elmas meets the challenge with a confident grin and declares their very first project, agriculture. Ron can't buy it, he quizzes the idea, straight up wondering if farming is really the answer. Almas admits his understanding is fuzzy as hell, but he swears it's still the only road ahead for them. He leans in and tells the worried kids, don't forget, our Griffinback support ends in just 3 years. Ron wondered how in the world they were supposed to pull off farming. The LMA knows the road ahead is long, brutal, and full of hard fights. The story slams into a choking, dark jungle where their brutal mission is waiting. He tells them they have to start by chopping down the giant trees to open up the land. And it's time to rip out those deep, stubborn stumps. Once the land is stripped of every last obstacle, the soil finally gives in, soft, ready, and perfect for farming. Tetra calls out the real problem: almost no kids can even wield a pickaxe. Rosewood spirals into despair, convinced they're trapped for good, like there's no point left, so they should just give up. Another girl watches with a tight, grim face, like she can't see a single other path forward. A young girl blinks with wide-eyed confusion and asks, so, what does farming even mean? A tight shot shows their feet planted on the unforgiving cavern floor. The whole group huddles up, realizing they'll need iron tools just to get the job done. Alma mourns how all the precious things they owned got swallowed up by those starving kids. He smirks with a wry grin like, it's a shame those things weren't edible. The Griffin crashes back in out of nowhere, and before anyone can even blink, it's apologizing nonstop for making everyone wait. I'll miss because the creature just figured out it can team up with those new items. Kids gawk wide-eyed as a huge clattering mountain of swords and weapons towers in front of them. Almas knows this treasure comes straight from those wild adventurers who dared to take on the Griffin. Griffin lets out a happy roar, finally done with that mess, and rockets into the sky for its next mission. Tetra grips a massive sword and demands, so, are you trading these for farming tools? Alma's eyes light up, she confirms her plan is right, and then she gently pats her on the head. She shoots him a flustered glare, then snaps the swords flat across his hand to shove it away. Rosewood is stressing over food so hard that she suggests they hand over the weapons for meals on the spot. Lulu leans in and fires the question, so that's all we do, just till the ground. Almas lays it out straight, they have to track down soft soil, and if things get rough they might even need to call in adults. He figures that paying with swords cuts down the odds of getting them exploited in the first place. Ron yanks his hands up in total panic, blurting that it's not his problem at all. Almas zeroes in on their biggest roadblock, tracking down a real local expert who can set them up with the trade. Rosewood slams on fake innocence and dares them, saying he'd rather die than spill a single word. Almas stares down at the other kids, their voices shaking as they blur into apologies for not knowing. A short-haired girl named Tetra watches everything unfold with a calm, sharp-eyed look that says she's clocking every detail. Her eyes sharpen, and with total confidence she declares, I know the answer. She jabs at a lopsided, crude map and pins down exactly where they are, deep inside the Romalia jungle. She lays out the whole political mess, then hits the truth hard. Once war breaks out, their weapons shoot up in value. Their leader Almaz freezes in shock and blurts out how she managed to dig up info that specific. Tetra finally exposes the adults who ditched them and reveals their brutal plan to snatch their weapons. Alma shoots her a confident look and reassures her he's already thought of it. And he reveals a massive, spotless white feather for Great Griffin Sama. He says this feather will be the proof that they've been handed divine authority. Alma decides not to drag everyone along. She starts hunting for volunteers for the trading mission. He can't help but praise Tetra's sharp brain and her deep knowledge of the local area. Alma then picks Tetra to ride with him, without her ever volunteering. A wave of pure annoyance radiates off that clearly bored Tetra. She lets out a tired sigh and resigns herself to the job she's been handed. Their journey slams them straight into the fortified town in Damargar's territory. A tight little pack of kids darts through the loud, bustling streets of the city, weaving between everyone like they're on a mission. With a sharp, businesslike grin, Almaz lays their steel and bronze swords on the table and offers them up for trade. A thick-set merchant with a tattooed face leans in and scrutinizes every single item they're selling, like their livelihood depends on it. He nods and confirms they're Griffin Sama's messengers, gripping the white feather like it's proof of fate. The elder leans in, sizing up the blades, and the attendant smith braces as the verdict drops. When Almaz and his crew clocked that stunned reaction, they traded victory grins like they'd just won the whole fight. The elder grins and says the swords are top tier, then leans in and asks what they want as payment. Kids huddle close, eyes shining with hope, as Almaz gets ready to make his request. With full confidence, he rattles off exactly what they need: pickaxes, hatchets, and sickles to get farming started. Out in the wild, the whole crew can't believe how many tools they just got, staring in awe like it's pure luck. Tetra realizes they might have asked for more, but Almaz steps in and fiercely defends the strategy he chose. He realizes that just hunting and harvesting by themselves won't cut it to keep them alive. The kids start to panic, staring at each other like, where are we even supposed to farm? Where could we possibly find land? They're terrified that chopping down the trees could seriously piss off the mighty Griffin Sama. Alma goes to the majestic giant griffin, a white-winged wolf, and lays out his plan in front of it. The griffin tells them its territory sprawls deep in the jungle, so nobody gets to tell them what to do. It drops the bombshell: there's a whole settlement that got left behind 30 years ago, wiped out by a cursed epidemic. Eager Almaz couldn't wait. He blurted out the exact location of this promising spot right away. Griffin admits its memory of the place is all foggy after so much time has passed. It's basically promising them a killer view from the sky, and then it orders Almaz to climb aboard. Alma's eyes widen as she fires off questions about the crazy idea of traveling above the ground. The mighty winged wolf rockets into the sky, and the boy clings to its back like it's no effort at all. When Almaz cracks a joke about needing to pee, the creature snaps and threatens to kick him off. A sharp, eagle-headed griffin watching from nearby clocks it instantly. The show is over. The winged wolf rockets through the sky, soaring over the endless land below, clutching its passenger like a prize. From up in the sky, Almaz stared down at the skeletal ruins of a long-forgotten city. The creature banks in midair, gliding toward the crumbling ruins as it lines up for a perfect landing. It lands like a whisper, gliding onto a clean stretch of ground right inside the ruins. The eagle-headed griffin nods and declares that taking this place back is the perfect, no-brainer solution. Almaz decides he has to go into that abandoned settlement and figure out if it's got real potential. He stomps through the desolate, debris-choked streets of the wrecked city, alone. Huddled by the stream, he leans in and studies the water as it slides through the ruins. He stares at the water, crystal clear, untouched, and decides it looks perfectly safe to drink. Staring at those crumbling buildings, he can't stop wondering if anyone could still live in them. He tilts his head and stares up at a looming building, its roof caved in, its stone walls worn down by time. He steps into the house, and his foot hits the creaking, lopsided floor with a nasty wobble. He puts his weight on the wooden support beam, and it crumbles at once, rotted clean through. Even with everything crumbling, he's convinced those houses can buy them time, temporary shelters, fixed up just enough to keep them safe. His eyes snap toward the broken window as he scans the whole area around him. He spots a massive open field gone wild, choked with tall grass and weeds. Standing ankle-deep in tall grass, he scans the land ahead like it could become farmland any second now. He yanks up the grass with his hands, checking that this land can finally be cleared for farming. They've got plenty of room, there's a massive stretch of land out there that's more than enough for what they need. He thanks the Griffin, stunned by how wildly this place blows past every single expectation. Now that they've finally got a home, he turns to the others and demands answers about the disaster that sparked the famine. The Griffin doesn't sugarcoat it, he spits out a grim truth: the crops failed and what grew in their place was just disaster. Almas can't help but wonder, can a human really do something like this? The Griffin is stunned. How on earth is he totally clueless about curses? Playing dumb, Almas leaned in and demanded proof, anything to back up that powerful curse claim. He remembers the Griffin saying their world is protected, which means cursed things still have to exist. The Griffin declares its own words are the only proof anyone needs. It spits out this nasty truth: humans somehow always find a way to enjoy tearing each other apart. Alma can't shake the fear that another curse will slam down on them again, turning all their hard-won farming into nothing. The Griffin roars with raw confidence, swearing it'll guard its jungle tooth and claw against any threat. Alma sticks to her promise, and the Griffin promises it'll call all the other kids. That tiny puppy-sized winged wolf cub shoves Alma's with its nose, practically bouncing in place, begging him to hop back on. The Griffin clocks that the sun's slipping toward the horizon, and it basically dares them to wait, telling them to pack up and tackle it tomorrow. With a sharp cry, the majestic beast rockets into the sky to round up the others. Alma steps in front of the kids and beams like the sun, shouting that this place is officially their new home. A spiky-haired boy named Ron snaps to attention, calls him leader, and asks for their very first job. He finally fesses up, only now realizing he hadn't truly understood Alma's authority yet. Petra sharply calls out Ron, telling him to stop hiding his feelings and finally be honest. A flashback slams into the past where Ron and Rose, this other girl, sprint through the streets, arguing mid-run like they're about to break. Petra just stares, her face crumbling with the same hopeless defeat as before. She looks back at that terrifying time when they were totally lost, until Alma's finally showed up and flipped everything upside down. Alma leans in and tells Tetra, I used to be exactly like you before everything changed. In the present, Ron leans in with burning excitement and asks Almas, so what are you teaching us next? With a fearless stare, Almas kicks off their first big mission, crop rotation. When that weird term, crop rotation, hits the group, the other kids stare blankly, totally lost. Ron grins and teases, is it something yummy? Because his brain is locked onto one thing: food. Alma lays it all out, how the 4-year cycle turns barley, clover, and wheat into the whole plan. The kid blurts out, why do we need this crazy complicated farming setup in the first place? Alma points out that clover supercharges the soil, boosting nutrients and restoring what the land had lost. He breaks down how cattle manure keeps the soil getting stronger, again and again with zero downtime. ALMA admits the tough parts, then hammers home the upside: raising cattle brings real benefits. He breaks it down for a kid who's totally lost, and suddenly, farming clicks, growing faster, working smarter, and way more productive. After laying out the theory, Almas dives straight into their very first real mission. He slams down the decision and demands they start by patching up those battered, crumbling houses first. Now that the kids are finally on the same page, they waste no time, roll up their sleeves, and go to work. Under a blazing sun, construction roars and hard work pounds the air like a heartbeat. 2 kids team up, hustle onto that busted rooftop, and swap in a fresh wooden plank to get it fixed. Another girl crouches down and methodically scrapes weeds and debris off the ground with a tiny tool. 2 more girls step in with the supplies, their faces burning with hopeful determination. When night finally drops, the kids huddle around a crackling, warm campfire, and just like that, a brand new community ignites. Morning breaks and the chirping birds sing over their freshly repaired homes. As Tetra marched into the settlement toward Alma's, she grilled him about what he was planning to do with that empty corner. Alma snaps out of his own thoughts and confirms he was just staring at that exact spot. He drops into a crouch and pitches his plan, explaining how he'll plant the stakes right in that exact spot. ALMA lays it out for you: raising goats is a slam dunk because they're tough as nails and thrive on a diet that's ridiculously simple. He admits he'd rather have cows or horses, but he's got zero clue how to raise them. A sudden memory slams into him, his orphanage days where he helped on a farm and earned the skills he'd carry forever. Tetra can't shake the feeling that this find is coming way too fast, and it's seriously messing with everything she's trying to do right now. Almas fires back that goat milk tastes awful to them, but it's packed with serious nutrition. He breaks down their diet. Griffin lacks calcium and all, and warns it's setting them up for serious health problems down the road. After laying it all out, he leaned in and asked Tetra if she finally got why he was worried. With a soft, calm smile, Tetra quietly admits just how much he's terrified for all of their safety. Alma stares on, deep in thought, weighing every detail, and feeling the crushing weight of his responsibility settle in her mind. He rubs the back of his head, looking straight at the tough road ahead and feeling completely swamped. Then the talk snaps into one crucial question: how they're going to get the livestock. The girl pitches a risky trade with the Russ's kingdom, because that desperate empire is starving for their weapons. Alma's locks onto the gap ahead and realizes it's way too far, so he decides they've got to beg the Griffin for help. Griffin uses a brutal scare tactic, dragging death threats at every goat that won't sprint for its life. It barks orders at the terrified animals, good boys, while its looming, intimidating shadow creeps closer. Ron's jaw drops. He's amazed the Griffin can speak goat, but Tetra snaps that its method is downright cruel. Kids are laughing as they play with the brand new goat, while a bow and arrow sits right there within reach. Up on the watchtower, Almas grins and says he got bows and arrows made just for their size. He figured those weapons could help them hunt, so he snapped them up for the whole group. After firing off the arrow, he snaps with frustration under his breath. He missed the target completely. Ron Gears snarled as his leader's 10th attempt hit the mark and failed. Then Almas erupted with a furious challenge. With a grin, Ron yanks the bowstring back, ready to prove just how deadly his own aim really is. He lets the arrow fly and it whips past the target, missing everything by a mile. Alma grins and declares, "Even my challenger couldn't land a single shot." Ron snaps back that Almas, as the leader, should be the one out hunting and calls him immature. Alma snatches Ron by the collar, snaps that he needs to kill the sarcasm and start acting like he's got some real maturity. Quiet voice cuts through the chaos, calling out to Almas and stopping their heated argument cold. Graham calmly asked for permission to try shooting the bow herself. She points a finger at the real culprit. Maybe the bow is just badly made, not their skill. With her focus razor sharp, she looses an arrow, and it slams straight into the very center of the target. Ron just freezes in total disbelief, staring at her like, "Are you seriously messing with me right now?" Another girl is completely stunned by Graham's sudden, unbelievable success. Graham doesn't blink. She declares she'll try again, and her second shot nails the target too. The boys lock in on her skill and realize it's real, not some lucky accident, so they burst out, "No way, that wasn't luck." With pure admiration in their eyes, they beg her to teach them, and she kicks off the lesson right then. The story snaps to a bigger shot, wide-open forest stretching out below and the sky looming above. Almas officially hands Graham the hunting job, then makes sure he remembers, this is just today's work, it's for everything they'll need later. He can't hide the worry, no one else has what it takes to land that hit. While everyone panics about her hunting solo, he smirks and tells them he's got a smarter move. The girl lifts a strange pouch up to the light, eyes wide as she demands to know what it even is. Almas kicks off his lesson, then shows you how to loop a single cord around the pinky like it's second nature. He tells them the weapon isn't magic at all, it's just a sling built to hurl stones like they're bullets. Next, he shows the move. He slips a stone straight into the pouch. He shows you exactly how to clamp the end of that other cord with your hand. With a grin, he tells you to twist the move and unleash the speed. Tossing that one cord at the perfect moment hurls the stone like a cannonball. Almas realizes that with enough practice, they could even use it to hunt birds. He tells them each of you gets one, because they're ridiculously easy to make. Then the story pivots to the big lesson, gathering right as mountains and a wild forest loom in the background. He points straight at one particular plant and declares it's safe and edible for them. Pointing to the next one, he snaps a warning, its poison can be rinsed clean with water. Almas strides up to the towering griffin and speaks to it with deep, earned respect. He leaned in and demanded the creature confess, could it even chew anything besides meat? When Almas figures out it munches veggies, he realizes the half-bird, half-beast must be omnivorous. He spots a mushroom he can eat safely, but the moment the griffin takes a bite, it's doomed. With a dazzling grin, Almas beams at the griffin, thanking it for every bit of help and hard-earned knowledge. The griffin lets out a huge yawn, all drowsy and drained, and announces it's heading back to its territory. Alma huffs out one last goodbye and that colossal beast rockets upward, then vanishes into the sky like it never happened. With everyone gone, he finally decides it's time to hit the road and head home too. He sits there thinking about how agriculture, livestock, hunting, and gathering keep everything alive. Alma's calls it quits on the gathering because the griffin can show them exactly what's safe. His quiet, thoughtful stroll gets ripped apart when a desperate scream suddenly tears through the woods. He froze mid-step and in an instant his face snapped into shock, then immediately screamed for action. With a grim stare, he locks onto the voices and knows it's his friend Rosewood. His hand shoots straight for the sword hilt at his side. He fires off a quick strategy, convinced he can take down a small animal just to buy his friend a chance. Then a terrifying realization hits him. This isn't just one threat, it's something bigger, and he bolts. With teeth clenched and pure grit driving him, he rockets forward, praying he's still going to find Rosewood safe and unbroken. He burst into the clearing and froze. Rosewood was being held captive by a towering brute. Peering through the bushes, Alma lets out a breath of relief when she realizes the captor is just some regular man. Rosewood screams that he's an orphan and that no one can trade him for food. Alma stares with fierce worry and his mind sprints nonstop, hunting for a way out. The captor smirks like he already won and you can tell he's hunting their steel swords. Alma realizes the man isn't here for anything else, he's hunting to steal their valuable weapons. From his hiding spot, he studies his opponent like it's no big deal, just a grown-up who's tougher than most. He clocks that the man's by himself, Rosewood is untouched, and there, his back is fully exposed. Sensing his moment, Alma whips his sling into a blur, spinning it with hard-earned practice speed. He makes the call, then hurls the first stone and explodes into a surprise attack from the shadows. The stone rockets through the air and slams into the captor with a brutal, sharp impact. The man yelps in agony, snapping his hands to the back of his head like he can't believe what just happened. As the boys sprint away, the dazed man snaps, bellowing at the kid to stop. Alma yells at a frozen Rosewood to keep sprinting, without stopping, even if he has to leave him behind. With pure fire in his eyes, he vows he'll stop their pursuer himself. Rosewood glances back in pure terror, then shoots into a run. Flee now, safety comes next. Alma watches his friend scramble up the hill, stealing him precious seconds he can't afford to waste. The man finally snaps out of it and realizes the boy is standing in his way, blocking him so the others can get away. He staggers for a split second, still dizzy from that brutal hit that blindsided him. Rage raging through him, he snatches a chunky branch and swings it like a brutal makeshift club. With a menacing step, he told the boy, "Don't cry later for your reckless courage." He smirks and needles the kid, gloating that they look adorable just standing there alone like they're not scared. Alma spoke coolly to the man and straight up demanded his reason, then learned he was after nothing less than their swords. With a smug smirk, the man tells him he's set on swapping them for food. He admits he hates farming and would rather take this simpler route to survive. Alma's face relaxes and just like that, every doubtful murmur dies out because he's officially relieved. The blade whips through the air and the man erupts in a scream of pure agony. Alma's strike jolts the man off his feet and he crashes hard to the ground, tumbling with no chance to catch himself. The terrified man snaps his eyes upward as his young opponent storms forward and unleashes relentless pressure. In a forest clearing, Alma ruthlessly slams a man to the ground and drives his sword right against him. With a sickening crunch, the blade drives straight into the man's throat. Alma's command cuts the air, one chilling order that makes the man die as blood splashes across his face. The last deadly act lands in the brutal, bone-chilling silence deep in the woods. With one last twitch, the man's hand goes slack, and just like that, his life is snuffed out. Breath-ragged, Alma starts to shake as the shockwave of the killing still rattles through him. He stays down on his knees, desperately trying to talk himself into the idea that there was no other choice. With his hands trembling in his face, he can't stop thinking about what his next move is going to cost him. Shaken by pure horror, he realizes the only way to save the village is for that man to be killed. He clamps a hand over his mouth, and a silent gasp of pure disgust slips out anyway. The crushing weight of what he just did finally caves in. He topples onto the forest floor. Right then, his friends showed up and shouted for their leader, alarm ripping through their voices. He drags himself upright, but his whole body keeps shaking. A swarm of kids barrels toward him, eyes wide as they take in the brutal scene. Rosewood drops to his knees beside him, choking up as he begs, "Tell me you're okay, bro." Alma leans in and reassures his friend, insisting he's okay, trying to calm him down. Pain twists his face as he looks away, cutting his concerned friends out like it hurts to even meet their eyes. Rosewood's eyes brim with tears as he blurts out how much he's worried for Alma's. Alma shuts his eyes, draws a sharp breath, and steadies himself before he speaks. He swallows his pride and apologizes for putting Rosewood through worry, admitting just how deeply it hit him. He softly pats Rosewood's head and admits he's just not used to all this yet. A small crew huddles in the clearing, the danger finally gone, but the air stays heavy with grief. A jaw-dropping griffin swoops in, and with a sharp nod, it confirms the terrifying event finally hit. The creature's razor-sharp eyes lock onto Alma's, and it tells him, clear as a command, not to worry about a thing. Almas leans in and listens to the ancient being, but exhaustion weighs heavy across his face. The griffin leans in and starts laying bare just how brutal this world really is. It slams the lesson home by showing ants tearing into each other in a fierce showdown. It basically says, if killing keeps you alive, don't lose sleep over it. Alma leans in, weighing the griffin's practical yet brutally complicated philosophy like it's a puzzle she can't stop thinking about. He admits that for social creatures, watching themselves tear each other apart is brutal. Griffin snaps him back to reality, shouting that his one job is to protect the children. The creature shrugs off Alma's report like it's nothing, and its curiosity snaps toward something far more dangerous. Almas thrusts a chunk of solid wood forward, cleanly snapped down the middle like it was shattered by pure force. A flashback cuts in, he rips through the wood with nothing but his bare hands, like it's no match for him at all. Griffin looks completely unimpressed, tilting its head like, so what's the point of this little show? It's baffling that a 10-year-old kid has power like that, strength so unreal it feels impossible. A bunch of nearby orcs confirm with zero doubt that Almas isn't human at all. Griffin leans in, assures him, and says the mighty human race disappeared ages ago. Almas leaned in hard and demanded an explanation for his sudden surge in strength. The griffin's eye sharpens into a glare as it declares, with zero hesitation, that it can't know anything about his body. It suspects that a junior shrine song might have blessed him for the road ahead. When Junior sang those leaves, Almas was left so utterly confused he didn't know what hit him. The creature speaks in riddles, warning him that he's better off knowing absolutely nothing. Then it turns to him and asks, got anything else you want to talk about? Alma shoots down the non-stop requests and grabs a moment alone to process everything new that hit her. Half a month later, the village's brand new farm is finally getting tended and brought to life. Almas can't stop smiling, those radish seeds he snagged match the ones from his old world, and it feels like a piece of home just landed in his hands. But now their brand new crops are getting hammered, because a massive pest is closing in and wiping them out. Petra flinches with pure disgust as the infestation crawls into view. She snaps to attention and calls out to her leader, pointing straight at the worms wriggling in the soil. Another boy recoils in disgust, spotting even more pests crawling nearby. Almas is sick with misery. Living in the jungle means she's constantly getting swarmed by pests. He brings up a solution he vividly remembers from his past life. He flashes a daisy to his companions and tells them, with full confidence, it can drive pests away. He spills his big plan. He's going to distill the pyrethrum daisies and forge a deadly pesticide. Petra's eyes suddenly blaze as she eagerly agrees it's a brilliant plan. Almas shouts that it's time, go pick the flowers right now. He snatches up a huge bouquet and shoves it into a surprised Tetra's hands, just to watch the shock hit. Tetra's instantly flustered. He's totally misread that practical request like it's some kind of romantic move. Another girl quickly clears it up. Almas didn't need anything weird, she just needed help holding the bouquet. Almas and Tetra are absolutely mortified by a laugh-out-loud mix-up. The crew jumps right into distilling, dumping those daisies into a giant pot and starting the process. One of the kids shoots back with a skeptical stare, wondering if this concoction will really hit like a curse. Petra leans in and tells you the truth, its poison is the reason it works. She tells the others, don't panic, when it's just a little, it's harmless to humans. Pesticide in hand, she snaps and declares the moment has come, time to wipe down the fields. A ladle dives into the bucket and scoops up the liquid like it's stealing treasure. A bright, cheerful Tetra giggles as it blasts pesticide everywhere, splattering the radish crops in a messy rain. Now that their fields are safe, they can finally kick back, while their crops surge forward and grow day by day. Almas locks in their next move, and they've gotta grab supplies they can't find anywhere out in the woods. He begged Tetra to come with them for protection, swearing her bow skills would keep them safe. Ron and Rose would get thrown into the carrier roles for the trip. Alma tells Tetra, pack it up, our next stop is the city of Rosas. Cold shadow sweeps across her face, and she flat out refuses to go. Almas, Ron, and Rose would burst into the grand capital of roses. The moment the boys step into the city, they're hit with pure awe as everything around them buzzes and roars. Alma blurts out that the city is even more beautiful than he'd ever dared to imagine. His companions can't stop pointing at the food stalls, every single one smells so insanely good. The street vendor slams a huge pot into motion, and the air instantly floods with mouth-watering aromas. Ron and Rose couldn't wait together, they yanked their leader straight toward the shops. They spot a giant store packed with all kinds of goods. The boys buzzed with excitement, practically yanking their leader's arm, begging him to go take a look. He almost gently scolds them for getting way too hyped and yanking him along. He snaps back and tells them, first thing, find a spot to exchange your money. His eyes sweep across the market stalls, hunting for the one trading post he needs. He strides up to a local and demands directions, where can they trade their goods. The locals point them straight toward the answers. The trio charges through the crowded city streets, chasing the directions like they're on a timer. They finally slam up to the entrance of the designated trading post. Almost marches up to the merchant with a jaw-dropping haul of big, ancient animal teeth. The trader barely even blinks, then offers up one single roll of cambric to seal the deal. Alma hesitates, then tries to haggle for a higher price. Then he slaps down a huge bundle of herbs, praying someone throws him an even better offer. A noble woman suddenly steps into the scene, points at the herbs and declares, "These are priceless caramel grass." Alma gets jolted, her calm shatters the moment this wild, totally unexpected interruption hits her. The trader leans in and addresses the woman with respect, Yuria-sama, like he's greeting a legend. Yuria shuts out the trader completely, her eyes locked on the herbs like nothing else in the world matters. She leaned in and directly demanded the shocked Almas tell her his name. He introduces himself and she locks onto him with a hard, serious stare. Yuria snatches the herb's price with a ruthless demand, clear as day, she'll pay and she won't back down. In the roar of the market, Almas silently cheers the stall owner's vibe and can practically feel it, this is about to be a sweet deal. He lifts a bundle of herbs, then smirks and demands a price of one single gold coin. Mysterious Yuria weighs his offer for a beat, then nods and agrees. As she takes the herbs, she leans in and demands to know what Almas is planning to use them for. With a quick snap of her fingers, she slings one glittering gold coin straight into his palm. Her smile curls into something sly as she unveils her scheme to whip up a powerful drug from marijuana. Alma has totally shut it down and she's left staring like, what kind of childhood could have shaped someone like her? Yuria beams and calls him Almas-kun, but he quickly insists she just drop the honorific. She throws out her name, Yuria, and tells them straight up they're the same age so they can drop the formalities. Her curious eyes flick to Alma's companions and she starts clocking them, trying to figure out exactly who they are. Ron and Rose started with introductions, and Rose shot back a dry remark about her drug-making hobby. Yuri's eyes narrow hard, and her gaze locks onto Alma's with razor-sharp intensity. She presses him on where he came from and he dodges the answer, mumbling that a village sits a full day's journey away. Noticing that amazing caramel grass, she demanded to know where he tracked down all that treasure. Alma leaned in with a sly grin, teasing, so what are we getting in return for sharing all this? Her smile fades into sharp focus, and she lays out a deal with pure, no-nonsense seriousness. She offers him one gold coin every month if he can keep the grass coming without stopping. His face bursts into surprise and pure joy when he realizes the offer is way more lucrative than he ever expected. Yuria makes it crystal clear, they'll meet here every month, no excuses for their exchange. They sealed their brand new business deal with a sharp, no-nonsense handshake, rock solid and final. She blares, I've got to head back home, before my dad roasts me for being late. As she walks away, she drops a cryptic line about his blessing, and Almas is left totally baffled. The camera swings away to quiet village rooftops, where the clouds hang in the sky like they're holding their breath. Back in their village, Tetris snaps at Almas and orders him to drill those good morning words until he gets them right. He fumbles over every word in that unfamiliar language, voice cracking as he tries to say them right during the lesson. Tetra shoots him a sharp look, fixes his pronunciation like it's the only thing that matters, and orders him to try again. He clenched his thoughts and braced for the brutal nightmare of losing his power to communicate. He remembers his power isn't truly his, it's a borrowed blessing he'll have to hand back one day. Almas decides to corner Tetra with a question, anything to finally get a grip on his brand new surroundings. He politely but firmly asks her to lay out everything she knows about this world. Tetra stared up at him with a steely face, bracing herself to start explaining. She tells him right from the start that they're living on the Adelia Peninsula, like it's the most important detail in the world. A map pops up showing the Rosal Kingdom sitting in Kairusia to the south. Then she drops a bombshell. She's half Kurisian and half Adelian. Alma's lights up because this isn't just a clue, it's proof. She's bilingual and she even knows how to speak Kurasian. Tetra drops a sharp political bombshell, revealing how the Ross Kingdom's government stays weirdly loose and unsteady. Then he asks, "Can you write too?" And she fires back, "Yeah, I can." To his shock, she reveals the Adelian language never had a written form at all. He nods, confirms she's writing in Kurasian, and then leans in like, "Teach me that language too, please." With gratitude burning bright in his chest, Alma decides he has to give her something back for her help. He grills her on her math skills and learns fast they only stretch to basic arithmetic. He can't stop wondering, does she have a kind of knowledge nobody else in their village's kids even comes close to? With a sly grin, he tells her he'll show her something fresh and mind-blowing tomorrow. The next day, Alma marched in front of the kids and declared they'd be learning addition. Right as the lesson starts, Lulu, the little firecracker herself, cuts in instantly and blurts out a question. The other kids start shouting back, demanding to know what good math even does, and screaming that it's tyranny. He calmly explains that if you can't calculate, you're basically handing traitors the chance to cheat you. He calls on Ron and Rosewood to back up his claim and prove he's telling the truth. Two boys squirm, admit they've been totally played and cheated out of what they were owed. Alma tells them that learning to calculate opens up way more doors for their future. He told Tetra to count to 10. She started reciting, then slipped and missed a number. He calls it out, straight up telling the confused kids that he left out absolutely nothing. He breaks down the idea of zero, meaning nothing at all, something nobody in this world even knows exists. He can't help but marvel at how brilliant Arabic numerals are, but Tetra snatches that idea and calls them way too complicated. A month later, that confident Tetra steps up with a proud grin and declares she's wiped out every last problem. Alma's eyes a little tired but blazing with pride, admits how far she's come in just the last month. A tiny chart lays out the exact rankings of the kids' math skills. His peer tutoring plan blew up when Tetra swept the rankings, then forced him to teach everyone. A hilarious picture shows a stressed Tetra getting totally mobbed by her classmates, like they're all swarming her at once. She snaps that it's totally unfair for her to teach for free, then demands to finally learn algebra. Alma turns the tide, granting her a killer special perk, private advanced lessons. He kicks off lessons in multiplication, starting by drilling her on 4-digit numbers. Tetra leans in and demands, "So every single person back in my homeland can pull off calculations like this." He confirms it, then drops a compliment. Her foundational knowledge is even stronger. With a soft little smile, Tetra leans in and asks if he's praising her for all her hard work. Alma leans in and gives her a soft, affectionate pat right on the head. Then she leaned in and demanded to know why everyone in his country can soak up knowledge like it's effortless. He pits her world's idea of knowledge, pure gold, against the values that run his society. He lays it out plain: universal education isn't just a dream, it's up to adults to build, and it's the only way the country can truly grow. Then she pivots the conversation and goes, "So when are you finally going to get fluent in our languages?" He throws down a brutal question. If he ever lost his language blessing, how would he even teach her? A brand new title page slams you straight into the start of the story's 7th chapter. A while later, Yuria marches into a shop and greets Alma's, then leans in and asks if he's got the herbs. He shoots a grin and confirms he brought the caramel grass, exactly like he promised. And he demanded to know where Ron and Rosewood had vanished to. Yuri tells him the other two boys stayed home this time. Her smile drops into something sharp and serious as she leans in and tells him, "We need to talk, this is big." She makes it crystal clear that their whole conversation is only about one thing, his blessing. Alma's eyes widen at her blunt honesty, but she nods and agrees to hear everything she knows. Yuria drops the truth. She knows he's been side-eyeing his blessing for a whole month. She tells you that her research says blessings first came straight from fairies, like gifts they handed out. A charming illustration shows two tiny winged fairies zooming over a flower field, like they're on the run from something magical. She says this wild origin is exactly what makes her sure he's been blessed. Yuria unveils her own rare power. She can see everyone's blessings like they're glowing right in front of her. An ornate carving spills out her secret power, the see-through blessing. Staring straight at a frozen, speechless Almas, she blurts out the name of his power. He keeps blurting the name over and over, stunned out of his mind, demanding to know if the king's blessing really is meant for him. That chilling picture of a skeletal king screams one thing: the more followers he gathers, the more his power explodes. He finally clicks. Those wild power boosts happen because the kids bought into him, accepted him as their leader. Yuria nods like he just proved it, then braces himself to fire off his next question. She spots that he calls the Romalia forest home and presses, "So, do you really fear the Griffin's curse?" Alma's freezes in total shock, demanding to know how she could possibly have tracked down his location. She leans in and reveals her second power, the blessing of Heaven's Eye, which lets her see the future through clairvoyance. With this power in her hands, she watched him and his friends step into the forest. Realizing just how dangerous her power is, Alma leans in and demands, "How do you dodge the Griffin's curse?" Yuria drops a jaw-shattering truth: there isn't any curse at all. Alma finally decides to open up to her about what's going on, but he steels himself not to spill the truth about his reincarnation. With a grim look on her face, she snaps to the truth: every last one of them is an abandoned child. She locks eyes with him, determination blazing, and swears she'll keep every secret he trusts her with safe. Visibly relieved, Alma throws his sincere thanks at her, grateful for her understanding and for her vow of silence. Yuria beams at Alma, practically begging him to join her for a shopping trip. Staring over the non-stop city, they almost choke on a gasp of pure shock and dismay. Soon, he's buried under a towering pile of packages, staring at the sheer madness of her shopping and regretting every step. Yuria leans in and keeps pointing out even more things he needs to buy. She teases a complaining Alma and tells him to act like a man, while a stunned bystander gapes at how strong he really is. Alma grills her, demanding answers about the weird pile of herbs and rocks she just bought. With a sly little grin, she drops the truth: she's a hoodoo and she practices magic. She cracks it wide open: hoodoo isn't just curses, it can forge those deadly barriers right inside medicine. Yuria claims this practice helps every single person on Earth. And it hits him back in his old world: her talent would have crowned her as a brutally respected doctor. Flash of the Griffin's voice about human-made curses rips through his mind. With her hands full of groceries, Alma's carried her purchases home and peppered the conversation by asking what she thought about the recent famine. She lays it out: people say a gang of powerful witches did it. He's frozen in horror, thinking, what kind of monster would unleash a curse this massive across so many people? Yuria clenches her jaw and decides this had to be a whole nation behind it, not some lone person. She can't stop replaying it: thousands would die from a curse this massive, and the thought crushes her. As they head out, she leans in and tells him, "Don't stress, nothing's going to happen." With a fierce stare, Yuria promises she won't go easy on the perpetrators next time. Her fierce resolve slams into Alma's, and for a moment, he's completely lost for words. Then he fires off an irresistible invitation, begging her to come visit his village in Romalia. Yuria lights up at the offer, practically begging, "Wait, can I really go?" She realizes she can't just bolt. First, she has to go ask her father for permission to leave the city. I'll almost ask her to teach him next time. He offers to foot the bill for her lessons, but she just pauses like she's weighing whether to take it. Yuria smiles as he waves the money away, laughing that they're not customers, they're friends. Alma gets hit with a sudden declaration of friendship, and his whole face just freezes in shock and confusion. She leans in, worried, and asks if he really doesn't see them as friends. "I'm gonna miss the kind of reasons only a real friend could have, because somehow they carried all that weight for you." Grinning at his logic, she declares him her friend, right as he's stumbling, crushed under the weight. He presses her again, demanding to know why she can't teach him the art of hoodoo. She lays it out clearly: the gap between male and female practitioners is massive. He questions the male minority, but she smirks and says she can feel aptitude, something he just doesn't have. Shattered and defeated, Alma turns around and heads for home, then demands to know exactly where she lives. Yuria squirmed and blushed, totally flustered, and couldn't spit out a straight answer about where she's from. Right then, a voice rings out and Alma instantly clocks the name: Bolton. He yells at Bolton to come out right now, no delays. A hulking, muscular giant steps up behind him and politely asks what Yuria needs. Alma's eyes go wide the moment the man suddenly appears, reeking of alcohol so strong it hits her like a punch. Yuria flashes a playful grin and introduces Bolton like he's her thing, her bodyguard, straight up. Bolton lets out a sharp, wry chuckle, clocking the clear look that says she can't stand him. He whips around to Alma's and sincerely thanks him for stepping in to help Yuria-sama. Yuria snaps into action, pressing a flustered Alma's to hand those packages straight to Bolton. When Alma's asked why she didn't bring him, she snapped back that it's because he reeks. Alma shoves the heavy load into the bodyguard's hands. Bolton's eyes popped wide with shock as the items hit him with an unbelievable weight. He's struggling to keep up, stunned that this tiny kid is hauling all that weight like it's nothing. As Bolton trudges off, Yuria and Alma's beam and wave him off with a bright, cheerful goodbye. The story snaps to Alma's village, where a plain little building sits surrounded by trees like it's hiding a secret. Alma steps up to the villagers and tells them the good news: everything's steady, from their money to their food. He points out that stuff you actually need, like clothes and salt, costs way too much. One kid blurts out that they've gotta start making way more than just food. Everyone else wears worry on their faces, shooting back, what on earth are we supposed to make? Alma's just revealed their next big plan, **** pottery ****, and now they've got to build a kiln from scratch. That weird new word hits Tetra and the rest of the kids like a punch to the brain, and everyone just stares, completely baffled. He admits he can't name the exact method, but he pushes the idea: let's build a traditional one. With fresh fire in his eyes, Alma shouts for everyone to grab their hoses and axes. When they ask where to build it, he jabs a finger toward a nearby slope. The diagram shows why a kiln loves a slope. The hot air surges upward, keeping the heat soaring where it needs to be. He admits the brutal truth right away: their toughest enemy is the sheer mountain of physical labor waiting to crush them. Even with it all going sideways, he fires them up with a fierce, no excuses shout: just do it. A clean white screen flashes the chapter title card, like the story is about to rip open. A flashback kicks off as Alma's leans in and grills Yurio: tell me, what do people around here call truly valuable? He straight up tells them he needs something he can trade for salt and clothes. Yuria pitches pottery, but Alma's raises an eyebrow at the usual local stuff, totally unconvinced. She raves about pottery from her homeland, Carisha, superior in strength, built to last, and bursting with color. Alma's can't stop thinking about one thing: pottery so durable and bursting with color it feels impossible. His thoughts snap the pieces together: Jaman roots buried in Ye pottery from his old world. He suddenly realizes the answer isn't magic at all, it's an ***, a special kind of kiln built for firing masterpieces. He gets it: only a sealed space can trap the heat and keep it soaring, steady, and intense. Their new project aims straight for a simple archbrick kiln, the real prize sitting right in front of them. The camera tilts up, revealing the forest canopy looming above the construction site. Chop, 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 the sound rings out as they scramble to gather wood for what they're about to pull off. Alma declares, once I make Sue wear those pots, our village will finally have a specialty everyone can brag about. A wide shot sweeps over the settlement. Thick, endless forest walls rise on every side, swallowing everything in green. Tetra stares at Alma's superhuman strength in pure disbelief, then he claims it's all thanks to his blessing. He tells everyone his blessing amps him up to the strength of several people, so yeah, it's built for brutal hard labor. Alma's wipes the sweat from his brow and declares that the first round of digging is done. When the boy blurts, what's next, Alma's points to the clay they've just dug up. He grips that lump and lays out why it's crucial: because it's what makes the kiln seal up airtight. He makes it crystal clear: the kiln needs a perfectly airtight seal or all that heat just escapes. A determined villager slaps on a thick clay mixture, covering the kiln's outside like it's his mission. Alma insists that without a perfect, airtight seal, there's no way they can get Sue to wear it. He admits he's building the kiln using nothing but scraps of memory from his past life. Staring at the finished structure, he can't believe it. Somehow it turned out even better than he ever dared to hope. Now that the kiln's built, he beams and declares that the handicraft phase is finally here. The pottery session kicks off with one boy grinning as he hurls a lump of clay at another kid, pure payback. A ruthless Tetris of sorts snaps at the boys, furious that they've been flinging clay all over the workshop. Alma can't stop questioning why they've got so much tableware, even as the fun chaos keeps spiraling out of control. He fires a warning at them: if those fragile items shatter, the blame lands squarely on them. A whole rack of finished pots sits there, still raw and waiting, unfired, ready to dry. When the boy's plate cracks, Alma snaps back and explains it was never fixed on right in the first place. He stacks the dried pots into the kiln, then quietly braces himself for whatever his clunky, amateur-built furnace decides to do. The kiln blasts to life and a wall of thick smoke erupts skyward like it's trying to claw its way into the clouds. Kids gasp and cheer as the finished pot gets yanked from the kiln, right in front of their eyes. Alma's leans in and tells them, straight-faced, that this pot is worth way more than any of the local reddish pottery around here. Tetra can't stop admiring its gorgeous grayish glow and almost drops the truth, this is Kurisabe. He grins with pure pride, soaking in their incredible win, even though they're just amateurs. Another girl's pot shattered and she immediately turned on the boys, blaming them for messing around earlier. I'm gonna miss Winks cheering them on, telling them to come back even stronger next time. His companions burst into cheers because they know the clock's on their side, there's loads of time and chances to get even better. Careful hand sets down a block of wood and demands they leave zero space. Almas drops in the next piece of the puzzle and declares, charcoal's next, now we burn our way forward. He breaks down exactly how to stuff dried leaves into those tiny leftover gaps. With a flaming torch in hand, he blasts out a vow, he's going to set the brand new kiln ablaze. A tiny crew of kids crowds around the kiln, staring wide-eyed as Almas gets ready. He lays out the plan to seal it the very next day, turning it all into charcoal. Tetra clocks the whole thing as if it's pottery, only it needs barely any oxygen to work. Another girl, completely thrown off by that word, blurts out, wait, what exactly is oxygen? Almas breaks it down, oxygen is the secret ingredient in the air that makes fire ignite. Tetra leans in with a sharp, thoughtful question, why in the world doesn't oxygen burn? He breaks it down, burning is a chemical reaction and oxygen charges in, helping everything else catch fire. With a sharp, focused stare, Tetra decides, she thinks she finally gets what he means. Thick smoke suddenly starts pouring out of the newly fired kiln, and it screams that something's gone horribly wrong. An axe flashes on screen and right as a creak sound effect pops up, you can feel the idea ignite in the air. Almas leans in, eyes locked on the smoke seeping out, and her stomach drops as she realizes this situation is seriously going south. He sighs in frustration because there are no modern materials around, like barrels, that could seal the kiln the right way. Right after winter breaks, a massive winged beast swoops in, dropping off a whole new batch of kids like a storm made of destiny. Alma spots the crowd numbers swelling and immediately grills Tetra about how the whole tax system works. She breaks it down into 4 huge taxes: land, population, labor, and even conscription. He starts wondering if Ross's low taxes somehow made them forget the newcomers, like they got left behind. A fresh-faced girl from the new group leans in and demands to know the real truth behind everything that's happening. An establishing shot sweeps over their growing settlement, and those plain, blocky little homes pop into view like the town's just getting started, right before everything explodes. The girl bluntly confirms that she and her parents really were citizens of Russis. She starts spilling everything about the brutal mess surrounding the Ash noble family. Tetra's eyes went wide in shock when she heard the Ash family head had been betrayed. The girl spills that the traitors sparked a messy domestic fight the king never okayed. Almas finally clicks and realizes that this whole clash is what slammed everyone with brutal taxes just to keep the war funded. Shaken to the core, Tetra blurts out, tell me, this crushing story is the real truth, right? She whips around and sprints off in a flash, and the others are left frozen in shock as they shout her name after her. Almas shouts at her to stop, then drops to the ground in a cramped alleyway, collapsing hard. He barrels in and yanks her arm, demanding to know exactly where she's headed. With a tear-streaked face, she grimly admitted she finally understood what happened to her parents. Alma stands right beside her, slipping a comforting hand onto her shoulder to steady her. He pulls her tight into the alley's shadows, murmuring reassurance that everything's going to be okay. A wide shot sweeps over the village, quiet, still, and peaceful, like the world is holding its breath for something heavy. A quick look upward reveals the sky hanging over the rooftops of their humble little homes. Later, Tetra finally slumps into bed and crashes hard, worn out by the emotional storm that just wrecked her. Alma keeps watch from the shadows, staring into the weight of a past that clearly broke her and shaped her. Another girl leans in and asks Almas what's wrong with Tetra, and you can practically see her worry burning through every word. The young boy can't believe his eyes. He remarks that it's insanely rare to ever see Tetra cry like that. Almas tells them it's totally normal if the kids cry, nightmares hit hard, and loneliness can sting just as much. He leans into a worried Ron and admits, I've never seen her cry before, not once. 3 kids stride down a peaceful village street, living their day like nothing can touch them, until everything does. Almas leaned in and confessed to his friend that he was secretly relieved she finally spilled the truth. He tells her straight up that swallowing her sadness and forcing the tears back will only poison her from the inside. He orders everyone to keep their cool around her the moment she wakes up. The whole group nods and heads back to the fields, silently so they won't wake her. Alma stares off and his thoughts suddenly slam into place with fresh, weighty worry. He realizes he has to map out his next move, because everyone's future is hanging in the balance. An opening shot sweeps across the Rose's kingdom, an enormous, sun-soaked city stretching as far as the eye can see. A sign swings above the door, pointing them straight to their destination as the city roars all around. Alma leans in and asks his friend Yulia if he can meet her father. He stares with a tight, uneasy look, holding his breath as he waits for her big, crucial answer. Yulia's eyes widen as his sudden, no-jokes request hits her like a punch. She nods and explains it like it's no big deal. Her dad always insists on meeting her friends anyway. Alma's face hardens with grim resolve, like he's been wrestling this decision for ages. He stared at the map and laid out his plan, an alliance that would keep them safe. He realizes they can't keep hiding behind the Griffin's shield forever. Yulia listens closely, then lets out a small, relieved sigh like she finally gets where he's coming from. She tells him plain and clear, if that's what you want, I'll do exactly what you say. As they ride through the streets, Alma can't stop staring at the giant houses towering over this part of town. Then it hits him, those towering gates, that grand architecture, and he realizes they're charging straight for the palace. Horror creeps into his chest as he sputters that he can't believe where she's dragging him. A tough, mustached man steps in and proudly announces, "I'm Yulia's father." Yulia blushes and admits she totally forgot to tell Alma that her father is the king. Alma panicked on the spot, muttering that he wasn't ready at all to face a king. He chokes out a cough, trying to steady his nerves as the king fixes him with a brutal stare. Alma drops to one knee, introduces himself with full ceremony, and swears, honestly and proudly, that he's honored to call her his friend. The king leans in and tells him to drop the stiff formalities, then invites him to speak like he's a friend's father. He leans in and admits it's the very first time Yulia has ever brought a friend into his world. The king leans in and tells everyone the real reason Yulia has no friends, because she's been locked in on her magic studies day after day. Alma finally clocks it. He wasn't pretending at all when he carried everything for her. Then the king snaps the mood into something way more serious and steers the conversation to the real issue. He quickly pieces it together. Alma isn't just looking for help, she's hunting a dangerous alliance with someone truly powerful. Alma snapped a drop of sweat off his face the second he realized somebody had seen right through him. The king steps in right away, promising he'll gladly back the first friend of his daughter. Alma agrees to spill the truth, then chooses to leave out the whole story of his reincarnation. The sight of the capital city looms over them, setting the stage for the big talk they can't afford to mess up. King clenches his jaw and shoulders the blame for his people abandoning their own children. He makes it crystal clear he's not begging for refuge or any kind of deal like that. He shuts down that idea too, and the moment he gets Alma's, everything clicks. King drops into a deep, floor-touching bow before the young boy. Alma freezes in shock as the ruler of an entire country drops to his knees to bow to him. King straightens up, face hardening into full seriousness as he gets ready to throw his offer on the table. He throws the doors wide open and officially welcomes Alma's people to claim citizenship in his kingdom. He breaks down a law that wipes out taxes for 5 whole years on brand new lands. I've gotta ask, does this mean we're finally safe from tax problems, considering everything they're dealing with? The king is so sure that after 5 years, those kids will be fully able to stand on their own. Alma drops his head, nodding with relief as he accepts the deal, and swears he'll pay the taxes later. Yulia warmly welcomes them to her country, and her father's grin of approval beams right along with her. A surge of pure relief hits Alma so hard they almost forget to breathe, because their future is finally secured. He grins, finally letting out a calm breath, because those kids now have a rock-solid foundation. His relief barely lasts before dread hits. Those crushing taxes might be the real problem. The king leans in and demands to know if any of the kids belong to the fallen Ash family. Alma's silence seals it. The king's suspicion clicks into place, and he starts turning the whole terrifying meaning over and over in his head. The king lets out a heavy sigh, fully realizing just how tangled and dangerous this whole situation really is. He bursts out that he's got 3 demands of his own for Alma's. Alma's is stunned, staring at all the requests piling up like, why are people coming at him with so many? He bites the bullet and resigns himself to it. There's barely any choice left, so he has to listen. The king's very first move, he demands an intro to Alma's village so they can verify everything firsthand. Alma knows the king's first demand is just one thing: figure out if he's a threat. Then the monarch demanded everyone stay friends with his daughter, Yulia. And just when everyone thinks it's over, he drops one last wild request. Alma's has to teach math to a stunned Yulia. Alma can't help but wonder why there aren't better tutors for that huge, important job. King finally lets it slip. He's heard that Alma's math skills are leagues ahead of everyone else. He awkwardly blurts out that his daughter is terrible at math, especially the brutal, complex calculations. Alma leans in and tosses the princess a quick division problem to prove his point. A brutal flashback drags us back to the moment Yulia's old teachers get worn down by her non-stop struggles, until despair finally wins. Yulia flashes a confident smile as she picks the wrong answer, straight up proving her father's hunch right. King figures, since Alma's is my friend, she'll teach her. When Alma's asks about payment, the king doesn't hesitate. He slides across a generous monthly gold coin. Alma's nods and agrees to help, but Yulia breaks down and wails, begging to learn magic instead. Then the camera whips outward, revealing the city's skyline in one huge, breathtaking wide shot. Later, the king leans in and tells his brother the truth. He's caught feelings for Almas. His brother Raymond storms in and demands, "What were you just about to do?" King pretends he doesn't get it, then leans in and demands, "Raymond, what do you mean by planning?" Raymond can't believe it. He's questioning why they'd hand Yulia's personal tutoring to a commoner boy. He's basically telling his brother, "Don't you try to hide what you're really up to from me. I already know your true intentions." King casually tosses out the idea that if Yulia learns with a friend, she'll pick it up way faster. Ramon locks eyes on his brother, totally unconvinced by that "just trust me" explanation. King's face twists as the truth hits. His brother saw right through the flimsy trick. He finally lays out his master plan, betting everything on the boy the griffin shielded. Raymond freezes in shock when he finally realizes he's talking about the legendary mythical griffin. King leans in and says people can't resist mysterious tales about kids raised by beasts. He points out that their own people aren't any different. Everyone's just as hooked on stories like these. Raymond realizes that staying near the boy won't hurt him, and it might even come in handy. He blurts out that it finally clicks. He understands the genius political playpiece perfectly. King cracks and admits he doesn't have a plan yet, but he's going to keep a sharp eye on Alma's. Ramon hypes up his brother's sharp foresight, but the king just smiles and brushes the compliment off with humility. Elsewhere, Enoble chokes on regret because he can't stop himself from failing to protect the mighty Lego Ash family. He admits it's a brutal gut punch for their faction to lose an ally that strong. He adds that the real problem is way messier than that one simple loss. It turns out his failure wasn't just bad luck, something way deeper is breaking, and it's a crisis of faith. This whole event crushed trust in their leaders so hard that even other grand families started doubting them. Noble stared on, eyes wide with dread, sweat pouring as panic swallowed every breath. He straight up declares their biggest, most urgent problem is a dangerous alliance forming among the nearby kingdoms. Rage flashes in his eyes as he watches King Hermie march troops straight into their territory. The king shoots a grim look at the coming threat, hyena, like he already knows the storm is on its way. He whispers to his brother that their cursed shortage of male heirs is making everything brutally hard. King catches Raymond's misery and snaps, "Don't look like that," his voice shaking as he remembers his late queen. He sits there and realizes his queen vanished. Yulia left him, then she dies of that illness, and he calls it faith. He can't help but laugh at the irony. Raymond has no son either, so he can't pass anything on. Raymond pleads with his brother to shut it, stop dragging up those brutal, painful memories. He's frantic, urging them to pick a branch family candidate to marry Yulia. Like clockwork, Yulia's tiny sneeze hits the air from somewhere far off. King turns to her and demands, "Are you okay? Are you cold?" He leans in and tells his brother the one thing he wants most, just for Yulia to be happy. Staring out over the city, the king murmurs a terrifying hunch. His country is about to fall. He digs in his heels and swears he'll find an answer before it's too late, while he's still alive. His gaze locks onto Alma's and Yulia, and he's convinced the Griffin's kid is the spark of hope. He keeps wishing he'll live long enough to watch that bright future finally turn into something real. The king doesn't even realize it, but his very first move already unleashed a miracle that's changed the whole land. Alma's mind snaps to Tetra, because lately she's been acting downright weird. He keeps an eye on her lately and something feels way off. She's uneasy, distant, and clearly not herself. Tetra looks rattled and lost in her own thoughts, so unlike her usual self, it's instantly noticeable. Even though she's always been timid, something out there has been creeping into her chest and turning every moment into pure anxiety. Her weird behavior has gotten so blatant that people can't ignore it anymore. They're finally starting to notice. Almaz decides right then, if something's wrong, he won't let it spiral any farther. He tracks down Tetra, leans in close, and softly presses her, asking what's been weighing on her lately. She whips around to him, stunned that he's clocked the pain she's been hiding inside. Almaz admits that her recent behavior has been painfully obvious to everyone. Tetra plants a firm step forward, ready to finally spill the truth to him. She demanded he swear right there that he'd keep her secret and not breathe a word to anyone about what she was about to spill. Almost gives in, promising her that her secret is locked tight with him. She inhales hard, steels her courage, and braces for the brutal truth she's about to spill. With a steady, serious stare, she finally drops the truth. Her real name is Tetra Ash. Almaz watches in silence, and when the puzzle pieces snap together, his serious expression hardens like a warning. He finally clicks. Her weird behavior all began the moment the Ash family news hit. Tetra flinches at the fact that he isn't shocked at all, but then he admits he always had a gut feeling something was off. He admits he never, ever thought he'd run into a princess from the mighty Ash family there. He reassures her that her identity changes nothing. She's still the same Tetra. Tetra lowers his gaze and quietly absorbs every word, letting himself accept the kindness. Her face lights up with a bright smile as she thanks him, and happiness floods her all at once. Alma slips her smile back on, finally breathing out as that heavy emotional weight loosens and eases off her chest. And he leaned in and demanded to know exactly what's been wrecking her from the inside. Her face hardens the moment she admits it. She knows her parents are already gone. She spills her confession with a trembling, desperate hope. Maybe they're not doomed, maybe they're just being held captive. Rage twists her face as she spits out that she'll never forgive Robert Fermi. She clenches her fist and her resolve turns into pure, blazing anger. Almaz leans in and demands, was Robert Fermi my follower behind the death of my parents? She confirms he wasn't just some helper, he was her father's trusted subordinate, brought up from humble commoner roots. She clenches her vow like it's a blade in her hand, declaring, I can't forgive you and I won't. They just stand there in silence, and her words slam into the air like they weigh a ton. Then I'll have to corner her with a straight-up, heavy question about revenge. Tetra freezes for a beat, her eyes dropping as she finally blurts out that she has no idea. Over the rooftops of their village, she bears her heart, torn between ruthless vengeance and the family that's finally become her home. Almaz realizes she's caught in the deadliest tug-of-war, revenge for her murdered family, or whatever else her heart is still trying to hold onto. She refuses to lose the friends she finally found and calls home. He takes in the simple houses of their village, and something calm clicks into place inside him. He swears right to her face that not a single soul in their community will ever leave her behind. Tetra stares up at him, stunned, and her heart swells at the sight of his unshakable support. Remembering what his parents always told him, he hands her a brand new way to see everything. He stops, studies every word like it matters, and keeps his hand pressed to his chin before he finally speaks. He tells her to lock in on one thing, protect him, and everyone else back in their village. He hypes her up, praises her brains, and tells her she's smarter than him. She stares at him, stunned, and wonders if he really means her. A sharp, knowing grin snaps onto Alma's face as his plan finally clicks into place. Doubt slips away, and a brilliant, determined smile bursts across her face as she grabs hold of her new purpose. Alma nodded, a fresh spark lighting up her resolve and burning off every last doubt. He shoots off one last, serious request and with a firm gesture seals the fact that they're fully locked in and ready to go. Blushing hard, Almaz leans into Tetra and tells her, gently but firmly, that she matters and she can't keep trying to carry everything alone. Tetra tilts her head up at him, eyes wide and curious, absorbing every word as his heartfelt confession pours out. She's totally rattled by his sudden confession, dropping into a crouch, hands flying to her face as her whole world spins. He stares at her with a puzzled face, completely thrown off by her shy little reaction. Deep down, he decides their brother-sister bond should kill any shyness before it even starts. The narrator says he's speaking in his native Adelnian tongue, so every word hits harder, more sincere than ever. She feels it in her bones. If she doesn't grab this moment and speak up, she'll turn into a coward. Stealing her resolve in the best way, Tetra braces herself, then gets ready to spill her own true, heartfelt confession. With her eyes squeezed shut, she finally forces herself to admit the affection she's been hiding. Suddenly, Soyeon pops in with a grin, chirping that gardening is her favorite thing in the world. She slams into the moment and interrupts them mid-intensity, demanding to know if they're talking about something that actually matters. When Tetra's cheeks flare with that kind of closeness, Soyeon totally misreads the whole moment. She blurts out a frantic apology for interrupting, then darts away in a flash so they can have their moment in peace. From a safe distance, she blares it out, Almas and Tetra are secretly dating. He lets out a breath of relief as Soyeon's wild antics snap Tetra right back into her usual self. In the grand hall of Reshus, the king leans in and demands of Almas, "So, you've come here to hate my daughter." Almas explains, "I wasn't up to anything, I was just curious how long that tutoring gig was supposed to last." The king drops the truth, this role has no fixed end date, and it'll stay yours for as long as it takes. With a soft gesture, he tells Almas she's always welcome to drop by, visit, and play. And he leaned in and demanded to know who his shogi opponent would be if Almas stopped showing up. Shocked to the core, Almas finally blurts out the truth, he's the one who made the shogi board. One panel shows Adelina's homeland is starved for fun, there's basically nothing to do. He throws himself back into that moment, choosing to craft the wargame of shogi because he needed to fill that crushing emptiness. A young woman leans in and says the game has been copied so easily it's basically worthless for profit. Almas freezes for a beat, stunned by how sharp and spot-on her observation is. He finally clicks, this world doesn't even know what patents are, so his invention has zero protection. Because the game was built so simply, anyone could steal the idea and copy it, so there was no way to make real, honest profit. He chose the smartest move, climb the ladder of respect by putting the game right in front of the king. The king relives that moment with a warm smile and ushers Almas in, inviting him to take a seat. Almas can't stop thinking about how shogi could totally open a whole new future career path for him. He yanks the talk back to the here and now and zeroes in on Yuria's situation. He pressed the king and demanded to know if Yuria had no other friends just because she never got the chance. The king finally admits it, Almas is the only friend she's got. He shoots out this vague hint about an old feud with another family, and that's what pushed her into isolation. The king shuts down the whole idea that Yuria is only supposed to stick to good friendships. He says those commoner girls get so intimidated by her royal status that they can't even bring themselves to approach her. Almas clocks it instantly, Yuria doesn't look like the kind of person who'd wave her authority around. The king nods and seals it, confirming his daughter isn't the type to ever fall for that kind of nonsense. She lets the truth slip, being a princess isn't even the only thing that makes her impossible to ignore. She's got a once-in-a-thousand-years talent, the kind that's practically screaming she'll be crowned chief priestess. The king declares that her incredible talent is already famous across the entire kingdom. The lavish royal hall looms behind them, setting the stage for their high-stakes discussion. He realizes the only thing that truly matters is that she's his one precious daughter. The king leans in and declares that Yuri's future husband is destined to seize the throne as the next king. He realizes that people who don't know how high she's ranked get treated as the safe kind of friends. He shuts down the plan to blend her in with the townspeople, too complicated, too risky. Her face is so famous in the capital that there's no way she could ever slip unnoticed into the crowd. He remembers how Alma's bond with her wasn't planned at all, it's sparked by pure necessity and somehow became real friendship anyway. Almas can't stop thinking about how he needs trustworthy kids who don't even know what's going on with Yuria. He lights up and proudly pitches his own village as her next stop, urging her to visit, meet new people, and make real friends. King freezes for a beat, hands on his mustache, while the proposal rolls around in his mind. His face suddenly brightens as he blurts out, "Brilliant idea." The story snaps to a totally different part of the palace, one that feels way more relaxed than formal. Raymond challenges his brother's call to send Yuria straight into the dangerous Griffin Forest. The king leans in and reminds him that Raymond already signed off on the trip as safe before any of this ever happened. Raymond pushes harder and the king finally admits the truth, he already dispatched an owl magician to scout the place first. Raymond can barely believe it, his brother just launched a jaw-dropping reconnaissance mission, and it's way too risky for comfort. A panel bluntly warns you, soul riding is a deadly voodoo technique that can get you killed. The king breathes a huge sigh of relief, he reports that the magician's soul came back safely from the scouting mission. He straight up confirms that Almas really was telling the truth about talking to the Griffin. Raymond can't shake the question, why risk everything just to make a few friends? Quick little panel slams in like a breath of air, breaking up the non-stop, tense talk. The king grips a cup in his hands, acting like he's about to pour out a simple truth, when really, he's gearing up to reveal his real, deeper motive. He leans in, stuns Raymond, and declares his one mission: get Yuria to befriend that griffin. Raymond's jaw drops as he blurts out, "Are you seriously going through with this insane plan?" King finally admits it. Maybe his own thinking is way too naive. Raymond takes a sip, still reeling as that insane strategy sinks in. King leans into the silence, staring out at the horizon like he's already plotting tomorrow's fate. He adds that he's also fallen for Elmas in a personal, heart-on-his-sleeve kind of way. He takes a sip from his cup and then goes, "Hell yes, I'd gladly take Almas on as my vassal." Raymond lights up and enthusiastically declares that Almas is an exceptional young man. He raves about Almas's number-crunching brilliance and Christian's rare talent, like those skills are almost unheard of for someone his age. He argues that a kid this capable deserves to be handed some land of his own. King grins and jokingly offers his own family name to the list of possible in-laws. Raymond can't contain his excitement and blurts out, "Hey, could my family name be on that list too?" The two men burst into a hearty laugh, and you can practically see the respect they both have for Alma shining through. Yuria bursts into the village with a bright grin, cheerfully introducing herself to everyone she meets. Almas tells everyone that because of his idea, Yuria got invited to come visit. A thick wall of trees looms in the distance, instantly showing how cut off and rugged this village really is. He realizes she's their very first official guest, and she's already greeted everyone the right way. Villagers freeze in shocked silence, staring at the newcomer like they can't decide whether to scream, bow, or run. Tetra strides up to Yuria and presses her right then and there about what's going on between her and Almas. Europe slips her arm around Almas with playful confidence and straight up declares, "We're lovers." Almas is so rattled by her claim that she blurts out, "Stop your jokes." Villagers press for answers. Did it really happen? And one person admits the whole thing feels downright terrifying. He tries to brush off her words as teasing, but she just flashes a smile and won't back down. She slips in close and whispers, "Tell me, would you mind if I really want it that badly?" Out of nowhere, a brutal spike of pain hits him, and he jolts his gaze down to his feet. Tetra viciously stomped his foot down, and pure jealous rage took over. She glares up at him, cheeks puffed tight with silent, blazing fury. He winces and complains it hurts, begging her over and over not to stay this mad. The cover page explodes with Almas gripping an axe, a determined Tetra staring straight ahead like it's ready to strike. A fancy title page blooms on screen in ornate script, standing up like it's presenting the whole chapter for everyone to see. The scene plays out again as Almas begs the furious Tetra to cool off and stop taking it out on him. A wide shot sweeps over their little developing village, and everything looks simple, calm, and peaceful. The sound effect hits hard like a brutal Tetra stomp landing on Alma's foot with raw force. A towering, muscle-packed Bolton Pompey watches as Almas gets jolted and startles hard. He smirks to himself thinking, "Man, it must be brutal to carry all that popularity." Bolton gets officially revealed as Yuria's guard, watching her from afar like a silent watchdog. Almas stares as the guard kicks back and takes this long, lazy gulp straight from his flask. Bolton, wavy hair, a barely there beard, grins like he already owns the room. Almas, a spiky-haired kid, stares ahead with a tense, puzzled look that screams, "What's going on?" In the village, Bolton slouches against a barrel like he owns the place while Almas watches him, eyes curious and locked on him. Almas couldn't believe it. Why was Yuria's security detail so tiny for someone that important? Yuri points out that no guards are the king's loudest flex. He trusts Bolton with everything. Alma tells Bolton, "You must be insanely skilled. If you're the only one guarding the princess, then the stakes are nothing short of massive." Baldwin brushes off the praise with a humble shrug, swearing he's nothing but an alcoholic, so stop flattering him. And he smirks and playfully suggests it'd be a whole lot easier for Almas if he just ditched his duties. Bolton leans in close and fires off, "So, do you think it'll be a disaster if the king finds out?" With a warm grin, Almas shoots back at Bolton fast, swearing his so-called lazy behavior just isn't real. Bolton finally cracks and admits he's been keeping something from them this whole time. Almas's mind snaps back to Tetra. She's still wearing that same furious look from earlier, like the argument never ended. A flashback rips the mask off Tetra. She's Lagos Ash's daughter, and Lagos is someone the king knows well. Almas gets this in his bones. He's desperate for Tetra to come back to the Rose's kingdom so she can finally be happy. Tetra refuses a political marriage and frets over who'll even teach Alma her Christianity. Almas can't shake the dread that if Baltan ever uncovers Tetra's real identity, it'll all go up in flames. Another flashback rips us back to a younger Yuria, standing side by side with a 10-year-old Tetra at their social debut. Almas keeps telling himself that drunk Bolton probably won't even spot Tetra, especially not from that time. Bolton flips the conversation, pressing Almas about her plans for Yuria. Yuria cuts in and orders Bolton to ditch the formal honorifics and just call her by her name. Bolton rubs the back of his head like he's finally done arguing and is letting you call him that a little less formally. Then he turns to Almas and asks what game they're playing, and Almas shoots back that they'll drop the honorifics too. Almas shoots out a confident plan to teach the villagers how to wield voodoo magic. Bolton squints in disbelief, wondering if Yurio's wild hobbies can even count as playing. Almas nods and tells her straight up Yurio's got a taste for poisonous grass, so normal play is basically off the table. And then he drops the truth. His real plan is to hand the village real independence in every possible way. Almas looks at voodoo and admits, yeah, he can teach math, but learning that stuff, it's out of reach for him. He's clinging to one dream: maybe a few of the village girls will grow into terrifyingly skilled voodoo magicians. He's convinced the men need to learn how to fight back against those countercurses. And this plan would help Yuria forge stronger friendships and score even more caramel grass. Bolton snaps Almas's focus and braces to spill the secret he's been holding back. He lets the truth slip, he's just a commoner too, so there's no need to keep all that fancy formal talk. Bolton bursts with praise for Almas becoming a guard, saying the king cares more about skill than fancy status. Almas can't believe what she hears about the kingdom's promotion system. He just freezes for a second, stunned as the news slams into his brain. Alma fires back right away, nodding like, yeah, I get it, and accepts it without hesitation. Bolton is convinced that once Almas turns 17, right now at 14, those recruiters are coming and there's no stopping it. He even says Almas could land himself a whole territory of his own, if he just plays the game right. Bolton lays it out: this kingdom is so unstable, the king demands big things from outsiders like Almas, whether they're ready or not. Alma can't stop thinking about the irresistible idea of building a powerful family in this brand new world. Arton whips his focus to the girls doing voodoo practice, staring like he can't believe they're really learning it. Almas shoots back with total confidence, saying he can keep up with his math lessons, so voodoo should be totally fine. Bolton shoots him a skeptical look, like he's not buying a single word. He can't even believe it. He asks if Almas is really out here teaching the kids mathematics too. Alma stands tall and proudly shouts that the top students are even sharper than Yuria herself. Bolton and the other girls freeze in shock, and the whole room goes deadly quiet. He finds out Kirishin's teaching them to read and write too. Bolton's head spins as he can't stop wondering, does Almas have some kind of genius way of training people? Almas can't stop wondering whether this schooling will finally give Ron and the others a real shot at becoming bureaucrats. He's sure of one thing: everything in their future rides on the king's choice. Bolton leans in and declares it's time to hit the fields, pushing for answers about the village's unique farming. Almas freezes for a split second, thrown off by how fast the conversation flips. He finally clicks: Bolton isn't only a guard watching from the shadows, he's there to keep tabs on the whole village. Almas tells them that crop rotation keeps the field strong, so the harvest never dips. Bolton gets it instantly, then grills the guy about that weird farming tool, all while begging to claim the idea as his own. Almas spots the comb-like gadget and instantly calls it a Sembukoki, a deadly winnowing machine. Bolton leans in, all curious, and demands to know what the machine is for. Then Almas finally starts to explain. Overwhelmed, Bolton stares at the village's treasure chest of ideas and blurts, did Almas invent all of this? Honestly, I'd almost forge Sembukoki's teeth out of metal so they'd last and last. Bolton begged for a shot at redemption, and Almas handed him the failed prototypes to tear apart and study. Bolton catches another smell while keeping an eye on their pottery and charcoal production. He grips a pot tight, staring in disbelief as he realizes the village has insecticide knowledge that works right away. Almas points at a chrysanthemum and tells you it's a natural bug repellent. He admits in a low voice that every one of those ideas is just a souvenir dragged straight out of his past life. Bolton can't believe what this trip just gave him, way more than he ever expected. He thanks Almaz and declares, loud and clear, that this knowledge is undeniably a huge win for the country. Bolton clutches Almaz's hand, feels the gods haven't abandoned them yet, and vows he'll put in a good word. Yuria barges in on Almaz mid-call, then whips around to yell at the drunken Bolton to get out. Almaz shoots back with a heartfelt apology to Bolton, then blurts that the princess is calling for him. Yuria watches it all with a frown that says she's not impressed. She tells Bolton to drown himself in alcohol, and somehow he acts like it's the best idea he's ever heard. A fresh title page explodes onto the screen, revealing a sprawling city and a massive central building, like the story is kicking open the door to a whole new chapter. King leans in and grills Almaz about how Yuria's doing, whether she's finally making friends. Almaz reports that Yuria is having the time of her life. She's beaming as she happily receives a caramel herb souvenir. King nods, then gears up to interrogate Almaz about the next big issue. He unrolls the scroll and fires back questions about that rotary agriculture mentioned in Bolton's report. Almaz just stole the upper hand for a split second with that straight-up question. He suddenly clicks, this is the real reason they hauled him to the palace. Almaz lays it out plainly. Rotary agriculture lit up the 18th century English agricultural revolution like a game-changing spark. He says it's a proven theory, but every time he tries to explain it, he's forced to dodge the real truth, his reincarnation. He throws in a warning, he can't promise it'll work unless he gets a full 4-year rotation to prove it. King nods along and orders Almaz to log the harvest volume data and send it in. The king drums his fingers against the throne, eyes sharp as he prepares to fire off another game-changing question. He leans in and asks Almaz whether this method could be rolled out across the whole country. Almaz tells them they'd have to erase Rishu's common land, and that's a political minefield nobody wants to touch. The king rubs his mustache, eyes sharp as he realizes the true political maze running through his country system. Alma breaks down the English Second Enclosure campaign and throws a wild question, could something like that even work in Roses? He points at yet another problem and shows how the kingdom's whole fighting power is built on self-farming soldiers. King flat-out says cutting self-farming would smack their military's power right in the face. In Rishu's, your personal wealth decides how strong you are and what role you're made to play as a soldier. Those who have got the money grab spears and shields and step right into the ranks as spearmen. The rich can buy their own horses and ride out as cavalry. Poorest souls armed with barely anything are thrown into the front lines as light infantry. This system lets powerful families rake in wealth by riding the high tide of success and the chaos of war. The king clicks the truth into place and realizes this is exactly why Raz's clan doesn't have to snatch up land with force. Almaz decides that easing into rotary agriculture bit by bit is the smartest way to go. He tells them that unlike England, Roses runs things with reforms that come straight from the top. Almaz is convinced that once his village gets horses and cows, their progress will skyrocket. The king snaps the conversation onto a new track and promises Almaz a reward for introducing the Sembikoki. A wild idea suddenly slams into Almaz, the young, spiky-haired man. With hope blazing in his eyes, he leaned in and asked for farming horses. The king rewards him in a huge way, 2 shining horses and a whole year's supply of fodder. Alma's heart thundered as she marveled. She'd gotten those priceless animals way too easily. He treats the king's gift like it's worth 2 brand new farming vehicles and a whole year of fuel. Under a towering colonnade, the king finally leans in and speaks to Almaz once again. He admits he totally underestimated that young man's real potential before. Now the king stares at him like a miracle, calling him a true genius, blessed by the mythical griffin. Alma brushes off the praise with a humble grin, but the king isn't done yet. He's got more to lay on her. He demands that his brother Raymond show up for their crucial talk. The story glides into a gorgeous, sun-drenched stretch of the palace, all gold light and royal elegance. Raymond finally shows up and greets Almaz with a warm smile after being gone for ages. As everyone crowds in, the king leans forward and gears up to kick off their serious, no-nonsense discussion. 3 men huddle around a table while the king leans in and hands Almaz a question he can't afford to mess up. Almaz lays it all bare. This kingdom is hanging by a thread and everyone can feel it. The king demanded his reasoning, and the king's face went deadly serious as he leaned in to listen. Almaz says the nation's true power is forged from bloodlines and hard-won territory. He points out that the first noble families were fiercely loyal to the bone. But over generations, that loyalty got watered down, same way their bloodlines slowly thinned. Alma's watches as the nation keeps peeling away their allegiance, one painful scrap at a time. He points out that their land was handed down by inheritance, not gifted by the king. With everything spread out, trying to rally soldiers or kickstart business turns into a brutal nightmare. Kingdom's soldiers and money are split up between these powerful families. When a powerful family's rebellion erupts, it slams the nation's military to its knees. Alma shows loud and clear how local people's pushback can slam the brakes on giant national projects, like a dam. If those aristocrats are secretly connected to other nations, it can light the fuse for a full-blown war. The king and his brother go still, and realization dawns across their faces as they finally catch what it all means. King leans in and tells him straight up, no marriage with other nations, because the laws slam that door shut. Alma slices through the chaos and points out a jaw-dropping loophole in marriages between the big, powerful families. King and Raymond flat out admit there's a chance they never even once imagined before. A simple little diagram shows just how one revolt could snap through a whole web of family ties. Then the king turns to Alma's and demands his ideas to make the system stronger. Alma just sits there and realizes royalty practically sparkles with excitement the second politics hits the table. After a quick burst of thinking, he nods and confirms it. He's got a solution ready. With fire in his eyes, he vows that the world must be centralized. He drops a bombshell by bringing up the Taika reform from his past life in Japan. The Meiji government's Heian is another history blanket of proof. He cites it right there. He breaks it down. These reforms slam local governance under the central government's full control. King shuts his eyes like a final nod. He's accepting that Alma's idea is right. Alma's blinks in shock because they've just landed on the exact same conclusion. Raymond leans in and demands the exact steps he needs to pull this off. Alma lays it out: before you can elevate royalty, you've got to start with divine authority. He pitches an insane idea. What if the Rose's clan aren't just legends but descendants of gods? Raymond can't stop thinking it over, while Alma admits he's totally clueless about the local myths. The king leaned in and demanded, is there anything else you want to add to this plan? Alma snaps that they'll gut the powerful families, tax power, and seize control of the military. King leans in, stares hard, and keeps stroking his mustache like every second matters. He spills the truth: they've been hiding a secret plan to centralize everything. Alma can't believe it. Turns out someone already has this exact plan in motion. He suddenly realizes the King of Roses is way more dangerous and capable than he ever imagined. King finally admits he'd rather not use that method at all. He likens the whole plan to a cooking trick that turns the ingredients into rot. Suddenly, the king crumples over, clenching his stomach like it's being ripped apart by raw, gut-wrenching pain. Alma freezes in shock when he spots fresh blood splattered across the king's hand. The king crumples onto the table as his brother barrels in, rushing to catch him. Raymond drops everything to care for his sick brother, and you can tell it's tearing him up inside. King groans in pain, then forces himself to steady his breathing. He rushes to Alma's and swallows his pride, apologizing for exposing such a pathetic side. Worried Alma's demanded when the sickness first started. With a tired, worn look on his face, the king finally admits that 10 long years have passed. Alma's is left reeling at just how brutally long the king's suffering drags on. He can't help but wonder, wait, is this the real reason Yuria is so obsessed with voodoo magic? King totally catches what Alma's won't say, and he answers with a single, quiet sound. He lifts a dried-up, withered hand and declares that voodoo can't touch the sickness rotting inside him. Alma shot the king a blunt question: just how much time does he have left to live? King glares straight ahead and snaps that there's no way he's letting anyone tell him that information. Alma goes stone still, eyes locked forward, listening with pure focus as he waits for the king's command to drop. The king dumps an order on him: finish the centralization plan before he's gone. With a determined grin, Alma vows to give it everything he's got. The young girl sprints through the village, shouting that Alma is back. She buzzes with excitement and tells the other kids that he brought something absolutely incredible. A flashy promo cover blasts onto the screen, showing Alma's with the other main characters, and a young woman right at the center. The girl's eyes go wide in pure shock as something starts closing in on the village. Boom! Chapter 14's title card slams onto the screen. From far away, a lone figure spots a whole line of pack animals charging closer. Alma drives 2 magnificent horses into the village, and their packs are brimming full. The Villagers burst out to meet him, cheering their leader home like it was a victory parade. A wave of awe explodes across the kids' faces as they spot the two horses. A young boy beams with pure excitement as he reaches out to touch a horse for the very first time. Another boy gets a gentle scolding for being way too loud and rowdy around the animals. A calm, silver-haired girl sits rock still on the back of a horse, her silence screaming louder than any roar. Rosewood, a young man, locks eyes on her and freezes, pure shock on his face. The silver-haired girl shoots him a steady look, calm, neutral, and impossible to read. She slips into simple, daring clothes and grips the horse's reins like she's ready to take off. Rosewood corner Alma's and demand to know who the girl perched on the horses was. Alma steps in and calls her Rhea, the slave he just took. In a flashback, Alma's leans in and spills why he has to learn horse riding. He realizes you can't just wing it, you need real experience to handle those animals the right way. King nods and promises him a slave who's an absolute wizard at caring for horses. Raymond gets orders to escort Alma straight to the new servant. King locks eyes on the girl who's chosen, and when she asks to be heard, he demands her name, Rhea. In the present day, Alma grins and cheerfully introduces himself to Rhea. Rhea answers back in a totally unfamiliar tongue, and the words flash as eerie, strange symbols I can't even begin to read. Rosewood is completely stunned. She's never once heard the language Alma points out as Germany Sioux. Alma suddenly realizes, wait, it's not just Adelian and Christian out there are way more languages. He lays out the language barrier for the other villagers, making everyone finally understand why the words won't line up. He stands up and declares that in their village, Rhea isn't an outsider anymore, she'll be treated just like one of them. Rosewood's jaw drops. This bold, welcoming instruction feels like a door swinging wide in front of her. Alma grins and teases Rosewood, asking if he's been eyeing Rhea. A flustered Rose shot back, frantically denying it while waving his hands in pure embarrassment. A bright headband-wearing girl skips right up to Alma's, grinning wide and blurting, "So, what souvenir did you bring me?" Jabbing a finger at his horse, Alma tells them, "Each of you gets dried meat from the bags." The boy grins and teases the girl by offering her a bite of the meat, and she blushes with pure, happy delight. Alma watches the whole scene unfold, caught in that messy, conflicted warmth an older brother feels when he sees someone hitting their teenage years. As Alma guides his horse through the village, a hulking figure barrels in, hauling a crushing load. Graham, this young hunter, bursts with pride and declares he just bagged a wild boar. Every other villager gapes at Graham like he's a legend, stunned by that insanely impressive catch. Stunned by his insane power, the boy blurts, "Who are you?" and Graham calmly steps back in, reintroducing himself with total confidence. Graham leans in and says, "Yeah, I'm young, but my physique is top tier. For archery, I need every bit of it." With leaves and flair all around her, Ruru bursts onto the scene in her leafy outfit, bragging like nobody's business that she's the very best. Alma squints at her bizarre outfit, then explains its camouflage to help her pull off voodoo tracking. Ruru proudly blurts out that Yuria, Soyeon, and Tetra, yeah, them too, have a real natural gift for voodoo. Alma grins with pride at how far they've come, then admits straight up that he and voodoo just don't mesh. Feeling inspired, he rallies the villagers and pushes them to unleash the new horses, so their fields explode from small to triple the size. The whole community rallies to his call and shouts back in one loud, unstoppable wave of agreement. Alma checks back in with Tetra, and she reports the goats just cleared the wasteland without a hitch. Then he hands the new horse-stilling job to Rhea and Rosewood. Tetra, still sizing up the stranger, blurts, "So, who's Rhea?" Out in the fields, Rhea is busy gearing up a mighty horse, hauling that huge farming machine into position like she's ready to take the day head-on. Tetra watches in silence, her face caught between quiet curiosity and full-on confusion. She leans in and questions Alma's about that weird contraption being yanked along behind the horse. Alma's tells them the king even handed over a plow and a harrow so they could start working right away. Rosewood grabs the reins of the plow with pure determination, only to show in every shaky move that they're still new to this. The horse suddenly surges ahead, yanking that massive farming tool forward with brutal, earth-shaking force. Spectators gape as Rosewood gets yanked along with impossible speed, unable to do a thing. Rosewood screams that it hurts just to grip while he tries to rein in the furious animal still thrashing and breaking free. Alma stares in awe at the raw horsepower, and it instantly makes their old manual labor feel like a joke. He decides they've got to master fast riding right now and get the other plow ready to hit the field. Girl softly nudges Almaz, reminding him he promised he had another new item in mind. Almaz spills his wild plan to grow cannabis, and the girl is completely thrown off guard. Yuria admits that cannabis is a narcotic, but in voodoo, they smoke it anyway to crush the pain. Almaz makes it crystal clear on the Adelina Peninsula, nobody's really using that plant for fun. And he even calls out how hemp seeds are packed with serious nutrition. Almaz starts bragging about its farming perks and swears its annual plan grows fast enough to change the whole game. Girl decides his real goal is simple: turn those hemp fibers into clothes. Almaz makes it crystal clear he's not using those fibers for that at all. He owns up to trying out outfits but then shuts it down fast. Clothes aren't the real mission for him. Talk crashes straight into their financial nightmare. Taxes keep climbing, and the support they relied on suddenly gets cut. Almaz stands up and declares that hemp holds the secret to a brand new product that could change everything for the village. He steps up and blurts that he's got the perfect candidate for this product, then dares the girls to follow him. Inside the building, he kicks off his presentation on the three main recording media of Adelina. He points at the papyrus, the sheepskin, and the wooden planks spread across the table. He proves his point the hard way. Watch how the papyrus tears the moment he folds it, like it was made to fail. Then he points out the brutal truth: even durable sheepskin can get picked apart and devoured by insects. Finally, he leans in and admits the truth: wooden planks are way too bulky to squeeze out long, flowing sentences. Then he unveils paper, the far superior medium, and nostalgia hits him like a sudden wave. Girls crowd around the table, eyes locked on him as they hang on every word of his demonstration. Tetra fires off a solid warning, because if most citizens can't even write, there's no real demand at all. Alma fires back, saying she'll ship the whole deal straight to the ones who can move it, just like the king does. He tells her a leader's duty is to document history, then leans in and asks if she's finally convinced. Tetra watches in silence, eyes sharp, putting his whole strategic business plan together in his head. Alma says this'll eventually birth a whole new trade: paper craftsmen forged from the chaos. With his future burning in his eyes, Tetra nods and flashes him a bright, determined smile. The crew spills outside and Almas tells them the first move: dunk the materials in water. He pulls them over to a little pool he dug and points at the tree bark and hemp soaking in it right now. A girl asks if the water keeps the materials intact, and he snaps back that it doesn't preserve them, it just loosens and softens everything up. He shows that once you soften it up, that black outer shell peels away cleanly, until the fibers are right there in the open. Next, toss that crushed ash straight into a basin of water and watch the whole thing start to change. He explains that this fresh, crystal-clear supernatant liquid gets a name: lime. Ulmer explains that it's the lie's alkaline power that eats away at the plant tissue. Then he barks out their orders: mix the bark, straw, hemp, and lye, and boil it until it turns into something powerful. As the pot roars and bubbles, one of the girls leans in and says it looks just like stew. Another kid begged for a taste, and Alma snapped back that it'll wreck his stomach. He lays out the next steps, lets it cool down, washes it clean, and then soaks it overnight. A hushed, star-packed night settles over the little rustic village as the materials soak and drink in the calm. The very next day, he starts smashing the soggy, softened pulp with a mortar and pestle, pounding it like he's trying to grind the world into submission. Pumped with energy, Ron steps up and offers to take the grueling task off his leader's shoulders. Then Alma starts grinding wheat flour into starch, way easier than anything he had to do back in his old world. He carefully stirs the starch glue into the pulp, mixing them just right to finish the main material. The girl asks if that liquid is the paper, and he explains it's the base that gets it formed. He whips out a specialized paper tray mold and uses it to pull the water right out. He grabs a ladle and starts streaming that watery, milky mix onto the tray's screen. Then he gives the tray a careful shake back and forth, making sure every fiber settles just right. Tetra leans in and watches the whole process, eyes blazing with pure awe at how beautiful it turns out. Almaz explains that this careful process has to be repeated again and again, multiple times. Brand new dripping sheets get tossed onto a basic rack, stacked up fast and left to dry. The group checks out the finished product, and for a moment, they're ready to call it a legit first try, almost. He spots every flaw: it's thinner than he expected, and there's even dust lurking inside. Even with all the flaws, the crowd still bursts into gasps when he raises that finished page. Villagers crowd around the table, bursting out that this mind-blowing creation is, somehow, paper. They can't stop gushing as they hold it up against the usual stuff, then declare it blows everything out of the water. Petra's eyes light up. She realizes the new material can be mass-produced and shipped for profit. Alma's decides they're done holding back and sells their historic invention straight to the king of Rashus. At the palace, Alma steps forward and formally hands the new material to the king of Rashus. On the palace steps, the king reaches out and takes the offering from the young boy. He slowly peels back the sheet of paper and studies the quality like it's the key to something big. The king drags his fingers over his chin, thinking hard, then declares the product absolutely wonderful. Then he puts the paper to the test, scratches ink with a quill across it, and checks how it holds up. Alma steps up and proudly hands over the paper, revealing it as a product crafted by his own village. The king's eyes gleam as he proudly declares he'll buy every last piece of their stock. Almas can't hide their joy after that first big win in their crucial negotiation. The king's face tightens as he readies himself to land another, far more serious point. With a sharp, calculating stare, he leans in and demands that Alma spill the exact production method. Alma shoots back calmly, asking the king, "If I do this, can you promise me you'll guarantee our profits?" The king bursts into laughter, brushing off his scorching question like it's just some stupid joke. Then he slams down his official order, a 3-year contract meant to crank the paper's quality up for good. Alma pushes for answers about the king's plan, because he wants to buy their stock as one big group in just 3 years. The king bursts out with his massive dream, turning papermaking into a full-on national industry. He hands the whole development of that top-tier product over to Alma's village. The king's gaze turns razor-sharp as he flat-out bans them from selling that paper anywhere else. In a towering grand hall, Alma's young, sharp-eyed and ready steps up and confirms he fully understands the king's terms. His mind races in awe as he realizes the king of Rashus foresaw everything brilliantly. He finally clocks that the king's suspicious vibes somehow steadied the village's income. The story suddenly zooms out into a huge panoramic view, verdant forest stretching for miles beneath looming, jagged mountains. It's been almost a whole year since Alma struck his deal with the king. A hooded figure in simple sandals strides with purpose along a jagged, rocky path. Alma finally admits the Griffin's promised support era is over for good. A montage bursts onto the screen, flashing the village's wins one after another, proof that they've finally found their footing and steadied their lives. Gazing up at the sky, he can't help wondering how his life would have turned out if that Griffin had never crossed his path. Bursting into a forest clearing, he shouts his presence loud enough for the creature to hear him. From the sky, a massive white griffin drops out of the clouds like a living storm to meet him. The creature crashes down with a thunderous thud, and its massive bulk swallows the whole clearing in one brutal slam. With ancient authority, the griffin leans in and calls the young man by name, Almas. It praises him with full-blown respect for pulling off the impossible, saving every single villager with not one death. His mind races back to the whole crew, friends and supporters, who rallied around him and pushed him forward together. With a stubborn shake of his head, he insists, "I didn't pull off their success alone, I had help." Griffin brushes off his own humility and declares, loud and clear, that it was him who spurred everyone into action. And it asks point-blank whether he still needs the divine protection of language. Almas flashes a calm smile and tells everyone, "I'm fine now, no need for it anymore." He'll even admit he could still use it for Rhea, but only if he breaks the deal, because that's not what they agreed on. Rhea, a young woman, is finally shown getting a real grip on the local Adelian language. Rosewood, another villager, is now so locked in on studying Rhea's native tongue, Germanisu, that it's basically all he can think about. Watching the way they trade those friend remarks, you can feel love's unbelievable power lighting a fire under them. Griffin strides in and declares it's time to take back the divine blessing. Its beak softly taps Almas on the forehead, and the transfer is about to begin. Almas feels a weird, sickening pull in his body, like something is getting ripped away from him. Once their business was done, the Griffin gratefully leaned in and demanded that he stop by on a regular basis. Almas tilts his head and leans in, listening like every word from the creature's personal request matters. The Griffin demands that he brings alcohol every so often, no excuses. With a bright grin, he cheerfully confirms he's got the new arrangement completely figured out. The story snaps to a wide view of the village, now fully built up, alive with noise and movement. Almas hustles back to his house, and there, waiting like destiny, a young woman has been waiting for him the whole time. She beams as she welcomes him back, then fires off, "So, how did that Griffin meeting go?" He passes around the griffin's greetings to everyone and adds its request for fruit wine. Rhea, the young woman, leans in and asks if that means the job he begged for is finally, officially over. Almaz declares their village is truly self-sustainable, then stops to marvel at just how far they've fought to get here. He remembers the settlement when it was dead silent, just crumbling ruins with nothing alive left inside. Now he can't help but think maybe this is the kind of place where life feels easier than everywhere else. The village girl bursts into joyful laughter as she hurries through her chores by the river, carefree as the water sparkles beside her. He can't stop grinning, proud that the whole village has busted their backs and earned every bit of it. One girl just watched the others practice alchemy, the brand new skill they've unlocked. Their hunting game leveled up hard, and their defense got way stronger too. Staring out at the thriving town, he calls out loud that every single person busted their tails for it. Rhea's smile drops fast, then she goes dead serious and orders him to round up everyone. She blurts out that she's got something huge to announce, like it can't wait another second. The whole town hurries into the main square, piling in fast as everyone holds their breath, waiting for something big to happen. Almaz steps up to the crowd and tells everyone he's cracked the good news and confirmed it. He bursts into the crowd to announce that this year's harvest in the Kingdom of Roses has been nothing short of bountiful. A kid named Rose finally turns to his brother and blurts, "Why are you bringing this up now?" Almaz turns to the kids and fires off the question, "Were they born in the roses?" Then he bursts out with a jaw-dropping promise they can finally head back home to their parents. He makes it crystal clear every kid born in the Kingdom of Roses gets to go back home. Most of the kids packed in the crowd, Rosewood included, are all tied to that same kingdom. He starts tallying how badly their exit will wreck the labor supply. Even with every headache on the schedule, he knows this is the right move, and he's doing it anyway. He's got one ironclad belief: kids should grow up right next to their parents. Now that the Griffin's demand is satisfied, he's like, "Fine, let's get out of here. We've earned our freedom." In the crush of the crowd, the kids shoot worried glances at each other, all tangled up in doubt and confusion. He leans in, swears to the others that he'll crack the answer and bring them home someday, too. Rosewood steps up and locks eyes with his leader, speaking straight to him with a razor-sharp seriousness. He barrels straight up to Almaz and lashes out with a searing, furious question, calling him an idiot to his face. Almaz freezes, staring at the damage, like losing the blessing has somehow drained the power from his very words. Rosewood admits it's heartbreaking. Sure, they still love their parents, but they were left behind anyway. He rages at them, claiming their parents' actions were unforgivable and beyond forgiveness. And another girl shoots back that there's zero promise they'll be welcomed back this time. They might get hunted out all over again, or worse, get dragged into slavery and sold like property. The whole crew blurts out in one loud breath that they'd never even dare to want to go back. Almaz is left totally stunned as their united, passionate rejection hits like a wall. That sudden backlash slams into him and makes him question everything he's been stubbornly believing. He finally faces the brutal truth: there's a real chance this neglect won't stop. A tidal wave of self-doubt crashes into him, and he can't stop asking why he didn't choose the smarter, more rational path. Brutal memory crashes in his lonely childhood, growing up all alone as an orphan. He knows this mess is all his doing, then he barrels his ideals into everyone like they don't get a choice. In the crush of the crowd, a young girl locks eyes with him and blurts out a no-nonsense truth: every single person loves him. That heartfelt confession hits him like a truck, and you can practically see his emotions spill out in real time. The spiky-haired kid begs him, "Don't ditch us, keep leading us." Another villager leans in and explains it like this: "Sure, we're not blood, but we're tied together, one heart, one bond." The girl insists that this special bond is the whole reason everybody loves him. Deep, breath-stopping silence crashes over the crowd as everyone waits for his answer. Tetra's like, "All right, who here really wants to go back?" and she throws down a challenge to everyone. The spiky-haired boy suddenly calls out, "Who's ready to keep tailing our leader?" In the blink of an eye, dozens of hands rocket skyward, every single one agreeing at once. Almaz gets slammed by the sheer force of what they're seeing, and it instantly makes them question why their hearts flipped so fast. He can't shake the question: why don't they hang around their parents anymore? Kids keep roaring for him, and their dream to stay by his side never wavers. He remembers how back then these very same kids would sob, wailing for their parents like their hearts would break. Tetris grins and with straight-up sincerity tells them, "Everyone here just loves me." Her voice cuts through his confusion, and he breathes her name in a whisper. The little girl whispers, "Are you crying?" But he snaps back, denies it with full force, and turns his face away like the truth might catch up to him. He steels himself, then declares, "I get it, and I'm not stepping back. I'm staying your leader." Villagers burst into thrilled cheers, gladly welcoming him back as their leader. Later, suspicion flashes across Alma's face as he replays the whole thing in his mind. He leans into a girl and says the whole display felt way too perfectly timed, like it was an act. With a playful wink, she lets it slip. He clocked their whole plan immediately. The boy leans in and admits that Tetra told them Alma's has been looking on edge lately. Then another girl spills the truth. Ron was the one who came up with the plan, pushing that opening so Alma's would break and cry. Alma blushed and laughed as she teased Ron, asking if he'd rehearsed those dramatic lines. Staring at his friends, he can't help but think, "I'm genuinely lucky, so lucky it hurts." The episode flashes the series title *Kisekai Kenkakuki***, and then hits you with the creator's name like it's setting the stage for everything that's coming. Alma snaps her head up in pure shock and blurts it straight to Yuria. A squad of girls lounges in a meditation circle until one girl snaps, swearing that voodoo magic is the most boring thing ever. Yuria, their instructor, gives Alma's the go-ahead to watch their barrier training from afar. She snaps a firm command, "Don't you dare distract us, stay focused and leave our concentration alone." Then Tetra slides up to Alma's and hands him what she calls a supplement, trying to get him to take the bait. Suspicion lit up his face when he demanded to know if that voodoo-made concoction was dangerous. Tetra shrugs it off like it's nothing, but Alma's can't stop staring, questioning why she's dressed so revealing in this brutal cold. When a pack of goats wanders by, Alma's swings into action and decides to hand them the supplement instead. He crouches low, holds the substance out like a lifeline, and pushes the hesitant animals to finally take it. The moment one goat takes a sip, its eyes snap wide open, and total shock hits like lightning. Alma's is instantly smacked with a rush of warm feelings when the goat gazes at him with pure, loving eyes. Yuria spots the chaos and snaps at Tetra on the spot, furious that he won't stop squirming during the lesson. She tears into their magic, screaming that those hours she watched their hex chew through a tree were wasted. She fires off the warning that making the tree right away, straight from scratch, would drain way too much energy for no good reason. Ruru gets cut from the practice, but they still rave about her monster-detecting skill like it's the real deal. Alma's grimaces to himself at the stench rolling off the Ruru he's using for camouflage. He remembers her wild training tricks like springing across rooftops just to vanish, slipping into the shadows without a sound. Fuming, Ruru snaps back that it's his fault entirely. He should have taught them properly from the start. Yuria snaps the argument shut, barks at Ruru to stop, and orders her to lock in on her voodoo magic. Alma's mind instantly drifts to Soyen's jaw-dropping soul possession technique, and she can't stop marveling at it. He can't stop daydreaming about sprouting eagle wings and ripping through the clouds, flying free as the sky itself. He can't stop laughing as he remembers Soyen trying to snap her head a full 180 degrees the second she crawled out of her owl phase. A brutal shriek rips through the air, and Alma's watches it all with a pained, forced smile. Yuria snaps that Ron didn't mess up by accident. He did it on purpose just to rile up a shaken Soyen. Alma's finally decides that, when it all boils down, voodoo magic feels plain, dull, and totally impractical. Yuria locks in, takes a deep breath, and starts gathering power in her hands, ready to cast a spell to prove a point. She flicks a tiny dark flame into existence in her palm, and Alma's blurts out a sharp, impressed gasp. She tells him straight up that this method of making fire burns through magic for nothing. Flint is the smarter way. The tiny flame snaps off so fast it almost feels like it vanishes before anyone can blink. He nods along with Yuria and admits it. Sure, the display looks sick, but the magic powering it feels totally useless. Tetra can't stop staring at the spell, then begs Yuria to show it to her again. Yuria gives in, grinning as she tells him Tetra has something she wants to test with her fire magic. The whole story spins to a hush-filled village, bathed in cold, glowing moonlight. Inside a dim room, a girl jolts awake, stretches hard, and grumbles that she's been up way too late. She can't stop wondering what Yuria wants at this crazy hour, especially since she already got her father's okay to head out. Alma stands outside with a torch blazing dark fire, staring in awe at the beautiful Adelnia moon. He can't stop thinking about his duty to wake the kids up, because somehow it feels like he's their mom. He's clocked it. Tetra's the hardest to wake, but if he leaves her for last, her temper snaps fast. He dips his face into a tiny river to wash up for the day before he tackles his morning duties. When he reaches the riverbank, he suddenly slams to a stop, and his eyes pop wide with shock. He sucked in a sharp gasp of shock when he saw what was staring back at him. A stunned Tetra snaps her head up out of the water, and her face peeks out over her shoulder. Alma stumbled on Tetra alone in the river, bathing in that eerie pre-dawn glow. She asked him straight up, "Did you see me?" And he shot back that the only thing he ever noticed was her back. She actually buys it. She leans in and asks if he's telling the truth, insisting she saw nothing else. She jabs a finger at a spot on her hip and asks, "Is that the birthmark you saw?" As Alma's closed in on the river, a flash of memory hit her. She recalled that strange mark on her hip, like a birthmark. With a calm, unshaking stare, she beckons him to come in close and see the mark for himself. He leans in close and locks onto the razor-detailed tattoo pattern etched across her lower back. He blurts out, asking if that wild, intricate pattern is a tattoo, eyes wide at how insanely complex it is. Tetra leans in and tells them this is the Ashmane family crest, right from the heart of the bloodline. Alma stares into the past, bitter about how his old world in Japan treated tattoos like they were a stain on his name. In Adelnia, he clocks it right away. This isn't just a label, it's a status move for the special social class, and he can't shake the feeling it's linked to voodoo. She snaps at him to quit staring and rush over to grab her clothes from the riverbank. He realizes with a jolt that up until now he's only ever seen her as a little sister, or even like his own daughter. He clocks her age, feels her massive potential hit him like lightning, and slams the brakes before his thoughts start wandering off. While she's getting dressed, she flashes him a grin and tells him she's cooked up something incredible he's about to get excited for. Alma nods and goes first, marching back to the village with a smoldering dark torch burning in his hand. That night, under the moonlit mountains, a crew of villagers huddles together by torchlight, their whispers buzzing in the dark. I gotta ask Yurio what she wants to show him, and if it's tied to Tetra's brand new invention. He's stunned to find Bartolo, the bodyguard, already out cold on the job. Someone in the crowd yells that Tetra has just arrived for the demonstration, and everyone's buzzing instantly. Alma keeps her eyes locked on her as she marches closer, gripping a sheet of paper in one hand and trying to figure out exactly what trouble she's plotting. Tetra braces herself at the table and declares, "Everyone look at this, I've got something I have to show you." On the table sits a sheet of paper, and a razor-sharp red geometric symbol sprawls across it like it's waiting to unleash something. Alma demands where the red came from, and she just smiles, calm as ever, saying it's her own blood. She shrugs off his fear, insisting she stitched up the wound the right way. She tells Ron to put out the light, and Ron nods, confident as ever. She slams her palm on the symbol, ready to unleash the spell. With a sharp, piercing cry, she summons her magic and screams, "Bring me the light," and the darkness answers. The whole group gets hit with a blazing flash and freezes mid-exhale, shouting about how blindingly bright it is. When the light dies down, Tetra whips around to the totally baffled Almas and orders, "Try it." He yells that he can't use voodoo magic, but she won't take no for an answer. She pushes him to try anyway. Almas presses his hand to the symbol, and to his total shock, the light spell ignites and works. He freezes in disbelief, stunned that he could have actually pulled it off. Yuria starts laying out the 2 requirements for voodoo magic, beginning with the power of the soul. She slams the brakes on her lesson, eyes scanning the room to make sure every student is right there with her, catching every word. She tells him that if your own power runs dry, you can borrow strength from somewhere outside yourself. You can pull it off only by paying the price, using sacrifices, spilling a magician's blood, or striking with a special hexing stone. Alma suddenly remembers they've already studied hexing stones before. Uriel bursts in and says the second requirement isn't luck at all, it's raw magician skill and hard-earned experience. She tells him voodoo isn't something you force, it's as natural as breathing, and you only truly learn it by doing it, the way tradition has always taught. Alma takes it in, and Yuria drops the real truth: top-tier magicians can pull it off just by thinking. She straight up explains it: the power came straight from Tetra's blood, and that symbol was the key that called it forth. Alma stares at Tetra, and it finally hits her. The full weight of her impossible creation is crashing in. And it hits him, she didn't just study light magic, she forged a symbol that captures the whole process. Tetra grins and confirms it: anyone can trigger the spell just by thinking the symbol. When Alma's asked how she came up with it, she grinned and said she figured it out the hard way, trial and error. She slams a stack of papers in front of you, packed with mind-bending equations, and insists it's arithmetic. She declares arithmetic is the real foundation of everything, and somehow her insight stuns even the most stunning Almas. Tetra beams as she proudly declares the name of her brand new creation, the magic formula. Almaz gets hit with a wave of awe as she realizes her discovery is about to be carved into the history books. He finally realizes she turned voodoo from some blurry superstition into a real, testable theory. He frets that this might wipe out the old-school voodoo magicians for good, and Yuria just shrugs it off. Tetra nods and says some things like human emotions don't add up in any equation. Alma stares at the world and realizes something wild: pi and all those number ideas haven't been invented here yet. He ends in pure awe, stunned that Tetra is this incredible girl for pulling off a real revolutionary breakthrough. The whole village erupts in cheers, thrilled that anyone at all can now wield that portable magic formula. One of the boys blurts out, even though he doesn't fully get how it works, "That's so awesome." Two men lean in and break down why this kind of power becomes a whole new discipline, totally cut off from the old-school voodoo. Yuria nods and says if arithmetic is the key, then we don't treat it like the same old subject, we give it its own place. A smiling Tetra leans in and asks if it's really okay for her to be the one calling the shots. Yeah, turns out it surprises even Almaz. As soon as she sees him, Tetra snaps out of it and demands that Almaz make the call instead. Almaz weighs it all and decides, right then, to pull inspiration straight from his past life in an RPG-obsessed nation. With a huge flourish, he leans in and declares, full of fire, that their new art should be called sorcery. He lays out his reasons and admits he just needed a distinct name, something to keep it from getting tangled up with the other voodoo magic already out there. Tetra strides in with zero doubt and claims she's the world's first sorceress, declaring herself the progenitor. Watching her, Almaz gets hit with a sudden wave of worry over how young and bold her grand proclamations sound. The manga title and credits hit the screen, and just like that, the chapter slams shut. A whole year slips by and boom, a fortified village rises, ringed with stone walls and crowned by a watchtower. The settlement has blown up in size, simple little houses spread out, and lush fields stretch wide while pigs roam like they own the place. In the middle of this bustling village, a kind woman kneels to receive a basket of fresh produce handed to her by a young child. Now the streets are packed with villagers bustling through their everyday lives, grabbing supplies, hauling chores, and keeping the routine alive. As Almaz walks beside Tetra, he spots their home bursting with life, loud and buzzing like it's alive. He's stunned to see their numbers have exploded, now 70 people strong. A crew of men led by Graham bursts into Almaz, grinning as they announce they've finally finished mending the roof. Alma leaned in and quietly asked Tetra if these new adults were giving Ron any trouble. Tetra tells him we're all good people, and admits they've grown so attached to Ron it practically hurts. She tells them the newcomers are packing serious physical power, and they've got life knowledge you can actually use. With their combined work, the villagers pushed the land wider and wider until their fields flourished and the harvest finally rained in. Tetra checks their stores and grins. Turns out they've got enough food to keep going, and then some, because they're producing more than they're eating. With their community finally safe, Almason hands the village to Tetra and gears up to bolt out on a mission. He dives deep into a lush, sun-dappled forest, alone, pushing deeper with every step. In a quiet clearing, he drops to his knees and offers a huge pot of wine, bowing deep like the gods are right there. He tilts his head up, wearing pure sincerity, and waits on the edge of his breath for the forest guardian to finally show up. A huge white griffin streaks down from the sky, crashing to the ground right in front of him. The griffin locks onto him with those razor-sharp, intelligent eyes and somehow, like it understands, accepts him standing there. The massive creature dips its terrifying beak toward the pot of wine. Almaz tells him the wine's worth a fortune, no matter how tiny the amount seems. The griffin leaned in and asked how it was going, and Almaz shot back that everything's doing just fine. With a hard stare, the creature snaps that it didn't do anything, nothing at all, to help them. It's basically saying, thanks for that amazing gift, and then it leans in to ask if the village's harvest came out successful. The griffin bursts with joy the second it hears they're still thriving and prospering. It promises that if they ever tumble into poverty again, it'll still rush in and help them. The creature leans in and says, I've got one last important thing to tell you. It promises to save his descendants when a massive crisis hits, if they step up with the right attitude. Almaz is left totally stunned, crushed by the sheer weight of this unbelievable long-term promise. He's overflowing with gratitude, but he's dead serious. He's praying that day never comes. Griffin nods and admits that whole mess would be a total headache, then pushes him to steer clear of it. With the message finally delivered, the griffin bursts into the sky and almost tosses a goodbye over its shoulder. He storms back to his village with the empty pod in hand and loudly declares, "I'm home." Tetra barrels in with an annoyingly sweet, clinging hug cheering, "Welcome back, my dear." Almes is totally thrown off guard by his sudden, up-close greeting. He demands to know when they got married and she grabs his hand, urging him to hurry and follow her right now. Stunned by her sudden urgency, he can't help but wonder, does something terrible just hit the fan? Ron bursts in at a sprint, waving their leader toward a massive building looming ahead. He jabs a finger at the doorway and tells Almas and Tetra, "Look in there." The three of them lean in through the doorway, eyes wide with shocked disbelief. They step into a huge room packed with dozens of people sitting on the floor in dead silence. Alma freezes in total disbelief, staring at all these people like, "Why are you all here?" Tetra stares at the numbers and confirms it. There are 30 of them, and he can't believe his own eyes. She says they showed up right after he left, and they've been sitting there, waiting obediently ever since. Alma strides up and demands, "Are you the one I'm supposed to talk to?" The group's representative. The man straightens up and confirms Almas is the leader, then braces himself right before he steps forward to introduce himself. He steps up and calls himself Earl, the boss of a village from the kingdom of Fermi. Earl snaps and tells them the whole group has fled their kingdom, gone, vanished, and not coming back. Almas blurts out, "Is it because of famine?" And the Earl snaps back, "Fermi is just too weak when curses come for him." The Earl drops the bombshell. Fermi hunted down countless voodoo magicians and wiped them out cold, leaving them with zero power to fight back. He lays it all out, taxes climbing higher and higher, and the chilling threat that execution could happen on the spot. Right when they hit rock bottom, they stumbled onto a rumor about this exact forest. They said there was a paradise out there, where abandoned kids lived carefree, guarded by a griffin who wouldn't let anything hurt them. Earl's jaw drops. He never imagined a place like this could exist, until Almas laughs it off and swears their life is just simple. Ron can't stop wondering if the whole reason they're famous is because they sold animal skins in the capital. The girl claims their wild fame started the moment they guided lost people out of the forest. They almost believe their fame skyrocketed after he introduced Shoghai to King Rose. He cuts straight to the point and demands to know, do these newcomers want to live in their village? Alma stares on with a worried glare, hanging on every second as he waits for their answer. Every single refugee drops to their knees, hands out, and pleads for sanctuary with desperate, shaking voices. Alma can't shake the fear of what might go wrong, how to keep everyone safe and handle all the messy logistics of taking in that many people. A refugee woman snaps to attention and yells out to a young girl named Ruru. "I've got to ask Ruru, when this woman comes closer, is she really family?" The woman reaches out to Ruru, her face bright with hope but shadowed by doubt. Ruru rips her hand out with a brutal slap, then screams at the woman to back off, "Don't touch her." The woman and the man beside her jerk backward in pure shock at the girl's explosive outburst. The other refugees stare, totally baffled, because they can't figure out what's wrong with that young girl. Ruru's eyes brim with tears as she points at the woman and cries that she's been left behind, too late to suddenly pretend you can be a mother. During a meeting, Soyeon slams down her fierce refusal to take in the refugees. He snaps that it's pure foolishness to sour things with Fermi just because of these strangers. Ron rubs his head, staring in disbelief as the brutal mess they're in finally hits him. He steps up and declares he's against it too, then bluntly admits he just hates the whole idea. Alma takes in Ron's rock-solid stand on the whole thing. Ruru sits through the debate in silence, her face swallowed by shadow. She nods along with Ron, convinced they don't have a single thread tying them to the newcomers. Villagers stare in shock as it's crystal clear the leadership is split right down the middle. Another girl jumps in, shouting that they should take them in too, because they were left behind the same way. The kid with a hair clip nods and agrees right away, saying they'll back each other up whenever trouble hits. Alma's eyes lock onto a mother clutching her baby right in the middle of the refugees. He spots a bunch of tiny kids mixed in with the 30 newcomers. He asks Tetra what she thinks and she shuts it down, at least for now. Tetra can't shake the feeling that Vermeer is pulling a sneaky move, invading from the inside. Alma's finally gets what her condition means, and once she trusts them, she'll agree, no hesitation. He decides to head to Ferme himself to check their story, leaving Ron in charge. Tetra blurts out that she's going too, because this mess isn't just someone else's problem. Almas gives the refugees a temporary roof, but only if they swear to follow her rules. He leans in and fires off one last, razor-sharp warning, "Don't you dare try anything suspicious." The refugee leader Earl pours out deep, heartfelt gratitude for the chance he just got. Just before they leave, the village girl grabs Almaz's hand and prays for his safe journey. Tetra and another girl stare on, hearts pounding with worry as the preparations kick into motion. Almaz snaps at Tetra to step back for now and hands him the sensitive Ruru situation to deal with. He declares they'll ride out on horseback, and Tetra is stunned by how effortlessly he can handle a saddle. At the stables, he yells for a girl named Rhea to get a horse ready. Almaz, a young man with a mission, demands a horse be brought up and ready for him to mount. Tetra, his companion, shoots him a worried look and challenges his plan, because he straight up can't ride. He shoots down her worries with total confidence, then reveals he's got a special tool made for the job. Tetra leans in, eyes wide, and demands to know what the thing he's holding even is. With a blazing grin, Almaz holds up a U-shaped metal device and calls it a stirrup. A sharp illustration shows how the stirrup hooks onto the saddle, giving the rider a solid step before they launch forward. Another girl, Rhea, stares at that foothold in confusion, wondering why it's there when saddles already exist. Almaz tells Rhea that she can ride bareback like it's nothing, but he admits he can't mount up without stirrups. He remembers his old world where no one had stirrups, so mounted combat turned into a brutal, almost impossible nightmare. Now that his invention is out, he claims anyone, even a total beginner, can pick up riding fast and make it look easy. Tetra studied the iron stirrup and demanded to know how it was made, while Almaz pressed her to keep every bit of it secret. He spills the truth Yuria made it for him, and then he fires off the invite, "Tetra, hop on the horse." With a soft smile, Tetra promises to keep his secret and steps beside him, ready to ride out on his journey. Almaz yanks Tetra up and throws her onto the horse behind him, and the sudden jerk makes her gasp in shock. She tells him to slow down and be gentler, and he shoots back a fast apology for how rough he's been. Rhea waves them off and they rocket out of the village, diving straight into the endless wilderness. A thick, cloudy sky loomed over the treetops, and it felt like the world was opening up right as their journey began. Rattling through the wide-open land, Tetra leans forward and shouts at Almaz, shattering the silence. She leans in and asks if King Fermi has always been the type who hungers for more. Deep in her thoughts, she remembers how, no matter how driven he was, the truth is, people once adored him. Alma clocks it instantly. The refugees aren't just scared, their every move screams pure, burning hatred for the king. A flashback rips open the past, back when the king Fermi was still young, sweet as can be, and hanging close to Tetra's father. Tetra finally murmurs, without looking at him, that she didn't ever truly hate him back then. Alma bites down on her own words as they echo down the sheer rocky cliffside. With the sun sliding under the horizon, Almaz pulls everyone aside and decides it's time to set up camp. They huddle close by a tiny campfire as the night swallows the world, and their horse grazes in peace nearby. Morning breaks, and with a loud, steady beat, the horse's hooves slam back into the grass as they kick off their ride again. They hike up to a lookout and stare down at a tiny town tucked deep in the valley, silent, peaceful, and waiting. Alma stares at the town, and it matches the refugees' description so perfectly it's like someone froze the scene in place. Spotting a few stragglers still lingering in the empty streets, he decides to corner them and squeeze out some answers. He cheerfully calls to a soldier, and when the guy turns around, shock hits him as he realizes just who's coming his way. Pointing at the empty streets, "I demanded the soldiers tell me what happened to this town." Two soldiers lock eyes, bone-tired, and one of them finally raises his head, ready to answer. The man starts spilling the shocking story of how the villagers vanished overnight, fast, strange, and completely unexplained. He drops the truth that every last villager bolted from the town in the dead of night. With clear annoyance, the soldier snaps that they're forming a search party right now. A stunned Almaz blurts, "Why are the villagers ditching their homes out of nowhere?" A female soldier steps up and snaps that the taxes have become unbearable, there's no way they can keep paying. As she strides by, she hammers home the same truth: heavy taxation is what sparked the exodus. The first soldier shoots Almaz a hard look, eyes sharp with suspicion, and demands to know what he's doing there. His hand hovers by the sword's hilt, and the threat hangs in the air like a spark about to ignite. Soldiers stare as Almaz and Tetra tear down the almost deserted street on their ride. Almaz stays cool as ice, spinning a cover story on the spot, swearing they're just merchants passing through. The soldier flashes a friendly smile and hands them a bag of dried fruits like a peace offering. As he digs into his meal, he can't help but remark how amazing it must be to own a horse. That soldier's eyes lock onto Tetra and he demands of Alma's, "Is she your wife?" Alma's wings fly open and he confirms it. Yep, they're still fresh, brand new newlyweds. The blushing Tetra stammers through a yes, then blurts out the confirmation like, "Wait, we're married." Alma's jumps in, pitching his stuff to the soldiers and asking if any of them want to buy something. The soldier shuts down the offer with a bitter laugh, saying they can barely scrape together enough money just to eat themselves. The soldiers snatch up Alma's food offer like it's salvation, their desperation blaring in every hungry bite. Alma's casually shifts the conversation, lining up to hit them with a much sharper question. He demanded to know how they were even going to track down the villagers who had fled the town. The soldier jabs a finger at the nearby forest and suddenly it hits, you're seeing where their investigation dragged them next. The soldiers tear into the fruit, chewing hard as curiosity bites. Do these villagers really believe in the Griffin's paradise? Alma's plays dumb and asks if hunting through that massive forest isn't a nightmare. The soldier flashes confidence and says it's no big deal, because their country's got voodoo magicians. Alma's eyes lock onto a hooded woman as she tenderly strokes a massive wolf-like dog. The soldier grins and says they'll unleash the dogs and track down every villager in no time. The female soldier stared at her own massive size, wishing voodoo magic had more practical tricks, ones that didn't wreck people. Alma's stomach drops as she realizes, with real worry, they're writing souls into the dogs. The soldier can't stop sweating over one thought, stepping into the Griffin's forest territory like he's about to get crushed. The female soldier's eyes scream fear, but she steadies her voice and insists they have to obey the king's orders. She insists their king pays no mind to gods or any divine punishment. The first soldier blurts out that the king isn't worried about anything else, he's fixated on those unforgivable fugitives. He drops the grim orders on them, go bring those villagers back but as corpses. From across the way, Alma's catches soldiers grumbling about the dispatch they're about to be forced into. A hooded stranger drags a dog along, drowning in misery over the brutal conditions, because no matter what they do, they can't sell a single thing. Alma's shot a grateful look at the soldier, then tossed him a small pouch of coins for the intel. As they ride off, a soldier sizes up Tetra and smirks, calling her a nice little girl. Tetra's panic spikes as she's convinced the soldiers are about to storm their village next. Alma's tells them we've got what we need, then slams the urgency into their heads and orders them to rush back. The villager slips the huge wooden gate open the moment they roll back into their settlement. A man barrels over to greet them, and Alma's fires back that Earl and the others are innocent. Alma smoothly steps off the horse and lifts Tetra down beside him. With pure urgency burning in his chest, he barks at his subordinate to round everyone up for an emergency meeting. A tight little council of villagers gathers in grim silence, faces serious, hearts heavy, and worry written all over them. Alma's burst in with terrifying news. King Fermi's soldiers are marching in tomorrow. One guy blurts out that they should just hand the refugees over right away. Leaning over the map, Alma's points it out and tells everyone the king is getting ready to make an example of them. Council members lean in, eyes locked on every word as the weight of the situation crashes down on them. Alma makes it crystal clear, if they hand the refugees over, the king will butcher every single one of them. A tiny brazier spits and crackles, throwing wild, flickering light over everyone's tense faces. The council members can't believe it. The king's merciless intent and brutal cruelty shock them to their core. Alma steps forward with zero hesitation, ready to throw down his own opinion on the whole matter. He flat out declares they're keeping their ground, because they'll need these people to stand against the king. Jabbing at the map, he tells them how their villages are guarded by an impassable forest. He notices Earl's crew track them down using voodoo magic. If they got captured, the refugees would be tortured until they spilled the village's location. Alma's is dead sure the moment the king hears about their village, he's not going to walk away peacefully. He argues that bringing the refugees in will supercharge their numbers, pushing them all the way to 100. After I laid out the plan, I almost turned to the council and blurted out, "So what do you think?" The man nods and admits it's probably the right move to help them, because they haven't done a single wrong thing. One more guy jumps in and agrees, survival is only possible if they all team up. Alma leans in to hear them out, eyes locked on every word as a serious focus grips his face. A woman rages, insisting that leaving the refugees to die is pure cruelty. Every head snaps toward the quiet girl, Ruru, and everyone's waiting because she still hasn't said a single word. Ruru breaks the truth wide open. Those refugees are her parents, and she steps in to help immediately, refusing to let them repeat the same tragedy. I'll miss the final vote where someone calls out and asks if anyone is against his plan. Once the call was made, he snapped that they had to rush to Earl and the others right now. Cover art for the volume shows a young man and woman staring out at you from the very first frame. At the rustic village entrance, a small crew huddles close like something big is about to go down. Alma's boldly declares they'll shelter the refugees for now. The newcomers let out a huge sigh of relief, then poured out their heartfelt gratitude like it meant everything. He tells them straight up, their stay hinges on how they behave. With a humble nod, their leader vows, I'll keep this in mind. Tetra can't stop herself. She quietly wonders if she should warn everyone about the danger closing in. The refugees lean in, holding their breath as the moment of fate locks in. A messenger suddenly bursts onto the scene and sprints in full speed, and the alarm hits everyone at once. He burst out urgently, shouting that King Firmit's soldiers are charging toward them. Alma snaps, where are we, as Tetra rockets to his side. She taps into detection magic and makes sure of it. An army is barreling toward them. The bewildered refugee grabs Alma's attention and blurts, what the heck is going on here? Alma straight up confirms it. King Firmet is out there hunting his old villagers. A sudden crushing wave of shock and horror slams into the refugees all at once. He drops the bombshell. The king plans to wipe them all out, so this warning hits like a punch. They slump in dread, realizing they're still not safe from his fury. The man roars at the terrified crowd, shouting for them to calm down. Earl, the refugee leader, stares ahead with a guilt-heavy look on his face. He steps forward and drops an apology, admitting he's the reason everyone's dealing with the mess he caused. Alma swats the apology away and tells them, we're past that, we're too deep in this mess to turn back now. He's dead sure the king would have attacked no matter what. Earl stares in shock at the young leader's steel-strong resolve. He then asks, can me and my people step into this fight with you? Kneeling in front of the shocked Almas, he slams his pledge down and vows his loyalty. The other refugees fall in step, swearing they'll never forget this kindness. Earl throws in the negotiation tricks he sharpened back when he was a traitor. Alma's eyes light up as this surprise offer of help catches her off guard. With a sly, confident wink, he grabs Earl's help without hesitation. He snaps orders to Earl and Tetra, come with me, we've got a strategy meeting to hit right now. Under the cover of night, the whole village scrambles in the shadows, bracing for what's about to hit. Inside Alma's home, Earl steps in with a polite smile and asks where they are, like he already knows trouble's close. Alma snaps that they've got zero time to waste, and they need to start plotting right now. He leaned in and grilled Earl for the best way to tackle the negotiation. Earl breaks it down. The real move is making negotiations look like the better option than fighting. His first move, hand out weapons to everyone and march straight out to meet the enemy. Worried out of his mind, Almas can't help but question whether this move is really the smart choice. He warns them that one wrong move could spark provocation, and they'll lose the upper hand. The Earl shoots back that the enemy's commander has never once lost a single battle. He makes it crystal clear, this is all about showing you can fight back. The forest itself is the trap, it caps the attacking army's size, no matter how big their force is. Almas realizes he's staring down the king's most prized clan soldiers. He gets it, there's no way the king can stomach losing even a single one of them. Almas leans in and demands to know what move they should make next in the negotiation. Earl lays it out plain, they've got to find terms that both sides can actually live with. His face turns stone-cold serious as he lays out the diplomatic battle ahead. Alma leans in, eyes sharp, and starts piecing together King Firmit's ultimate goal. The Earl leans in and fires a straight question, what does he think the king is really trying to achieve? Alma's gut feeling that the king was out to kill them, dead wrong. He can't stop worrying, this could force him to give up part of the refugees. The Earl slams his fist down and refuses it, rage dripping from every word, as he insists it won't save a single soul. The king finally drops the truth, his real goal is to carve a warning about them into the world. He makes it crystal clear it's gotta be dead accurate on paper, because it's not about doing it for real. Alma's face lights up as she realizes the king won't believe her unless she can prove they're dead. The Earl lays it out plain, trying to move dozens of corpses is a total nightmare. He's convinced the king will snatch their clothes and use them as proof instead. A sickening panic hits, he can't stop worrying he'll be forced to swap out everyone's clothes. The Earl shoots back fast, telling him there's no need for any of that. He holds up a plain ring and swears that this alone is all it will take. Alma stares at that cheap bronze ring, completely baffled, like, what on earth is this thing supposed to do? Earl tells everyone about a wild local tradition. Kids build a massive ring just for the fun of it. This ring is the ultimate "you're all grown up" passcode, your rite of passage into adulthood. He says the ring is worth more than any jewel out there, by far. Alma leans in, studies the ring up close, and spots a sharp, unmistakable carving etched into it. He blurts a question about the carving, and the Earl shuts him down by naming it a clan seal. A powerful seal is shared by every village in the region, and with it, they all unite as one. I can't help but wonder if King Ferment will really walk away peacefully after all this. In the pitch-black forest, the enemy army threw down their camp for the night. A soldier snarls through clenched teeth, furious that he's been sent running after those fugitives. The commander can't stop thinking about how much easier the fight would have been if they'd kicked off a revolution from the start. The lackey of King Fermi wouldn't ask that unless he's gearing up to wipe them all out, no mercy. With a steely glare, the king seals the merciless order. That grim question about their fate hangs in the night air like a threat no one can escape. Sinking into the firelight, King Ferme leans back and confirms the order one more time. Volumes pull the two main protagonists back into the spotlight, and they're back again, right in front of us. Firm lays it out plain: only ruthless brutality will scare future fugitives into staying put. Soldier slams the news down. Every last prep to invade Rishus is done. Another soldier leans in, eyes heavy, and nods like he's heard every word and lived through it. May's eyes narrow as King takes in the report, and the gears start turning fast. A soldier suddenly starts buttering up the king, showering him with praise for his unbelievable strength. King whips his head around, furious at the man's non-stop bootlicking. The soldier remembers the time they crushed their way to victory over a man named Lagos. Another says their motivation was pure venom, deep hatred for the Ash family. They keep applauding, insisting Fermi is a brilliant commander. King stays stone still, brooding hard as he glares into the crackling flames. He blurted out his worst mistake and watched his enemy's daughter slip right through his grasp. One of his men listens up with a hard, thoughtful stare. He smirks and declares that a 10-year-old girl couldn't possibly have survived. With a grim stare, he predicts she's already been snatched up by wolves by now. Scout bursts in, breathless, shouting that they've spotted their targets. King demands their location, and the scout finally wheezes for breath before he answers. He reports that the dogs picked up the fugitives' trail and tracked them straight to that village. King Ferme can't believe it when he hears there's a village right here. He leans in and demands, "So you're the fabled village, the one guarded by a griffin?" He finally admits he'd always thought the whole story was just a wild exaggeration. His soldiers break into pure panic at the idea of taking on a godlike monster. He leans in with total confidence and flat out tells them that griffins never interfere. The soldier doubts everything, then demands an answer, asking how he's supposed to be so sure. King suddenly remembers the day he got hopelessly lost and a griffin found him first. He clings to the creature's words like a key because they're what let him pass. In a sudden flashback, a legendary griffin looms over the trees and declares its territory lies deeper in the forest. King Fermet's soldiers let out a wave of relief, fully believing their leader's call about the beast. The soldiers explode into cheers, buzzing with excitement as they push to march straight toward the griffin's village. Beneath a blazing starry sky, the army charges straight for the mountain-hidden settlement. From a ridge, King Ferme locks eyes on his target, and the sheer size of it hits him like a punch. One of his guys takes one look and guesses the village is home to about 100 people. Another soldier shrugs off their simple fences like they're nothing, because a trained army will tear right through them. King's eyes snap to the sudden motion streaming up from the village below. A crew of defenders bursts out through the settlement gates, charging straight at the invaders. A soldier stands right by his warhorse, eyes locked on the villagers as they march into a tight line. The defenders show up fully armed, and one of Fermi's men snaps a question: "Should we strike?" King clamps down on his own troops, holding them back tight, refusing to risk a single unnecessary death. A lone figure lunges forward, breaking through the village's defensive line with unshakable resolve. He storms out alone and braces to take on the whole waiting army. One of Fermi's subordinates gasps in shock because one lone person is coming their way. Almaz, a young boy with nerves of steel, strides steadily across the empty ground between the looming forces. King Ferme roars at the approaching boy, yelling for him to announce who he is before he comes any closer. The boy steps forward and introduces himself as Almaz, the village's fearless leader. King mouths the name again and again, eyes locked in fierce, suspicious scrutiny. Alma spots the king in front of him and realizes he's here to hunt down the refugees fleeing his own country. He refuses to surrender, digging in with fierce defiance, insisting he won't sit there and watch them get killed. King Ferme lets out a chuckle, clearly entertained, because that kid's fearless defiance has him hooked. King calls for a negotiation and demands that Alma step forward alone, no backup, no escape. Alma stands rock steady and swallows her fear as she accepts the king's terms for their one-on-one showdown. He strides alone through the dark, open ground toward the waiting army. Tight-lipped soldiers leaned in together, whispering about how wild and brave those young boys were. Alma fires up his followers, telling them to stay calm and not waste a single move on anything unnecessary. Right behind him, his friends stare with worried eyes and murmur his name under their breath. One of his companions starts to sweat and begs him to scoot a little closer. A stern friend grabs Graham's attention and orders him to stay put, right there in the trust, Alma's. Graham Neal gripped his sword, flashed a confident grin, and told Alma's, "You can leave it to me." The young woman clamps her hands together, eyes squeezed shut like she's begging the universe in a silent, desperate prayer. Her mind screams one desperate thing: "Alma's, don't you dare die in this fight." Alma steps up and gives King Fermi a proper, formal greeting, his face locked in serious calm. The title page flashes a young man and a young woman, teasing right away that they're about to take center stage. King Ferme rides in silence on his horse with his back to us, just waiting for the boy to show up. Alma's leans in, asking if he should step any closer so their negotiation can finally kick off. King flat out refuses, saying he won't be safe one step if Alma's comes any closer. Alma's flashes the king a sly, knowing smile as he watches his cautious display unfold. King Ferme demands Alma's explain, right now, why he's risking everything to protect the fugitives. Alma's shrugs and says, "I'd rather take them in, my village is small and I can't just turn them away." The king slams the decision down in pure rage, insisting fugitives can't be allowed to vanish without punishment. With the king's point finally landing, Alma steels himself and readies a fresh solution. He leaned in and asked the king to play along, to pretend he'd punish them. To prove it, he hands over the rings that mark them as Fermi's villagers, status, right in your hands. King Formian has the men watching closely because his face is full of deep thought and every move looks carefully planned. The king rubs his chin, thinking hard about the proposal, then fires back with a counteroffer. He demands the rings and everything else the village has, right then, like they're his to claim. Harem calls it a fair deal, he'll spare their lives and shut it down. Alma's companion points out this is exactly the nasty, greedy move Earl warned them about. Alma snaps back with desperate fury, begging them not to take everything, because if they do, they'll starve. He lifts his hand, ready to unleash a counterstrike the moment they push him. One of his followers spots that raised hand and instantly knows it's the signal they've been waiting for. Back in the village, torch-bearing men huddle and wait, ready to spring the moment they get the order. Alma keeps his hand up in the air, eyes nailed to the opposing king. He snarls that if they get cornered, they'll torch their own village and level it to the dirt. The king scoffs and points out like it's obvious, they'll starve to death anyway. With a smug grin, he scoffs that Alma's doesn't have the grit to hold his resolve. The king halts mid-thought, and for a heartbeat he reconsiders the boy's ironclad determination. He slams down his final offer, demanding 70% of everything they've got. Two of Alma's friends stare in terror, all sweaty and trembling like they can't catch their breath. The king's men are just as stunned by the fresh terms of the deal. Alma's feels the weight of the cost crushing in his chest and decides it's safer to swallow it and accept. He kneels and formally accepts the king's terms, swearing he'll hand over every possession they've got. King Ferme lets out a smug, satisfied grunt. He's nailed the objective and he knows it. Once the deal was locked in, the non-stop, nail-biting negotiations finally hit an ending point. Under a sky packed with stars, the village finally breathes easy, just long enough to know the crisis is gone. Villagers line up outside the building, and for once the air is still, like everyone's caught in quiet reflection. Alma finally takes a seat inside, drowning in pure relief, no brawling, no chaos, just a quiet escape. Tetra leaned in and demanded their next move, while Alma's was already gearing up to ask King Rosas for guidance. Your friend blurts out, "Does King Razes will even agree to help us right now?" Alma straight up tells him that taxes aren't some chore, they're paid for moments exactly like this, to keep them protected. Right before he leaves, refugee leader Earl shouts his name to stop him. Earl shoots a stunned look and demands to know, does Alma's really count as King Rose's acquaintance? He then asks to go with Alma's so he can explain everything face to face. Alma's pauses mid-step, arms crossed, and he wrestles with the refugee leader's request. He swallows his pride, apologizes, and begs Earl to stay in the village for now. Right when Alma's declares he's leaving, another voice slams in and cuts him off. Tetra steps up with iron resolve and declares full steam ahead, she's going to. Alma freezes, stunned by the sudden choice, and blurts out, "Are you 100% sure?" Tetra stands shoulder to shoulder with her friends, telling them she's been wrestling with a whole storm of thoughts. Alma stares at her, picking up that calm, unshakable resolve to push forward. He grins back and nods, then tells her, "We're doing this together," like the journey is already calling their names. He hands the village over to a trusted friend, and that friend practically jumps at the chance to carry the responsibility. While perched on the horse, Tetra locks eyes with Alma's and grabs their attention right before they set off. She can feel the dark pressing in, but he grabs her fear and promises, the sun will rise soon. They stay close, sharing one horse as they thunder through the moonlit wilderness, riding straight into the night. Tetra finally spills the truth. She spent her entire life sprinting from her past. Alma freezes in surprise, and her words smack him right out of nowhere. She finally confesses how scared she is of the king in May, and how badly she wants to save their lives instead of tearing everything apart. Seeing those suffering people up close only hardens her resolve, like she can't shake the belief that she has to fix their pain. She drops the truth, she's the Ash family's final descendant, and now she has no choice, she has to step up and act. Alma sits there in perfect silence, fully feeling how heavy her family's name really is. He rushes in to soothe her, telling her plain and true that her life belongs to her. He's adamant that her family's power and pressure have nothing to do with her at all. He tells her she doesn't have to shove this crushing burden onto her own shoulders. Alma double downs with a solid, "Yep," steady her nerves like he's fighting panic right alongside her. Tetra locks eyes with him and everything clicks. She finally owns her lineage as if it was always meant to be part of her life. She declares that she has to team up with King Ferme to crack her problem and finally walk her own path. Alma spots that unbreakable resolve and, with a soft smile, finally accepts her choice. At night, Alma clinks forward on horseback and tells Tetra there's nothing left to talk about. The sun claws its way up, and its first bright beams spill over the far-off mountains. Alma threw a hand up to block the glare, grinning as he jabbed at the sky to show his companion that gorgeous sunrise. Right beside him, Tetra doesn't say a word, her eyes locked on the task, stone-cold, serious, and determined. Her eyes don't even blink as she gears up to drop some life-changing words. She whips around to the curious Almas and spills, "I've got one more thing to say." She makes a solemn vow to marry him the moment her fight with King Ferme is finally over. A surge of pure emotion hits her, and she blurts out her marriage proposal like it's a thunderclap, face blazing red. Shocked by her own nerves, she keeps blurting, "Marry me," over and over again, begging him to take her. Her desperate plea hangs in the air as a completely bewildered Almas can only stare, wide-eyed in pure shock. Later, as they rode deeper into the forest, Almas blurted that her proposal came out of nowhere. The blushing Tetra pops back into his mind and reminds him he used to call her an important person. Alma calmly tells her, "What I meant had a totally different nuance than you think." He told them to talk it out, then begged them to let him down from the horse so he could cool off. In a quiet forest clearing, the two of them face off, staring each other down like they're about to spill the truth any second. Tetra, now steady and glowing with sincerity, took a deep breath and calmly asked him to marry her again. Alma studies her in silence, eyes sharp and thoughtful as he weighs her serious request. He kicks things off by admitting, straight to her, that he's always seen her as nothing but his little sister. And that same warm, family kind of feeling, he makes sure it reaches Ron, Soyeon, and every other kid too. He explains that the bond he has with everyone in the village feels just like a real family. After a beat, he wrestles with the idea, should he really change the way he's thinking right now? He leans in and reminds her that marriage isn't just a ring, it's a promise to stay together for the rest of their lives. Yeah, he says, this is no casual choice, it's a serious vow you can't just undo. All flustered, he blurts out that there's one more crucial thing they can't ignore. He fumbles his words and says marriage means having kids too, and she shoots back that's exactly what she wants. Her answer hits him like a punch. He freezes, eyes wide, and a blush creeps over her cheeks. She won't let him dodge it. She drills him for a straight yes or no to her proposal. Instead of answers, he launches into a barrage of questions, starting with, "Do you really love me?" Flustered Almas blurts out the truth, and his face erupts into a deep red blush. Then she fires off the question, "Do you think I'm a wonderful girl?" and he wastes no time agreeing. She asks, "Do you really think I'd make a wonderful wife?" and he wastes no time nodding and confirming it. Then he whips the final question right back to her and asks, "Will you marry me?" and she cuts him off with a firm no. Frozen, the stunned Tetra stares at her own answer while Almaz rips it apart. He refuses to accept her proposal. He leans in and tells her straight up that, as a man, he believes it's his duty to step forward and propose himself. In that quiet clearing, he drops to his knees and clasps her hand like it's the last thing he'll ever do. With raw sincerity in his eyes, he looks up at her and begs, "Please marry me." He blurts her name and hope flares in his eyes as she drops her gaze, stunned. Tetra bursts with joy, screams her acceptance, and dives into his arms for a tight, heart-melting embrace. He pulls her in tight, smiling warmly as they hug, and pure happiness lights up his face. Almaz jolts her with the truth: if they want to outrun starvation, they'd better sprint to King Roses's kingdom right now. Then he starts to sweat, thinking, wait, did I just hit a death flag by getting engaged? Stepping into that grand city almost tells the whole story of how dire things really are to a mysterious figure they can't even see. King Reshuz leans in, eyes locked on them, and he hears every ounce of the suffering they've been through. The king heard their crisis and promised to back them up. He'd guarantee them food for an entire year. In return, he begged them to look after the other refugees, and Almaz gladly takes him up on it. The king lets out a huge breath of relief because their village is still standing and he needs those taxpayers. And he snaps his focus onto the quiet girl standing right beside Almaz. Tetra takes a careful, measured step forward and locks eyes with the king as she speaks straight to him. She steps up to King Rosses and goes, "It's been ages since we've seen each other." The king looks completely baffled, telling her he's never met her a day in his life. She says they first crossed paths 10 years ago, back when he showed up at the Ash family mansion. The king's warm smile drops instantly, and a jolt of sharp panic flashes across his face. He snaps his hand up and shuts down her claim on the spot, and the moment his eyes harden, his whole expression turns cold and razor serious. Almaz steels herself, staring in worry as guards suddenly spill into the hallway behind the king. The king snaps that he'll have Tetra executed for her lie unless she finally starts telling the truth. Then he leans in and demands her father's name. Standing before the throne, she steadies her voice and declares that her father is Lagos Ash. And the king leaned in and demanded her mother's name. She shoots back that her mother is Curishan, Helen Ash, her face rock steady like nothing can shake her. After a tense hush, the king leaned in and demanded, "What's your name?" She rushes in with a quick apology for being late, then drops the big reveal and tells everyone who she really is. With calm, unshakable confidence, she steps forward and declares, "I'm Tetra Ash." King exhaled in pure relief, whispering that God finally hadn't deserted him. He demanded proof of who she really was, and she lifted her family crest like, "Look, this is me." He blurts an apology for the rude request, then pushes, "Now show me the crest." Tetra whips around, ready to show the mark, while Almaz stares, hanging on every second. She yanks up the back of her tunic and boom, an intricate tattoo on her upper hip flashes into view. The Ash family crest is now blazing in full view for the king to see. She asks if he's had enough, and the king blurts an apology for the staring. The king demands her ring, and she pulls it out from her clothes like it was always right there. Almaz freezes in shock, blurting that he's never, ever seen a ring like this before. Flustered, Tetra blurts out, trying to explain exactly where she'd hidden it. She confessed that guilt gnawed at her for having that gold ring, so she dug a hiding spot and buried it to keep it safe. She admits that if things had gotten truly desperate, she would have sold it without hesitation. The king clears his throat and cuts right through their private chat. He snaps, demanding they stop their lovers' fight, and thrust the ring into his hands. The two just stood there, cheeks warming, as they braced themselves to unveil the ring. Alma adds, "And we've got the family seal too, straight up a gift from the king himself." The king's eyes go wide as Almaz presses him, asking what the family seal truly is. Tetra tears the cloth open and reveals a tiny cylindrical object tucked inside. Almaz studies the seal and realizes it looks exactly like a personal stamp. The king leans in and studies the tiny seal with a grave, focused stare. He declares he's calling a crest specialist to double-check every one of the 3 items. He swears he'll come back for the items the moment they're proven to be the real deal. Tetra quietly nods, fully getting it, and swallowing the king's terms without a fight. Agart blasts out the news the crest specialist is coming, and she's a hooded woman you can't shake. The king lifts his hand and tells the specialist to step forward and start the verification. The specialist gave Tetra a polite nod and gently urged her to come with her into a private room. Tetra slips away and tells Alma, "I'll see you later," then hurries off as she gets ready to leave. Alma stays quiet, eyes locked as Tetra and the specialist stride down a brutal, endless corridor. A dead still silence crashes over the throne room as Alma stands alone, staring down the king. The king drops everything and locks eyes with Alamus, demanding to know where Tetra came from. Alma starts telling him right then and there that she's been living in his village for years. The king cuts him off on the spot, then declares he'll restate his question with razor-sharp precision. He stares straight at Alma's and demands an answer. When did he figure out her real identity? Alma's admits he stumbled on it a few years back, but he'd been terrified to tell anyone. He admits he would have told the king way earlier, but Tetra shut him down and begged him to wait. King swallows the apology, eyes heavy with exhaustion, but he finally gets the full weight of what happened. He tells Almas, "You can't pin this on me. I sheltered the last Ash survivor and I'll take the fall if you try." Then the king abruptly shifts gears, leaning in to grill them about what their relationship really is. An old man leaned in and straight up demanded to know what was really going on between that young guy and the woman. Young Almas jolts with shock when that sharp question hits out of nowhere. He boldly swears he'll marry her, convinced that a commoner really can win the right to wed a noble. With a cocky grin, he declares that this is the one reason they're lifting him into nobility. Almas swore he'd go all in, anything it took to climb up and become even a lesser noble for her. The older man wrings his hands, panicking over what he's about to tell Yuria next. A curious Almas leans in, asking if the guy just muttered something under his breath. Through the window, the sky stretches out, clouds scattered like a wild, shifting pattern. The man snaps back immediately, denying like it never happened that he said a single word to the boy. He knows this is going to take time because he has to dig deep and confirm who the woman really is. Then he tosses the topic aside and fires off a question about the homework assignment he had handed to Almas. Almas brings up that centralization assignment again, then confirms he's got a partial answer in his back pocket. With no patience left, he begged to hear the solution, no matter that it might still be incomplete. Right when he's about to talk, the man shoots up a hand and barks, "Wait." He blurts out that he's calling for Raymond right now before they go any further with their debate. Right after that, Raymond finally shows up, and he greets Almas with warmth and real joy after their long, painful separation. The three men are now crammed around a table, leaning in like they're about to kick off a conversation that could change everything. A tiny, shadowy, cat-like figure crouches on the wall sconce, perched in the dim room like it's watching everything. They bring the topic back in full force, then lay out the exact game plan to lock down central power. Almas lays out his core plan. Power doesn't come from legends, it comes from the people. The two older men stare at him, stunned and hooked by the twist of his unexpected answer. One of them just sweeps an open hand toward him, and suddenly he's gotta start talking and explain everything. Alma lays it out. Centralization means you shove every last bit of national power straight into the center. With a map in hand, he lays it out. King Ross's kingdom is torn apart right now. He insists they can't centralize power until they first band together and unite every one of those regions. One of the men points out that those powerful families aren't about to give up their grip on power without a fight. So Almas hatches a plan to slowly drain the nobles' political power, one careful move at a time. Raymond demanded the nitty-gritty, exactly how he planned to wield the people's power. Almas tells them once the people's power surges, the nobles' grip crumbles and their influence fades. The king warns him with a chilling truth: if he pulls this move, the king's own power will drain right along with it. Almas nods and says this is the most crucial piece of his whole master plan. He pitches a brand new duty for the kingdom, one that's meant to lock in the people's rights for good. Do this and the whole kingdom will snap into place, turning the people against the nobles. The king goes still, eyes sharp, as he absorbs the shock of this sudden political turn. Raymond finally starts to get it. The real strategic idea clicks into place in his mind. He lays out the age-old clash, rulers locking horns with the people they rule. His eyes flare to life as he unveils the new power play, royalty versus nobles, and it's suddenly personal for everyone. Almas explains that this gives the king the perfect excuse to finally crush the nobles' power. Raymond perks up at the idea, then the king cuts in with a calm, quiet interruption. The king realizes this only works when the people actually come asking for protection. Almas is convinced class conflict is coming fast, and she thinks another nation is pulling the strings. He jabs a finger at the nearby Carisian Federation, one that runs without a king. He insists this Republican ideology is starting to pull their people in like a magnet, gaining popularity fast. King can't help but press Alma's, so you're just guessing, or is this prediction dead on? Raymond cuts in, saying the influence is already hitting in real, tangible ways. He points to Robert Fermat's disastrous uprising as his go-to example. His investigation uncovered the truth. This rebellion was powered by the lower classes throwing their weight behind it. This frustrating truth is the fuel that keeps them chasing their dream of building one unified, centralized government. After you strip the influential families of their power, the king leans in and demands to know exactly how you'll deal with them next. I'm going to tell you we need to create a whole new class, nobles of the robe, to crush the bureaucracy. He starts mapping out every move to summon those families to the capital. The plan hits them with sweet deals, offering inheritable land and even wiping out every last debt. They'll get something even more valuable than a title, a court that comes with real political muscle. One guy snapped, asking if building a court would clash with their push to centralize everything. Alma snaps that if they shove all their power into one spot, their response time will choke and stall. He decides they'll hash out the finer points of governance as time goes on. The king lights up and approves that wild idea, even as the pensive Raymond keeps staring off into his thoughts. He whips around and there's Raymond, staring in pure shock, one hand clamped over his mouth. The king drops a jaw-dropping offer. He begs Alma's to be his adopted son. With eyes stretched wide and blazing, he blurts the life-shattering question to the boy again and again. Alma's, still smiling, gets hit so hard by the proposal that he can't get a single word out. The king can't hold it in. He bursts out that he's officially Alma's papa now. Raymond explodes with rage, barking at Alma's to get out of the room right now. He roars at Alma's to toss aside the stupid words he just heard. Alma stays posted in the hallway, gripping his patience, ready to wait there until Tetra finally comes back. He just can't wrap his head around the sudden, gut-punching offer to adopt him. Inside the room, Raymond snaps with rage, demanding to know what the king is thinking. The king starts spilling his real, no-nonsense intentions, and you can feel the truth about to hit. He drops the bombshell. He's been plotting to crown Alma's as the next king. Raymond stared in stunned disbelief, like his brain just couldn't process what he was seeing. He fires back, asking if his brother has completely lost his mind, but the king hammers the point home. No, he's perfectly sane. The king labels this wild plan their second-best lifeline, like they're out of choices but still forcing hope to happen. Agitated, Raymond hurls his hand down on the table, frustration blazing in his eyes. He points out loud and clear that Alma's is nothing more than a 16-year-old commoner. King squares up to his brother and demands, who else could possibly wear the crown? He clocks Raymond as the top candidate, then immediately realizes the tragic catch: he's childless. So he breaks it down. Yuri's husband is already fated to be the next king. Raymond locks eyes on the guy and drops the bombshell: Yuri's fiancé, the legendary, power-packed Regard Deeble. He blurts out that choosing a random stranger off the street would be a smarter move than this. King slams the truth into him: Arghar leads the next most powerful family. Raymond drops the truth: that man is nothing but a fool no matter what. King nods and tells them, pointing to reports that Rhaegar is nothing but careless trouble and violent chaos. The image screams that Rhaegar's brain only runs on one thing: alcohol, women, and money. Raymond says, crystal clear and deadly serious, that he won't ever serve under a guy like that. The king shoots a warning through the room: pick anyone else and you'll rip the country apart at the seams. Raymond tells them, plain and cold, that the simplest move is to wipe the Deeble family off the map entirely. King swivels on his throne and hits him with a way more personal and way tougher question. He demands to know if Raymond is really fine with handing Uriah over to that man. He rips open the horrifying truth: Rhaegar killed his own wife not once but twice. Raymond freezes on the spot, stunned and shaken to the core by this brutal revelation. The king finally admits he can't stand Rhaegar, and he makes it crystal clear he's fighting tooth and nail to shield his daughter. Raymond believes marrying her could slam together the Rossis and the Deeble family for good. He can't help thinking that this unification would push them one step closer to their bigger plan, centralizing everything. He instantly starts doubting whether that tough, man-like fiend would ever truly play along. King sits there staring hard as his brother spills tangled, conflicted thoughts, and the king's face turns grim. He drapes himself on the windowsill and stares out over the city, lost in deep thought. He tells them straight up, Alma's isn't just a choice, he's the only one built to sit on that throne. As the Griffin's son, his spiritual pull will shut down every question and silence the rebellion over where he truly came from. His great personality and the fact he has no real past let them seize total political control. The king list is asterisk this close to unlocking creative thinking and a massive pool of knowledge as his true superpowers. He's convinced that once the young man gets enough experience, he'll grow into a legendary king. With a fierce vow, the king promises he'll personally shape Alma's into a ruler worthy of the throne. After winning his argument, he leans in and calmly asks his brother, "So, are there any doubts left?" His brother Raymond slams down the final hurdle, the Diable family unification. The king finally drops the truth: there was never any chance a union with the Diable family could happen. He tells them that the way Alma's hands over Tetra Ash is the key. Now they can finally chase their original plan. Good news, Alma's and Tetra are already in love, they just need to tie the knot. King lays it all out. Alma's, the Griffin's son, is getting hitched into the Ash family. Raymond is dead sure that if he pushes this succession forward, the public will swallow it without a fight. A wild vision from the future flashes before Alma's. He's about to marry a stunning veiled woman named Urea. Raymond hammers out the truth: this union is the final piece, the key that seals the unification of the Ash and Raz families for good. The king shoots up a finger and slaps in a crucial condition that could make or break the whole plan. Raymond nods and fully backs the king's call. He agrees to bring Almas into his family and make him one of his own. With a heavy, thoughtful stare, the king clamps a hand over his mouth, weighing his next move like it could decide everything. He makes it crystal clear: adopting Alma's doesn't mean she's automatically walking into the throne. Alma's and Rigor de Bal face off in a brutal contest, because only one of them will be named the real successor. Then the king finally decides it's time to hear what Alma's has to say about it. A servant came charging up to Alma's and told him, "The king summoned you." Alma's strides through an elegant colonnade, eyes locked on the king's chambers ahead. With worry flickering across his face, he swallows hard and quietly agrees to answer the summons. He strides down a stone corridor straight toward an open doorway, like he's closing in on something he can't afford to miss. Almas steps into the room cautiously, then clears his throat and greets everyone politely to announce he's here. Raymond and the king greeted him like a hero, then practically nudged him to grab a seat. Nerves take over, his cup rattles in his grip like it's warning everyone. He's planted in a massive chair at a huge table, staring down two terrifying men standing opposite him. Raymond decides they're not done talking. He picks up right from where the conversation cut off. He leaned in and straight up asked Alma's if he'd let him become his adopted son. Raymond waits on Alma's reaction, his face hanging on the edge of expectation. A stunned Alma's freezes in place, then snaps out the question: would Raymond really step into his life as his father? Raymond gives the final nod and leans in, asking Alma's what she thinks. Alma's drags a hand to his chin, eyes narrowing as the proposal sinks deep into his thoughts. He respectfully leaned in and demanded to know the real reason behind this insanely incredible offer. I've got to look skeptical, like I'm grilling him, because I can't believe that's the only reason. With a soft, knowing grin, Raymond finally spills the truth: Alma's is the Griffin's son. The king adds that this puts him way ahead, way more power than just giving Tetra Ash a safe place to hide. Raymond lays out a bold scheme to Alma's: get Tetra to be his bride and bring the Ash family back from the brink. Alma's grips a cup in his hand as the grand plan finally hits the table. Raymond leans in and breaks down the raw power of storytelling, because people don't just listen, they crave legends like oxygen. Alma sinks into silence, weighing every dangerous consequence of this political play. An illustration comes alive with a love-filled legend: the princess is saved by the Griffin's son and the romance takes flight. Raymond demanded an answer, but Alma's shot back, asking for a little time to consult his friends. Raymond nods along, but he warns him, don't bring up the marriage yet because it's not official. He declares he'll be standing by, ready to pounce on a favorable answer from Alma's. The meeting wraps up and then boom, Tetra steps in and shouts Alma's. Alma's face lit up the moment she saw her, and she blurted out, asking if her work was finally done. King locks eyes with Alma's and steps forward, ready to hand him something big. He nods and verifies Tetra's identity, then hands Alma's back a crucial item like it's the key to everything. Alma's and the king trade stiff, formal goodbyes, and the moment the audience starts filing out, everything feels like it's finally ending. Tetra leaned in and asked Alma's if they were finally headed back to their village. He leans in and drops the truth. He's got to spread this news to everyone. Two of them charge through a thick, shadowy forest on one shared horse. Right as they close in on the village, Almas shouts to Ron, announcing loud and proud that he's back. A lookout spots them and whoops with pure joy, shouting to everyone that their leader is back. As they thunder down the main street, villagers spill out to greet them, cheering and waving like a town coming alive. Friend spots their long absence and blurts out, "Did you manage to grab food?" Almost announced they'd get food for a whole year if they agreed to care for the refugees. He declares that the refugees will jump straight to work right away to help the village the moment they can. The whole village exploded into cheers, shouting their thanks as they celebrated the good news he brought. Almas immediately called for his core group to lock together because he had something huge to discuss. In a secret meeting, the friends were left reeling when they finally learned that Tetra isn't just someone, she's a princess. Tetra drops her guard, apologizing for hiding her real identity from them all this time. One friend leans in and reassures her, "Don't worry, you're still the same Tetra to us." Another friend leans in and tells her, "Don't apologize, everyone's got secrets." Tetra gazes at her friends, and you can see her heart swell with grateful emotion at how well they understand her. Friend comes through and swears their bond hasn't shifted one bit. Tetra's face softened with quiet relief, and gratitude shone through like a warm light. Almas then drops the bombshell: someone offered him a spot in the Duke's family through adoption. His friends stared at Tetra's analysis as new statuses slammed in one after another, turning every fresh reveal into chaos. Two of his friends burst with excitement, firing off praises for their leader's incredible news. The girl bursts with joy as she realizes this would make them royal retainers. Another girl lights up with determination, swearing she'll push even harder with her voodoo training. When Almas stepped into the royal family as Princess Tetra's partner, the shock finally hit them hard. One tiny drop of sweat spills off Almas, proof that their reaction caught him completely off guard. He's completely stunned by just how wildly positive and celebratory they're being. He stares into his lonely past where every time his friends were shipped out of the orphanage, it felt like his heart was breaking all over again. He straight up demanded of his friends, "Why aren't you stopping me from leaving?" A girl cool as ice looked him dead in the eyes and asked, "Why would you even think of doing something like that?" Another friend leans in and asks if Almas really doesn't want to adopt. Almas can't hide it, he's thrilled with the chance to finally chase success. His hesitation doesn't go unnoticed, so a friend leans in and asks, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Alma quietly shakes her head, denies anything's wrong, and keeps her eyes averted as if she can't stand the truth. He finally blurts out his biggest fear, being torn away from the village and his friends. His friends only grinned, brushing off his worries with a playful little cheese joke. One friend leans in and reassures him, telling him they won't be separated forever. They all erupt into cheers for him, shouting that they never thought he'd stick around forever in the first place. Almas' eyes bulge wide, and you can practically see his heart get hit by their rock-solid support. He flashes a grateful grin, thanking them from the bottom of his heart, and feels downright blessed to have friends like these. Tetra bursts in and declares, "One last night together with all of you, then we're gone." Almas nods and sets up a council to step in and handle any trouble while they're gone. That evening erupts in celebration as they joyfully toss Almas up in the air. Friends grin and shout, "We're good night," as they wave goodbye and vanish into the dark. Small clusters of villagers slip down the quiet, moonlit streets, heading home under the silver glow. They stare in disbelief at Alma's insane luck, wondering right then if they might actually cross paths with the king. Two friends start spiraling, panicking over all the fancy high society etiquette they'll have to learn. The talk turns heavy as they admit with aching honesty that their friends are leaving one by one and facing that loneliness first. Ron snaps that if their leaders charge ahead first, then they've got only one job: sprint forward and catch up. They swear to guard the village with their lives, hoping one day they'll earn the right to become its retainers. The boy jolts awake in bed, heart racing, as a sudden brutal scream shatters the silence. Back in the capital, Almas and Tetra don their formal wear and officially accept Raymond's offer to be adopted. With a fierce, unwavering tone, it boldly declares, "Bring it on, I'm ready for whatever comes next." In a towering grand hall, a man paces up to another figure sitting on a raised dais, calm on the outside but soaking in every second. Raymond beams with pure joy and demands that Almas call him Papa, starting right then, no waiting, no excuses. Just then, another man barges in and the flustered seamstress scrambles to swap his sloppy request for something far more proper, addressed to the father. Tetra, that young firebrand, tells them her road has finally swung toward Barasash Perm, the kind of influential family head who runs the whole show. With zero hesitation, Tetra lunges in, snatches a startled Almaz and declares, "We've got way too much to do." Raymond yanks Almaz away with force, and Almaz screams that his new papa is actually hurting him. Almaz gets hit with his first lesson, learning the fine art of noble etiquette page by page from scrolls. Raymond leans in, grins, and reassures him. Turns out the etiquette rules aren't nearly as strict as they look. He breaks it down for you, saying it all boils down to one thing: how you use your words. Almaz cheers Tetra and praises his sharp tongue, straight up making his brand new adoptive father beam. Under a sky packed with stars, the grand estate looms, like the final stamp on his brand new life. Raymond leans in and tells everyone that, in just 1 month, Almaz is getting a huge welcome party. The city streets burst with life as crowds rush around, getting ready for the grand celebration. He breaks down the event's 2 big reasons, then introduces Almaz while cheering Tetra's safe return. Almaz is going to have to step out in public and show his face to everyone. Raymond leans in and reminds him, never, ever forget who he is, the Griffin's son with power nobody can ignore. A massive crowd swarms the city square, packed shoulder to shoulder in front of a towering stage, all waiting for the big moment to finally begin. The party turns into a full-on celebration, stacks of food, drinks flowing, and a crowd of smiling guests setting the whole place alight. Almaz weaves through the crowd with a bright, happy smile that lights up his whole face. While everyone's partying, a young woman in an ornate hairband stands with a sharp, serious gaze, like she's waiting for something to go wrong. Later, Almaz crumpled against a pillar, wiped out from the party's non-stop social pressure. A voice he knows by heart booms his name, then Yuria steps into view, smiling as she greets him after all this time. A flustered Almaz admits, hands trembling, that this is the first time he's spoken since he arrived. Yuria's world instantly flips. She's left absolutely stunned by the breaking news about Almaz and Tetra. All he can do is shrug and say, "It's a long, tangled story, brace yourself." A tense, awkward silence stretches between them as they stand side by side, like neither dares to close the gap. And he leaned in and asked her straight up what the Ross family and the public think of him. Yuria freezes for a beat, eyes sweeping across the city as she weighs her answer. She tells him with total confidence that everyone, yes, even her family, has welcomed him like he's already one of them. But then she points at a specific group and lets you know they're the exception. Alma stared in pure confusion and then demanded, "Who are these people you're talking about?" She uncovers the truth: those royals are the Dibble family, and they're furious that some commoner dared to crawl into their ranks. They can't shake the feeling that Tetra's helped the Ash family revive way too conveniently. Alma spots it instantly. 1/3 of the noble families missing from the court are already swaying with the Divils. It all sparks that crucial detail, and he blurts out a question: what about her engagement to Regard Dibble? The moment her fiancé gets mentioned, Yuria's face snaps cold as she confirms it. Alma's fingers fidget as she blurts out, voice shaking, "So, what do I feel about all of this?" She erupts in a hilariously over-the-top tantrum, screaming that she absolutely despises Regard with every fiber of her being. She lets out a tired sigh, then fights to steady herself after that outburst. She looks downright irritated because Almaz can only shoot back a small, awkward acknowledgement of how she feels. She turns her head and murmurs a tiny wish under her breath that she could be the one engaged to him. Just a few steps away, the other nobles keep partying like nothing's wrong, totally clueless as a brutal personal drama brews in the shadows. Almaz hasn't heard her, so he blurts, "Did you say something?" and she instantly snaps no. Just as the conversation heats up, Tetra shows up out of nowhere, waves her hand wildly, and yells for Almaz. She introduces her massive companion with full formality, Borisash Perm, the family head. Almaz starts thanking the man for looking after Tetra, his words polite and sincere from the very first second. Rose bursts with raw rage, yanks Almaz's hands in his grip, and bellows his name like a thunderclap. With tears streaming down his face, he swears himself and every one of his retainers to Almaz, vowing they'll stay loyal no matter what for protecting the princess. Alma calmly tells the emotional man, "Wipe those tears away." Rose pushes through, and you can practically feel the huge wave of gratitude and relief washing over him. Almaz wrestles with a brutal political mess because now it's all on him. He scrambles to make it crystal clear, he's part of the Rishu's family now, not some master. The young girl, burrows burning on her lips, blurts out, Almas is marrying Tetra. Her companion snaps in fast, trying to shut her up. He insists she can't say that just yet. That comment hooks Yuri's curiosity like a trap, and before anyone can react, she marches straight up to Almas and demands, is that true? Nervous Alma shoots a shy, sheepish smile and starts to spill his answer. He confirms it's real, then quickly adds that it still isn't official, at least not yet. Yuri takes it all in with a calm, focused intensity as Tetra watches from Almas's side. She clocks exactly what's happening, then solemnly swears she'll keep it secret and never tell a soul. Almas and Tetra both stare in shock as she responds in a way that's way too quiet for what just happened. With a shaky, almost painful smile, she hands them both her formal congratulations. Alma can only stare at her, his face blank as stone, all the sorrow heavy on his expression. Just as the moment hits a pause, another noble can't hold it in. He grins and begs Almas for a shogi match. And then more people jump in, itching to face the game's creator and prove they've got what it takes. Under that blazing sky, the grand party keeps roaring, lit up with non-stop celebration and razor-sharp political intrigue. Ruru sits astride her horse and tells Almas, wide-eyed, that she never once thought she'd be gone for an entire month. He tells everyone he just wants things to finally settle down so he can swing by home more often. Ruru nods along, but her shaky voice gives it away. Something in her gut tells her the village isn't safe. A stumbling, drunk Bartholo stumbles into the scene, takes a huge swig from his flask, and laughs out a warm greeting to Almas. Almas and Ruru stare on, worry twisting in their faces while a hint of annoyance sparks too. Bartholomew rambles on about Alma's insane luck, jumping right past the noble ranks to seize the throne and become royalty. Drunk out of his mind, he slurs at Almas, do you even get what I'm feeling, and then demands space between them. Ruru leans in and quietly asks Almas if this guy is actually worth anything, but Almas can only mumble back with a shaky, uncertain answer. Then she blurts out her biggest fear, what if the villagers back home start tearing each other apart? Bartholo scoffs at the idea of peace like it's a joke, saying that kind of calm will never happen. He points out the terrifying truth, during their leader's long absence, the village's population suddenly explodes. He's dead sure this kind of situation is basically a battle sign flashing in bold. Her desperate scream rips through the air and it nails the point, she's yelling at her own parents. Almas and Ruru immediately snap to it, same voice, same urgency, and they bolt to get moving. From far away, the village looks calm and harmless, like it's hiding a storm beneath its peaceful face. A tight close-up snaps in, her face is streaked with tears as she erupts, screaming at her own parents. Alma storms into the scene, blazing with fury, demanding to know what the hell is going on. The young girl breaks down in tears of relief the second Almas and Tetra burst in. Two other girls stand nearby, one cradles the sobbing child to calm them down, while the other watches with a hard, stern stare. Almas strides up to Ron, who's already waiting, and demands an explanation on the spot. Ron spills that the two who were on their knees stirred up trouble, trying to reach the girl. He lays it out plainly, every time they've been caught, they keep breaking the rule that says they're not allowed to come near her. Almas fixes the pair with a cold, hard stare, pressing them for excuses. She gazes up at him, pleading for him to drop his position and reconsider. Almas shuts his eyes tight, frustration and pain burning through him as the situation crushes down. He's boiling with rage as he snaps that just being here is wrecking her with unbearable pain. He snaps the woman's I have reasons speech in half, saying her excuses don't matter at all. A chilling flashback cuts in, lonely Ruru stands there, staring the truth in the face. They left her behind and it can never be undone. He makes it crystal clear, even if Ruru might forgive them someday, that call isn't theirs to make. She can barely choke out his name in a desperate, last-ditch plea. Out of nowhere, a hooded figure, Earl, the refugee leader, bursts onto the scene at a full sprint. Earl yanks the kneeling man to his feet, furious, and demands to know why he broke the rule. He swings without a pause, then snaps, "You're a fool," as he condemns the man's transgression. Almas, Tetra, and Bartholo stare in shock as a sudden, game-changing intervention flips everything in an instant. Earl, a ruthless man, makes two terrified refugees hit the floor and bow, then demands forgiveness for them like it's his right. With a tired exhale, Almas, the young leader, finally takes the apology. He lays down one last hard warning, one more screw-up and you're straight to exile. From a nearby watchtower, a man leans back and replays the whole incident that just happened in his mind. Bartolo watches as Earl steps in at the perfect moment, snapping Almaz out of a dangerous mess. Still stunned, Almaz tells his friends straight up that Earl really did help him. Bartolo points out that as the population keeps swelling, strict rules and real penalties are now unavoidable. Let one of the other refugees step in and enforce it, so the newcomers don't get rattled. One of Almaz's companions breaks into a laugh and straight up admits they let Earl handle most of the management. Almaz shoots a shy apology their way, then begs them to give it their all, even while he's not around. Almaz cut in and fired off the big question to General Bartolo. She wanted his strategic take right now. He pitches a wild plan: dig a canal right in the pit as a deadly trap to stop King Fermit's army. Bartolo nods like it's a sure win. These 40 men can take on that little force that's coming. Alma then stops and thinks, if their village falls, what bigger disaster does that unleash? Bartolo looks at the capital and sees it packed with 500 hardened conscript soldiers standing guard. He figures the huge attacking army will get spotted in time, then everyone can hit back with a proper response. Curiosity blazing, Almaz pressed Bartolo for his real military rank. Bartolo casually drops a bombshell: he's the commander of the anti-Fermet military front. Almaz and Ruru go wide-eyed because they thought his whole job was just hauling around alcohol, until this moment hits. Bartolo snaps out that even though he's a general, he still can't order a border crossing. He proposes a mock battle, and he's sure the confident Almaz will love watching his swordsmanship. Ruru drops a shocking question, but Almaz lights up and eagerly agrees to the duel. He knows this is the kind of experience that could decide the next fight. Almaz sees it as the ultimate trial, his chance to prove the king's blessing is real. Two fighters square off in a quiet clearing, training swords up and ready to strike. Bartolo flashes a cocky grin and declares their match officially underway. He tells Almaz, anytime you want, come at me, and swears he won't pull a single punch. With a thunderous shout, Almaz rockets forward and smashes his sword into Bartolo's with brutal, bone-jarring force. That hit smashes Bartolo's sword to pieces and blasts him backward, reeling in pure shock. He slams into the ground with a brutal crash, and shattered sword fragments spin away like sparks. Alma blurted out that his power was just too wild for a wooden sword to survive. Stunned, Bartolo lay sprawled on the ground and blurted out how strong Almaz really was. To prove a point, Alma stomps his foot. His raw lower body strength pulverizes the ground. Bartolo suddenly remembers Yuria saying that Almaz was carrying some kind of blessing. He admits it. No matter how much he backs himself, there's still zero chance he could win. A bunch of spectators, still staring in shock, demand to know if Bartolo is truly a soldier. Bartolo shuts his mouth like, yeah, I'm still me, and he can't help thinking, why are they suddenly coming at him like this? The crowd stared in disbelief, finally confirming every word they'd heard, and the awe hit them all at once. Inspired to the core, they drop to the ground and beg with burning passion. The men shout their burning wish to fight beside Almazan. Alma stares, completely shaken, because that sudden heartfelt request to join the military hits them straight in the chest. Bartolo shot a smirk and agreed to run a training session, ready to put their abilities to the test. With a grin, Almaz jumps in without hesitation, pushing the hopefuls to go all out. The story jumps to a massive military training ground, roaring with non-stop drills and chaos. Yuria leans in and tells Almaz the army's crazy high morale isn't luck, it's fueled by the fact that they're conscripts. Alma can't believe her eyes as 1,000 soldiers fire up and train in perfect sync. Yuria tells them she showed up because their friends are getting tested in training today. She points you straight to the archery range, right where the tests are happening at this very moment. Alma sweeps the archers with her eyes, praising every ounce of their hard work, but Graham slips through the crowd and she can't find him. Out on the range, the brand new recruits are getting absolutely wrecked by every shot they fire, like none of it's landing. Two battle-worn instructors stare at the lousy performance, and disappointment hits them hard. An arrow tears through the air and still misses, slamming into the dirt beside its target with a brutal, useless thud. The instructors let out sharp, frustrated sighs, fed up with how badly the recruits bungled their skills. An instructor tears into the men, snapping, "How can hunters be this useless?" He grumbles out loud that these new recruits are a total disaster this time. Then his gaze locks onto a quiet young man with narrow eyes, Graham. The instructor rips into Graham's form and swears he'll never hit a single shot. Graham stays stone quiet, calm as ever, eyes locked in, while the insults keep raining down. With zero warning, he smoothly pulls the bowstring back like it's second nature. His arrow rockets straight through the air and lands dead center on the bull's The instructor who'd been screaming is knocked totally speechless the moment the shot lands. He can't shake the feeling that Graham's landing these hits is nothing but beginner's luck as Graham draws his next arrow. The two instructors freeze with wide eyes, stunned speechless by Graham's insane skill. The second arrow slams into the bullseye, right next to where the first one struck. The third arrow snaps into place beside the others, and it's the final proof this dude's bow skills are untouchable. Now every recruit is turning to Graham, praising him like he's a legend for his insane archery skills. From the balcony, Yuria leans in and says it's only expected, he's using his own bow. Then she whips Almaz's eyes toward the elite knights trading steel in brutal sword sparring. The courtyard rings with savage steel clangs as the knights hammer through their drills. Yuria's eyes light up as she spots her friends Ron and Rose right there among the fighters. They stare each other down, swords slammed together in a cross, and they both brace for a brutal duel about to explode. Ron kicks things off with a sharp battle cry and lunges straight into the fight. Their blades slam together with raw force and both fighters lock in, eyes burning with pure, deadly focus. Yuria keeps staring at their smooth, brutal swordplay, but worry creeps in as she watches it unfold. She points out that the way they move hits completely different compared to the other knights. Almaz leans in and tells them, "I trained you in kendo, that's a skill I learned back in my previous world." Bartolo storms onto the balcony, smiling as he greets them while they watch the training unfold. He brushes their friend's style aside and smirks, declaring his own men are stronger. Yuria shouts down to Ron and Rose, daring them to prove him wrong. Ron strides into the ring and introduces himself with a grin, even though his opponent towers over him. The knight shows no awe as the young man feels his fire dim before the match even starts. He smirks and tells him he'll go easy, then drags out a slow overhead strike like it's nothing. The knight leans in and basically orders Ron to crank up the force in every one of his swings. He blasts out his own brutal strike, showing Ron exactly what to copy. Ron's face stays locked in pure focus and seriousness as he readies himself to counter. With a sudden burst of speed, Ron rockets forward, lunging like he's about to catch something before it disappears. He unleashes a ferocious shout and storms right back into the attack. His blade snaps out in a blur, smashing his opponent's wrist and ripping their weapon away. Yuria throws her arms up in triumph, while Almaz and Bartolo stand there completely shell-shocked. The defeated knight's comrades explode in outrage, screaming that the duel never even got started. The furious knight storms in and dares Ron to spar, offering himself as Ron's next fighting partner. Rosewood strides in, introduces himself, and immediately clocks Ron as Alma's friend. Rosewood roars out a fierce shout and charges straight in to kick off the duel. He slams his sword down in a thunderous arc, and his face hardens with total, focused concentration. Ron absolutely parries the strike, and his one-of-a-kind kendo stance is on full display. He drops a perfect coach strike, smashing right into Rosewood's wrist to leave him defenseless. The knights watching in fear go wide-eyed as one more of their ranks gets wiped out in seconds. One of them bursts out, calls the whole performance embarrassing, and snaps at the others to get out. Rose shoots Ron a fearless grin and challenges him to be her next sparring partner. Rosewood boldly declares he's the next strongest, right after Bartolo himself. In the training grounds, frustrated knights choke on another loss. One of them screams at his men to just win already. A fresh-faced recruit snaps back at the alarm, shouting that beating their opponents is straight-up impossible. With fear in his eyes, the recruit whips his head around and insists their sparring partners are so ridiculously strong they're basically unbeatable. From a lofty balcony, General Bartholo and the young leader Almaz stare down at everything in pure, total disbelief. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two men fell silent as Alma's friends unleashed a level of skill that left them stunned. A strange, creeping chill crawls over Almaz as he replays Bartholot's words about his friend's unreal strength in his head. His eyes snap to a young woman with long blonde hair, Yuria, sitting right nearby. Uriah grins like this is the funniest thing ever, then leans in and demands, hasn't he figured out the truth yet? When Almaz asks what she means, she stands up, nods, and promises to lay out the whole story for him. She flashes a signal for him to come with her to a quieter spot, right there, away from everyone, so they can finally talk. They spot a calm little hideout tucked between the stone buildings of the training grounds. Yuria finally drops the truth. Almaz holds the king's blessing, and this year that power has evolved. Alma was completely stunned. She couldn't stop asking how his blessing could possibly have evolved. She's explaining that it supercharges loyal men with raw physical strength, while loyal women's magic blooms even brighter. With a sly grin, she leans in and asks if her explanation finally cleared the fog from his head. Everything clicks into place for Almaz and the mystery clears, explaining why the boy's strength is so wild and his health stays perfectly untouched. And he leaned in and demanded to know why Yuria waited until now to finally tell him the truth. She laughs and admits she was totally enjoying it, so she decided to sit back and make him figure it out on his own. Her playful smile drops away and a dark, far-off look takes its place. Yuria leans in and reminds Almaz, "By the way, I'm engaged to Rigard Dibble right now." With a hurt, trembling look, she declares she'll marry him and push him all the way to becoming king. And now, with no delay, she'll keep going, because her duty is to deliver the next heir to the throne. She tells him this is her one shot to say it all, because after this, they'll never get another moment like this. She let out a breathy sigh, stretched like she owned the moment, and said she figured he'd be way more shocked. Suddenly, she closes the gap in an instant and presses a tender, heartfelt kiss against his lips. For one breathless moment, they cling together in a quiet, heart-crushing embrace. When she pulls away, her eyes go wide and sparkle like they're fighting back tears. With a tender, sorrowful smile, Yuria steps forward and confesses her love to him. She calls it hopeless love, begs him to protect Tetra, and demands he never forget one thing. As she turns and walks off, she leans back just enough to tell him, "Never forget I was your first kiss." From far away, a mustached man in a headband, Raymond, stares at the scene, locked in and waiting. He and his younger companion watch Yuria and Almaz tearfully split apart, and it hits them right in the gut. After Yuria walks out, the two men stay frozen with grim, troubled expressions. Almaz stands there in silence, letting Yuria's confession crash down on the messy political world around him. Raymond snaps at his companion to keep their mouths shut around the already shattered Yuria, no extra words. The younger man fires back, insisting Almaz is obviously the right choice for her in the kingdom. He can't help but feel sorry for Yuria, because now she's drowning in pure, crushing despair. He swears any decent father would hand over Mary Almaz to her, because there's no way she belongs with a man who murdered his own wife. He's convinced that forging Almaz king is the key to keeping Yuria smiling. If the kingdom succeeds, she'll be happy and he'll make sure of it. Raymond finally admits it, Almaz is way more capable than he ever was at that same age. He leans in and demands his companion face the brutal truth of their political mess. He can't stop wondering if Almaz gets crowned king, how many of those powerful families will actually kneel and back him. A map blasts his argument to life, showing the Diable family is bound to spark a rebellion. Raymond fires off a brutal warning: if this conflict sparks, the whole kingdom will tumble straight into a savage civil war. He slices the whole idea like pie, warning that the kingdom is about to get carved up by outside forces. The younger man snaps that they should cut out the rotten piece right now, before the rot spreads and ruins everything. Raymond just listens as his subordinates pour their hearts out, and his face stays impossible to read. He tells the man to remember his two choices, Almaz or Rigar, but warns him it's way too early to commit. The companion nods slowly, fully admitting he gets how brutal this choice is. The scene snaps to a cloudy sky looming over the city's towering, grand architecture. The camera swings to Almaz village, plain little houses, and a huge watchtower standing tall like it's guarding secrets. In a buzzing workshop, Tetra spots Almaz and snaps, "What are you doing?" Alma grins and tells them, "I've got black powder covered." Tetra stares at him, eyes sharp with curiosity, demanding to know what that black powder really is. He lays it out like this: the oldest kind of chemical explosive, born in China first. As he sinks into his thoughts, modern weapon imagery flashes by, and the sorrow of what technology can unleash crushes his heart. He straight up admits he never wanted to drag military tech into this world, but when it comes down to it, he feels there's no way out. He leans in and tells Tetra he's going to forge a weapon like the Tetsuham, an old-school grenade. He shows off how he scrapes top-tier material from charcoal he made with his own hands. Alma brandished a golden crystal of sulfur in front of her, then pointed out how this peninsula was packed with volcanoes everywhere. He spills the old trick for pulling potassium nitrate right out of the dirt buried under the floorboards. Tetra demanded to see the weapon, but the warning hit her like a jolt, almost telling her to back up and get away. He admits it's still in the works, and he flat out can't promise how much power it'll actually have. He rams a tiny lump of the powder straight onto the ground with a brutal, forceful slam. The explosion rips through the air and Tetra jolts in shock, snapping her hands over her ears. Alma can't believe it, just a tiny amount, and it still blasts out an incredible sound. He tells them that once that powder is contained, it becomes deadly, capable of injuring and even killing people. Toss in those pebbles or iron splinters, and he'll finish the deadly weapon for real. And yep, the last piece is the dependable igniter that fires the whole device up. Tetra leans in, eyes wide, pure awe shaking up her nerves. Staring at the magic circle, Almaz asks, "Can I make one that spits out fire?" She grins and swears that making a simple spark is going to be a total cakewalk. And the days keep stacking up, and the village stays eerily still beneath a gloomy, cloud-choked sky. Up on a watchtower, a man demands Almaz what he's up to, and Almaz drops the truth. He's mapping out his strategy. Alma beams as she greets Bartholo, and he returns the formality with a proper, welcoming welcome. He kicks things off by grilling Bartholomew, asking if he knows the phalanx formation. Almaz shows you the core trick of battle, charging in with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. He breaks it down, each soldier snaps their shield into place, shielding the comrade sitting right to their left. He drags out a map and points straight to it. This move leaves the right flank hanging out, exposed and vulnerable. When he asks for confirmation, Bartholo nods and backs up his assessment without hesitation. Bartholo pitches a brutal cavalry charge right at their sides, saying it's the perfect counter. Still, he clocks the real truth. Most fights slam into full-on brawls where morale decides everything. He shuts down the cavalry plan right away, admitting they just don't have the numbers to pull off that kind of maneuver. He tells you that even with stirrups, turning into a real cavalry soldier takes hardcore, non-stop training. Almaz slams down a brand new strategy: pin the enemy and make them fixate on their left side. Bartholo can't help it. He leans in and demands Almaz spell out his plan in full. He hypes Almaz as Griffin Sama's son, and the second he hears it, Almaz snaps. He's sick of that title being shoved in his face. Bartholomew catches on, and the moment Almaz drops that idea, he shuts up and starts thinking fast. His eyes lock onto the tiny bottle Almaz is clutching. Almaz told him, "I'm here to show you what's inside this bottle, now come with me," and demanded he follow. They plunge into a nearby forest, and Almaz zeroes in on a thick, sturdy tree. He declares that this tree is the perfect stage for his upcoming demonstration. He hammers his brand new bomb, an ugly cylindrical thing tight against the tree trunk. And he slaps a flat, circular magic circle right on top to act as a timer. The magic circle snaps to life, runes blazing bright as the timer starts ticking. The two men slip back into their camp, plant themselves at a safe distance, and stare in silence to watch it all unfold. A thunderous blast detonates from deep in the forest, blasting a violent shockwave across the air. Bartholo is left totally speechless, stammering out the question, "What just happened?" From here you can see a pitch-black, tangled forest, the very place where the recent chaos is born. Back at camp, Bartholo gapes in disbelief, stunned by the crushing power Almaz just unleashed. Bartholo, staring wide-eyed at the tiny device, bursts into praise as Almaz' mind-blowing invention absolutely floors him. With eyes blazing, he demands to know if more of the devices can be made, and Almaz stays cool, simply saying yes. Bartholomew finds his drive, locks eyes with Almaz, and steels himself for the edge they're about to seize. With a grin and zero doubt, he announces that this new weapon finally means they can take down King Fermet. Almaz calmly tells them that winning isn't just a goal, it's the only thing they need to stay alive. Clouds crawl across the sky, silently ticking the clock toward the clash that's about to explode. 2 years later, the story rips to a grand, stone-walled city under a sky that looks downright cursed. At the table inside, a lone man slumps alone, his face etched with grief as those brutal recent events weigh him down. King Fermet snaps his head up, fuming, and demands to know what went wrong this time. An advisor bursts in with shocking news: yet another noble house has just ditched their loyalty and slipped straight into the growing Ash family faction. Ever since Tetra Ash was discovered, the king's been drowning in rebellion, and now he rages that he should have killed her the moment he had the chance. A sniveling courtier challenges who she really is, and Fermi snaps back that she's a problem either way. A messenger crashes into the council room and shoves a sealed scroll straight into the king's hands. King Fermet's face snaps into razor-sharp focus as he reads the urgent message. The messenger stands poised, just finished unloading the bombshell news from their spy network. The king's advisor shoots him a sharp look and demands, "What's wrong?" because he can feel how heavy this new information really is. A sly grin spreads across Fermet's face as he drops the bombshell that King Rossus has collapsed. The king's advisors go pale with shock, dread flooding in as the whole situation flips upside down. Burm insists it's just a chronic attack, then he admits the succession crisis is grinding him down. One general practically begs for an invasion, while another advisor snaps back, terrified they don't have the provisions to survive it. The king brushes off the worries and laughs. All we need is 3 days of food to start this war. He's plotting a surprise strike deep in the forest, but his advisor is terrified of what the Griffin's punishment will unleash. Firmly, they insist they've gone through before, so they're certain it's safe to do it again. A map laid out the king's secret route through the forest, slipping right past Alma's village. One of the advisors studies the village's strange predicament, and you can see his mind racing, numbers and answers flashing behind his eyes. He blurts out whether the village got any special treatment from that mythical griffin. King Firm scoffs at the whole idea, snapping back to the time they squeezed food out of the villagers. He blasts out a plan. They'll take the village by turning it into a forward base and a non-stop supply hub. The king snaps out a brutal order, and his voodoo magicians are told, no excuses, to hunt down their targets and watch their every move. An unseen subordinate snaps to attention and lets out a thunderous, yes. Distant cries of asterisk, long live the king, asterisk ripple through the city as the plan finally locks in. The story snaps to a pitch-black, death-quiet room, lit only by the flicker of a single torch flame. 3 hooded figures slip into a shadow-choked chamber, their faces swallowed by darkness. They huddle in a tight circle on the floor, hands at the ready as the magical ritual is about to kick off. Petra steps up and declares, all right, time to kick off the soul-writing ceremony. A snowy white bird rockets off the branch, its wings chopping the darkness of the forest in eerie, silent beats. The bird's eyes blow wide as a voodoo magician slides into its mind like a curse. 3 white birds rocket skyward, launching their recon mission side by side. A single bird swoops over Alma's village, riding the sky high and scanning every corner of the settlement like it's hunting for something. The magician studies the village's defenses and realizes they're built to blast away any human intruder. Staring in closer, the spy nods. These fortifications have been upgraded massively since the last time he came. A little bird darts past and the magician barely glances its way. Its chirps sound like background noise. Not spotting any threats right away, the magician calls it, cuts the mission short, and heads back. The spy checks the village walls and confirms there's not a single visible soldier inside. Suddenly, a white bird gets slammed from the sky, feathers exploding into a blur. A giant dark bird of prey swoops down and drives its razor-sharp talons straight into the spy's vessel. The magician panics because right when everything matters, their true natural predator comes for them. A desperate thought hits them: if they can't break free right now, this form won't save them, it'll spell their death. A shadowy bird streaks from the dark and slams in again, pure, lethal blur, coming in with nothing but violence. The magician goes wide-eyed when a fresh attacker steps in, hurling questions like, what is going on here? Right on the heels of the first one, a second dark bird dives into the attack, stunning the magician so hard he can barely process what he's seeing. 2 predators team up and unleash a synchronized strike, crushing the lone white bird's chances as it's left helpless in the sky. The magician's horror spikes when a third dark bird swoops in, teaming up with the relentless hunt. The moment he realizes eagles don't hunt as a pack, the spy's gut tells him an enemy voodoo magician is behind it. A pure white bird rockets across the sky in desperate flight, and 3 shadowy birds thunder after it. The magician can't believe it. How could a tiny village possibly hide not 1 but 3 powerful magicians? Determined to get out fast, the spy zeroes in on one thing: escaping so he can report this jaw-dropping twist. The bird plummets into the forest, convinced it's finally slipped away from its deadly hunters. A wave of relief hits the magician so hard they think they've finally slipped away for good. An arrow rips straight through the bird, and the magician's human disguise jerks in shock as it cries out. The link snaps in an instant, and the voodoo magician's bodies get flung backward by raw, unstoppable force. Deep in the forest, Graham proudly raises the downed bird, grinning like his shot actually landed perfect. Ruru, this young girl, chewed on a leaf through her teeth, furious that Graham had stolen the kill first. She tilts her head up, eyes bright with hope, silently begging him to clap for her flawless role in the ambush that totally nailed it. Ruru proudly declares her bird launched the first strike, while another girl shoots back that she took care of the second. Graham steps in and congratulates Ruru, straight up praising her like she's the absolute best at what she does. One of the girls panics, thinking, if we kill the spies, Fermi will finally flip and treat them like enemies. Almas tells them he already kicked Earl onto a blazing fast horse to race after reinforcements from Raza's side. A lookout snaps his attention to the road, spots a horse coming fast and screams, "Earl's back, he's returned to the village." The shattered Earl stumbles in, gasps out, "King Razes has dropped from a chronic attack." Almas demands reinforcements and Earl shoots her down. Those troops won't show up for at least 3 days. Earl breaks down the chaos. Fermi's army is on the move, and the other kingdoms are making moves that feel downright unsettling. He shoots back Raymond's command. Almas has to stop Fermi's soldiers for 3 whole days. Earl shuts down his report and Almas snaps, telling him to quit copying his father's over-the-top dramatic gestures. Almas realizes there's no way the capital can send reinforcements in the middle of this crisis. He snaps his voice toward Ron right away, and the moment the order lands, he starts rallying his own forces for a full-on defense. Ron barrels in, breathless, and says he checked the black powder, it's ready to go. Yet another villager swears they've stocked up plenty, food ready, weapons set, so they're covered for the battle ahead. 2 more fighters step forward and swear they're ready to charge into battle anytime, no delay. Almas and Tetra lock eyes with pure determination, exchanging a serious stare like they're bracing for the next punch to land. Alma blasts out a rallying cry, demanding everyone drop what they're doing, swarm together, and get ready to defend their village. In his camp, King Fermi slams to a stop when his voodoo magician spies still haven't come back. He can only guess the same thing, either ferocious predators tore into them, or a master magician from Rishus cast the whole attack. His advisor, Doubts Rosses, would never think twice about shipping a prize like this off to some remote village, right here. Firm shrugs it off. This village is too important to ignore, and orders a soldier to sneak in and scout the place before the attack. He rallies his troops with total swagger, sure they'll be toasting victory on Rosses's palace doorstep before long. The general leaned in and demanded King Firmit's answer. How many of the gathered soldiers should they send out first? Firm orders the general to march 200 soldiers to seize the village, when their full force totals 3,200. A map flashes his 2-pronged plan, 200 troops to the village, and a massive 3,000 charging straight for the capital. The worried general looks at Rishus' towering army and realizes an all-out war might be the kind you can't survive. Firm unleashes his secret weapon. He strikes a deal with Rygard Diable to stay neutral, and the crown finally can't touch him. He's so sure of himself he declares that the Roses family, ranked number 2 in power, won't lift a finger. King's commanders are left speechless, completely blindsided by this ruthless, genius political move. Firm bites his tongue and admits it, he doesn't trust Dibble at all, and he's sure Dibble will sniff out the first chance to stab them in the back. He tells his men loud and confident that no matter what Dibble throws at them, they'll handle it without breaking a sweat. A map flashes Rishus' troops split and ready, already dispatched to the borders of 2 other kingdoms. The general sizes up his enemy's power, weighing Dibble's neutrality and the muscle of the border forces. King Fermi sums it up coldly, Rosses can scrape together no more than 3,000 soldiers to stand against them. One of the commanders freezes in shock as he finally realizes what those numbers mean for the battle. Then another man explodes into cheers, shouting that with a gap this tiny, their king can still claim victory. The victory cry bursts out and the whole crowd is already buzzing for a toast waiting inside Rose's palace. Perched on their wooden ramparts, the village defenders stare down as the enemy army comes charging closer. Almas confirms it, her intelligence was spot on, and the force numbers around them land at about 200 men. Panic explodes through the young defenders as they start jittering, asking each other what they're even supposed to do next. Their leader Almas stays ice calm and orders them to stick to the plan, right as an enemy figure steps into the spotlight. Villagers noticed King Fertme was missing and pointed out that his commander was running the show. The enemy commander stares on with a dismissive look, so bored it feels like he's already decided you don't matter. He cups his hands to his mouth and roars an order for them to throw the gate open. He tells them, surrender every last bite of your food and I'll spare your lives. Almas shoots a quick look at his companion, and you can practically feel the tense decision hanging between them. With pure grit in his chest, he snaps back clear as thunder, refusing their demand with zero hesitation. 2 rival forces face off across a shimmering field, braced for the clash that's about to explode. Almas slams his hands together, snapping his troops into place as the plan finally gets ready to launch. He clocks the enemy's move, predicts they'll hammer the gate, turning the rampart into the main battlefield. One of his companions fires back, saying stealthy infiltration would be the smarter move. The diagram spells out just how brutal the height gap is, built by their towering moat and wall. Almas tells everyone the enemy is trying to keep their losses low as they charge toward Ross's palace. Like he already knew, the enemy charges straight for the front and drives a siege weapon right into their face. He spots the huge machine and realizes it's a battering ram built to smash straight through gates. He also clocks that their annoying shields will barely hold back the stone projectiles. The girl on the wall gasps as she spots the exact spot the soldiers are aiming at. The enemy soldier's face twists in pure shock as the earth suddenly caves in under his feet. The army's front line slams straight into a scorching pitfall trap. A defender erupts in cheers, chest puffed out as he proudly calls out that they landed the first blow. I have to watch in tense anticipation, praying even more of the enemy stumbles straight into their traps. Disciplined soldiers waste no time, hammering wooden planks over the hole to seal it up fast. With their work already paying off, Almas snaps at Ron to start the stone bombardment right now. Ron and the young girl lock onto their target with fierce determination, raising stone projectiles like they're about to strike back for real. Almas explodes forward and hurls a massive rock straight at the enemy rushing in. The stone slams into the enemy's guarded siege weapon and booms with a brutal metallic clank. He figures out that his and Ron's brute strength could smash right through those shields, until a warning abruptly cuts him off. Graham's archer panics and screams at the top of his lungs, incoming arrows forcing everyone to drop and get down fast. A storm of arrows whistles through the air, and Almas gets caught completely off guard. He screams at the top of his lungs for every comrade on the ramparts to dive for cover right now. Huddled behind a battered shield, Almas and their companion clung to their makeshift defenses, praying they'd hold. The defenders shrink back as arrows streak from the sky, hammering into their wooden barriers with brutal thuds. Screams tear through the air as arrows slam into hands and legs straight out of nowhere. Almas watches with worry as more people keep getting hurt right in front of her. Graham, their archer, knocks an arrow and draws tight, ready to drop the enemy marksman. He locks his sights on the faraway enemy watchtower, the origin of that deadly barrage. The enemy commander locks eyes on him, then barks an order. His soldiers rush in to cut down the archer. Graham is forced to duck and cover as a brutal hailstorm of stones slams into his position. He realizes he's trapped, pinned so hard he can't even lean out for a single shot. On the wall, a terrified girl screams his arrow after arrow slashes through the air toward her. The rampart turns into pure chaos as relentless arrows slam down from every direction. A wounded defender barks orders to his fellow fighter to fall back, while he shouts at Ron to keep hurling stones despite the pain. Ron throws a frustrated yell and charges on with the barrage, even with danger breathing down his neck. The girl clenches her jaw and realizes her attacks aren't landing, while the enemy keeps firing like they've got a clear shot at everything. With their shields up, the enemy soldiers crush forward nonstop, squeezing every advantage they can. A lookout bursts in with shaking alarms, screaming that the main gate has finally been smashed open. A panicked defender blurts that they're getting driven back, but Almas stays icy calm. A terrified girl stares at Almas, but he shoots back, calm and certain. He knows exactly what's going on. Inside the gatehouse, enemy soldiers slam the inner gate in perfect sync, roaring in coordinated shouts. A companion shouts to Almas that the gate is about to be destroyed, yet he pushes her to clamp down her fear and hang on. He leans in, eyes locked, silently double-checking that this is still exactly where their plan is supposed to be. The girl grips his hand tight and he shoots her a calm, steady look, telling her everything's going to be okay. He glares as enemy soldiers keep flooding the cramped space below, one wave at a time. Almas whips his head around, right at the critical moment he's been waiting for. He leans in and whispers just a little more, then lets the trap keep sucking until it's fully filled. With the enemy boxed in the kill zone, Almas roars at Ron to fire the signal. Ron snaps into action the moment he hears the order, then gears up to warn the others. Down in the village, the girl spots the signal and instantly knows it's Rosewood. A curly-haired young man erupts into a shout, claiming he's about to fire up the trap's ignition. The fuse hisses its way through a long, pitch-black tunnel, straight into what's under the gatehouse. A cataclysmic blast rips open the ground, swallowing the enemy in a roaring wall of fire and choking smoke. A towering pillar of smoke and debris erupts skyward, dwarfing the village walls. On the ramparts, the defenders burst into roaring cheers, giddy with pride after pulling off their massive win. Girl stared at Alma's, eyes wide with awe and tears of relief spilling out at the same time. Alma's reveals that the untested plan got approved by a man named Bartholot. In a flashback, he's sketching the whole plan with shaking intensity, then digging a massive pit right before the main gate. His companion snaps, digging a hole right in front of our only exit. What are you thinking? Alma snaps that they're gonna build a camouflaged bridge straight over that hidden pit. They built the whole thing on a wooden foundation, and it left this huge empty void underneath. Then a secret tunnel would link that underground hideout straight to the village. He spills the truth: this space is about to be packed with explosives and rows of jars brimming with oil. They baited the enemy into the trap, then detonated it in one brutal, all-at-once blast. Now in the present, Alma's face turns deathly pale as shock slams him with the sheer scale of the carnage. His companions back away fast, wrinkling their noses as a brutal stench blasts up from the smoldering crater. Alma steals his resolve and vows to save every survivor he can reach. He and his crew plunge into the wreckage and the whole place screams, "This is straight up hell." A shadow snaps up out of the wreckage and its arm shoots forward with pure menace. A horribly burned soldier lunges at Alma's while a terrified young boy screams a warning. Alma snaps into action and throws up his shield just in time, blocking the crazed survivor's attack. He slams his body into the attacker, knocking him backward hard enough to crash into the rubble. Alma slams the brakes on his last order, telling his team to confirm the survivor's true intent before they lift a finger to help. A lone figure staggers out of the smoke, begging week after week for anyone to save them. Blood ran down his face as he gasped for air, utterly crushed and completely beaten. Alma strides up to the survivor, recognizes that familiar voice and presses, "So you're the commander." The defeated commander stayed stone quiet, his head bowed under the weight of his captor's gaze. Alma slams down a chilling ultimatum: hand over the information or he'll have your head. The commander huffs as that impossible choice crushes down on his chest, heavy as stone. Finally shattered, he nods and agrees to cooperate, swearing he'll tell them anything.